2024. Our stage is all set as our inaugural ceremony unfolds. If I may request all our guests to please rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure that I invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director, the New Indian Express, for a formal welcome note. Good morning, sir.
Vanakkam, good morning, namaskar. We are back again, and back with a bang. As Professor Vaidya Subramaniam told me to call it a Kumbh edition of Think Education. It was a good thinking that Kumbh means you have to celebrate the collection of thoughts here, not human beings. For 12 years, we have been meeting here almost without stop, except COVID stopped us from 1 year. In fact, we are 13 editions, but physical there were 12 editions. I must emphasize, Chennai has been very kind to us, and SASTRA University has been very liberal in having a faith in us that we can deliver the best. For 12 years, he has been with us. It has been one of its kind conclave. Many others copied us later on. We have been leading others, those who claim to lead us. We started something which was not there at all, because education was not the primary objective of this country. Education was just for business for some people, because more Indians remain uneducated, uninformed, but it was for the Western world to fool us. Education never got the priority which we are getting now. We decided, okay, as a newspaper organization, it is our responsibility to bring to the focus the kind of education India needs again. Because we were the best in the past. But we were given some education system which made us slaves mentally. We were physically freed during independence, but mentally we were controlled by the same education system which was delivered to us through the books, through the literature, which was written by foreigners for India. It was not written by Indians for India. The thought process came from Berkeley, from Harvard, from whatever, Oxford and whatever. They thought the best method of teaching was from there. We thought, let us bring something to the focus which is required to unite India, because education is the only subject. It is a knowledge which can make India powerful again, and is making powerful again. So we started with the concept of Indianization of Indian education. That was the theme of the first, that Bharatiyata, in the term that how we Bharatiyakaran of Indian education, how we Indianize the Indian education, because we have a great past. So when we are looking at it, that how to bring it there, our objective was very clear that we had for the last 12 years, 25 sessions of 200 hours discussing various issues which involve Indian education, primary to higher education. We have 600 speakers so far, from former President Bharat Ratna Pranab Mukherjee and Dr. Kalam, who was the first to inaugurate it. We had about a dozen chief ministers, a dozen governors, about 25 vice chancellors every year, academicians, film star, sports person, all the opinion makers who came here and discussed the issues of education in this country. It was a kind of, I would call the rendezvous, where the conflict of ideas took place. They were fighting for ideas, not for any ideology. How to make India better educated and better informed and better prospective. So in this process, we had some kind of, when they say, for us, the ThinkEdu education has been some kind of platform individuals who indulge in confrontation of ideas. That my idea is better for you than you. My idea for a better India is better for you. My idea of a better education is better than your idea of education for you. There may be a conflict. Leftists may think in some particular kind of way. What we provide is a platform, okay, you discuss what is good for India, what is not good for India. Let us forget the bad and adopt the good. So we wanted to define the good, how to make the better the best. We were from the worst. We wanted to make it good. And when we reach the good, we wanted to make it better. Now the stage has come, how can we become better than the best in the world in terms of education, which we are going there. National education policy, for example, which came after many years of fighting, many policies were made. Ultimately, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, he made it a point, okay, we'll have a national education policy. Some people still don't agree. But if you go to the national education policy, it has evolved out of discussion and idea which we had in this platform. If you read the national education policy and the speeches on our website made by various speakers, it reflects that we were able to influence some part of it, and Mr. Sastry, they will come in the afternoon, you'll see that he speak about it. So what was this? Our objective was to revive the forgotten Indian rich heritage, revive the Bharatiyata, revive the principle of India, the pride of India, revive the richness of our Vedas and Puranas, revive the relevance of both Kautilya and Chanakya. We were talking about all that which we had. Revive Bharat, who's provided literature and scripture to the entire world. People are reading about them. Revive the Bharatiya model of teaching and learning. That was the whole idea. Revive the concept of one Bharat, inclusive Bharat, pluralist Bharat, and prosperous Bharat. Revive the divide, remove the divide between elitist and irrelevant education to a relevant education which makes Bharat proud. That was the whole objective of education here. So we have been doing it, and we continue to do it, because education, well, language divides, but in this case, people try to divide the India through languages. But national education policy has made such a platform where these languages can be one language of India. Everybody will be studying some language, some part. Tamilian will be learned by North Indian, Hindi will learn by South Indian, Sanskrit will learn by somebody else, some other like Bengali will learn with all Bengalis. So we have made that possible so that everybody knows the Indian language, at least one extra Indian language, rather than their own language alone. So we, through the system of education, we have contributed our bit. We'll continue to do that. That was the whole idea of that. Coming back to today's program, I'm really feeling very proud to get my old friend, who's the governor now, so I have to follow the principle of protocol, His Excellency Governor Arif Mahmood Khan, who was my friend till he became the governor, so I have to call me governor now. Your Excellency, we are really thankful to you for coming here. He is one of the ministers, was one of the ministers, who was the youngest minister in Rajiv Gandhi's cabinet. He created a history of a different kind, resigning on principle. He could have stayed on. He comes for a community which people think is not the part of the mainstream. But by one action, he proved that this community thinks better than all of us think. He resigned on Shah Mandu case, and that he left politics to study Indian literature, Indian thought processes. And when he was in Banwas, political Banwas, I think he's one of the rare scholars who speaks more Sanskrit, knows more about Indian Vedas and culture than anybody who teaches them. So we have to be proud of him when he speaks on any subject. You can't figure out that whether he went to those Gurucools where these things are taught or not. He can tell us what is actual Bharat. He can tell us what is actual Dharma. He has been governor of Kerala, which is most fiery state, troublesome state. He has been there for 5 years. He has been facing demonstrations. He has been facing garaos, but he has stood his ground. So he is with us today to deliver the inaugural lecture. Sir, the stage is yours. You are most welcome. After that, before we inaugurate formally do we have to do that, no? Lamp ceremony we'll do, then after that. Thank you very much. Welcome again, all of you here.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot to look forward to here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Of course, like Mr. Prabhu rightly said, taking our proceedings further, we have a formal lighting of the lamp to invoke the divine powers. If I may invite Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, to lead us with a lamp lighting, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, the Editorial Director, the New Indian Express. It is also my pleasure to extend a warm invitation to Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya, Editor, the New Indian Express Group, to join us with a lamp lighting. I'd also like to take the opportunity to invite Ms. Lakshmi Menon, CEO, the New Indian Express, to join us with the lamp lighting. Ladies and gentlemen, if we may have your complete attention. We'd also like to extend a very warm invitation to Professor Vaidyanathan to join us and grace the stage during our lamp lighting ceremony. Welcome, sir. Professor Vaidyanathan Subramaniam, welcome, sir. A beautiful start to the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Please join me as I extend thanks to Professor Vaidya Subramaniam. Thank you, sir. A very special thanks to Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya and Ms. Lakshmi Menon for gracing the stage. And with that, we are all set, ready to begin our sessions here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our speaker, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, ready to take to the stage, and our session chair, Mr. Prabhu Chawla. A loud round of applause as we begin our first session, Chancellors and State Universities define.
Shri Prabhu Chawla ji, the New Indian Express family, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to compliment New Indian Express because they are possibly the only one who organize an annual conclave on education. Generally, media groups go for more glamorous and attractive or rather controversial subjects. But to pay attention to something which is absolutely basic, particularly in the Indian context, because our civilization from ancient times, our culture has been identified, and instead of using my own words, I would like to use the words of Arab historians of 10th and 11th century. Each one of them has written world history, somebody in 10 volumes, somebody in 11 volumes, 8 volumes. And surprisingly, there is one thing is common there. In the first chapter, most of it has been devoted to India. And why? They say that there are 5 dominant cultures or civilizations in the world. The Iranian civilization is known for its majesty. Chinese is known for their craftsmanship and obedience to the law and rulers. Romans for their beauty and chivalry. Turks for their bravery. And these are not my words. They have used these words. India is the only civilization which is known for promoting knowledge and wisdom. That is India's genius. We have been not just one place. All our books are full of exhortations. Tapa swadhyay nirittam. Ever devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. And then question has been asked, what is tapa in Upanishad? And the reply given is, tapa is the austerities which you take voluntarily, which you enjoy. What is that tapa? That tapa is swa adhyay, acquisition of knowledge, plus sharing the knowledge with others. Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, in one of his essays, has written, India cannot attain true independence unless it is recognized that her foundation is in mind. Our foundation is not in other things. Her foundation is in mind, which with its diverse powers and confidence in those powers goes on all the time creating Swaraj for itself. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi last year, in his address from the rampart of the Red Fort, he talked about Panch Piran. And one of the Panch Piran is to develop proud of it. When I had occasion to discuss with him after his speech, I said to him, I said, sir, the Indian legacy is the legacy of knowledge. The time of fall and decline which we have gone through was only because we ceased to be loyal. And again, I won't like to use my words. I will use the words which have been used by Swami Rangnath Nanda in his famous book, Eternal Values for a Changing Society. He has said therein that India, right from the inception of its civilization, was a society who were worshippers of Ma Saraswati. But a time came, and then he mentions about that dialogue in the Upanishad, that pursuit of knowledge not merely means acquisition of knowledge. Sharing of the knowledge is equally important to complete the process. And then he says that we continue to pay lip service to this ideal, but we really cease to be loyal to the ideal. We continue to be engaged in the acquisition of knowledge, but we stopped sharing knowledge with others. And he has quoted from Srimad Bhagavat, Saraswati Gyan Khalv Yatha Sati. A scholar who imprisons knowledge within herself or himself and does not share it with others, then that scholar is not a worshipper of Ma Saraswati, he is a villain of Saraswati. Saraswati Gyan Khalv Yatha Sati. Fortunately, not after independence, much before that, what we call the Indian Renaissance, which started from Bengal. Initially, it was known as Bengal Renaissance. This new awakening has come. And we have realized that without education, it is not possible to produce enfranchised human beings, beings who are free from prejudices and biases, people who have that equipoise, sanctity of spirit, refinement of spirit, development of mind. And that is why in our tradition, education is called Tad Ditye Janma. You are born from your parents, but you take your second birth through your teachers. If after receiving education, 10 minutes का है, मुझे बता, already 9 minutes already. Okay, 1 more minute. So if you, after receiving the education, if you continue to be the same, then your education, my education, has not really served its purpose. And that is why it has also been asserted. Tejas vina vadita mastu. Whatever we learn, the knowledge that we acquire, we must internalize it so that it manifests itself in enlightening others. And the best, we have to have this question-answer session, so I'm supposed to conclude my remarks in 10 minutes. I've taken 1 more minute. It has been, I find it, there are so many quotes, but what Bhartari Hari has said about education, I find absolutely captivating, enchanting the mind. He said, Vidya nam narasya, rupa madhikam, pirchanna guptam dhanam. Vidya bhokari yasha sukkari, Vidya Guru Naam Guru, Vidya Bandhu Jano Videsh Gamane, Vidya Param Devtam, Vidya Rajsu Pujate Nahi Dhanam, Vidya Vihina Pashu. That is the importance of education in Indian tradition. I agree, which is defined by Atma, all inclusive, the common inheritance of all mankind. What to say of men and women, people belonging to various nationalities? Our culture does not leave out even animals, birds, or plants. Because once you create others, others are to be feared. Others, there is a natural instinct. You fear the other. You try to dominate the other. You try to exploit the other. That Indian culture does not allow, and that is why it has been said, Ano Bhadra Kirtavo Yantu Vishvata. We should be firmly rooted in our own ideals, in our own values, in our own ethos, but at the same time, sky is the limit. We should be ready to expose ourselves to all kind of thoughts. Because without comparative study, it is very difficult to crystallize your thought process. And finally, I would say that emphasizing the importance of the education, because we often hear this term Vishwa Guru. Vishwa Guru is not an upadhi, it is not a title. It is a role which has to be performed. And Indian thought leaders, whom we call rishis, what they had envisaged. They had envisaged Etad desha parshu tasya sakashad agraj anmana swam swam charitram shikcheram prithviyam sarvam anava. Their vision was that India will be such a hub of knowledge that people from all over the world, they will come to India not to learn about Indian culture and civilization, to learn about their own culture, about their own civilization, about their own values, about their own ideals. The expert teachers will be available in India, and they will come to India to know about their own history and their own culture. I hope and I pray that we pay heed to all this which was dreamed by our thought leaders, and we truly start performing that role. Once again, I compliment you for organizing this conclave, and as I said earlier, on this very serious and grave subject. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving us ideas of what kind of system we need, culture we need here. And you spoke so much of English. But education, you rightly pointed out, our problem in India has been politicization of Indian education, politicalization of Indian education. Whether it is in the primary school or it is in the universities, India has been a victim of politics of education. because education was not taken as a source of inspiration, knowledge, but used as a power, political tool to get votes. In terms of dividing by languages, but basic problem is our university used to produce leaders. Most of the leaders in the last 10 years have been from the university leadership. They have been coming. But coming back to your role, because when I say politicalization of Indian education, higher education is in a mess in India. We have about 800, 900 universities, private universities now. And we have so many government universities also. None of them finds a place in the first 50 global universities. There must be rotten in our state of education. My feeling is universities in India, this is after looking at the last 5-10 years experience, politicalization of Indian university, making government fighting on political lines. Am I right? Because you have been also chancellor of university, that a chancellor who's appointed by a political establishment, a former politician, can he disconnect himself from the ideology which he represents and the objective of a good higher education?
Before I come to the role of the chancellor, one more thing I would like to point out, that unfortunately for a long period of time, education, instead of becoming source of enlightenment, and as it has been said in our tradition, education is something which liberates us. Sa vidya ya vimuktaye. Instead of that, education for a long period of time became something like you need a license to carry a gun. So in order to pursue some profession, you need some degrees. And it became divorced. India has always believed in GYAN Vigyan Sahitam. GYAN and Vigyan. Vigyan is to know the world outside. And GYAN is, there is a whole world inside you. So GYAN Vigyan Sahitam. Sangya Pragyam Apekshate. The end of all scholarship, all learning, is wisdom which results in doing good to others. Unfortunately, that is the major ill from which our system of education suffered for long period of time, because Macaulay had a clear vision. Not that I would like to say that was alien. Nothing is alien. Anything from Indian viewpoint, nothing human is alien to us. But they had a limited objective of that education, to create India, to educate a number of Indians who can serve them. And they were prepared only for that purpose. The holistic view was not there. And unfortunately, that even after independence, we did not give up that line of thinking. And now with certain modifications were made, I won't say that we had followed totally that line, but overwhelmingly we continued that tradition. But now with new education policy of 2020, I think at least on the level of policy, there is a sea change. When you talk about the role of the governor as chancellor, certainly there is we must not forget that for a long period of time, very long period of time, India was politically fragmented. It was that politically fragmented India when Shankaracharya arose from Kerala and he went around the country, created 4 mutts, And people generally say that by establishing these 4 mats, he created a sense of unity among Indians who were essentially politically deeply fragmented. India was divided into small parts. But I personally believe that buildings, it is ideas, not buildings, which bring change. What the achievement of Shankaracharya was not creation of 4 mats. The real thing which he did was, he took out 4 Mahavakyas from the 4 Vedas and gave one Mahavakya to each one of these mats. And all those 4 Mahavakyas, they have almost the same meaning. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvam-asi, Pragyanam Brahma, Ayam Atma Brahma. Meaning that the unique contribution of Indian civilization is that it has divinized humanity and has humanized the divinity. And if I use the words of Swami Vivekananda, he said, my mission, and remember that right from Shankaracharya to Swami Vivekananda, no one has ever claimed originality. They have only reinterpreted the old ideals and values into taking into consideration the new environment and the changes which have taken place. So Swami Vivekananda said, my mission can be explained in very simple words. I want to teach unto mankind. He did not say to Indians. I want to teach unto mankind their divinity and its manifestation in all movements of life. That is what, that part is what was totally lacking in our education, because it has a universal approach. As I said earlier, religion, any culture defined by religion will create others. Any culture, vipra bahuda vadanti, all people should not be confined to one single interpretation of reality. That we have this universe. To give an illustration, there are older democracies. They did not give voting right to women. Why? Because they were influenced by the Greek thought, which has really shaped the European mind, that women do not have the soul. Black people do not have the soul. And somebody who does not have Atma is fit for exploitation. We have a right to exploit them. India had only 14 or 15% literacy rate when we became free. We started with universal franchise. Why? Our leaders were better than them? That is not the reason.
Sorry,
our cultural values were different.
Interrupt you because
yes.
Basic question, the topic is chancellors and governors. So I want to ask a very specific question.
Yes.
Do you think time has come that governors and president and vice president, they should not be appointed chancellors or visitors of any university, let to the academicians only?
No, I do not agree. And this background I have given you only to emphasize, highlight the thing that in India, forces which are of divisive nature, they are of ancient yore, whereas our unity is a political unity. I'm not talking of cultural and spiritual unity. Cultural and spiritual unity, it is because of that political unity has come. But politically, India has been fragmented. And there is no dearth of politicians who are swayed when they get public support, who get swayed and they start pursuing things which are not really very conducive to strengthen the national unity. They start doing things which give strength to divisive mindset.
So
therefore, and autonomy of the university, here you have educators sitting here. Autonomy of the university is a sacred concept. In United Kingdom, when a minister has to seek opinion of an academician, he never calls him to his office. The minister himself goes to the house or the office of the academician. In USA, if you have to give evidence, whosoever you may be, you will have to stand in the dock. But if a teacher comes, whether teacher is from primary school or from university, he is the only one, she is the only one who is offered a chair there. Unless we show respect for the autonomy of the universities and to protect the autonomy of the universities, you will have to save the universities from interference by the executive. And the only way you can save it from from interference by the executive is that the chancellor should not be appointed by the executive.
No, I'm just saying, okay, we'll go because time is a little. So basically, you are saying that for autonomy of the university, you need a politician to be the chancellor of a university, whether selected by a government who is at the center or in the state, because it happens conflict between that. So you basically are saying there's no need for a change of present people, governors heading the university.
Honorable President and governors, I think it was a very wise decision taken by, at that time, that chancellorship or the responsibility to protect the autonomy of the university shall not be wasted in the government, but at the central level in the Honorable President and at the state level in the governors.
Other question you must have read in the newspaper, I have also read it. Honorable retired Justice of Supreme Court, Nariman, has pointed out about the role of governors in his speech recently, which he has chosen you also there in that.
He has chosen to?
He has spoken about chancellors and everything about the judgment.
Okay. No,
So what do you want to say about Mr. Rohington?
Well,
Because Rohington is well respected. He is not a person who is politically aligned, but he has taken.
No, I don't think you have read it really with care or heard the speech carefully. His whole anger was directed at me. He was not talking even about the chancellors. He was just showing his deep anger against me. And Governor of Kerala, although the fact is, most of it about me, he did not mention Punjab governor, he did not mention Tamil Nadu governor. All three cases were pending there. He was unhappy with me. I wish he had told the audience what I have here with me, this paper, and I will give it to you. The government of Kerala has sanctioned. What is the name of the Honorable retired judge of the Supreme Court, whom you have mentioned? What is his name? Say a bit loudly.
Rohington.
Full name.
Full name. I call him Rohington.
Full name. Rohington Nariman.
Nariman is
That
father.
right? Is that right? Now I will read the government of Kerala. This is Gazette notification. The Advocate General has requested the government-wide reference so-and-so to sanction 30 lakh rupees to be paid to Shri Fali S. Nariman, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, 9,90,000 to Subhash Sharma, his junior, 4 lakh to Shri Zafir Ahmed, again his junior, and 3 lakh rupees to Shri Vinod K. Anand, his clerk. Total is 30 lakh, almost 14 lakh, and 3 lakh.
Which year? Which year?
About the same, this case, the case which was filed against us in the Supreme Court.
Fali appeared there.
He had not appeared. This is what I am telling you. Only for giving opinion. Only for giving opinion. I wish he had informed his audience that there is some conflict of interest when he was speaking against me.
I will not get
In fact, this is very important. Can anybody in this hall imagine of approaching the Supreme Court if he has to pay this fat amount to the advocate only for giving opinion, not even to appear in the court? The father is receiving the money and son is blasting the governor for having not allowed a situation where that opinion can help the Kerala government. That is my answer.
Anyway, you have given us information because Fali Nariman is is very respected.
Sorry?
Fali Nariman is the most respected.
Sir, most
jurist even
respected.
now.
I am not saying he is not respected.
And
I am only showing you the gazette notification of the Kerala government.
I agree.
Will you be in a position, if your case goes to the Supreme Court, will you be in a position to pay, and you are one of the leading men in the country, will you be in a position to pay 40 lakhs only for opinion?
I would not get into debate with Honorable
Sir,
Sir
what kind of... we are discussing...
I will take it as
Sir,
information.
we are discussing education. What is happening to our judicial system?
I will take it as information for a newspaper, so that I won't comment
Yes.
on whether it's right or wrong,
Yes.
because let the public judge about it.
Yes.
I will leave it to the audience for
Sir,
one.
if somebody from my family is being paid such huge amount, and without mentioning that fact, I am lambasting somebody in my public lecture, is it even in accordance with the principles of the natural justice? The bills about which they had gone to the court, there must be sitting many lawyers here. Though the bills which have been passed by the assembly, the purpose is to remove the governor as chancellor and give the authority to the government to appoint the chancellors for each university. Now you will incur some expenditure on the office of the chancellor, and if you incur some expenditure, then there is a constitutional provision, then that bill will be called money bill. And if you want to pass a money bill, you need prior approval of the governor. In order to curtail that, what they did, they passed on the responsibility to meet the expenses to the universities. In my opinion, those bills are money bills. Those bills, no way I can approve them. But Honorable former Justice is saying, I do not know whether he has read the file, I do not know whether he knows the objection which I have, yet he has chosen to lambast me. But this paper shows that there is a conflict of interest. His father and his juniors have been paid 40 lakh rupees by the Kerala government.
Good information. Anyway, now we have to know that how Arif Muhammad Khan is a man of conviction rather than convenience, and he does what he feels his conviction is right. Thank you very much for coming, because we don't have enough time.
Thank you very
But we
much.
appreciate
Thank
your
you very
work.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the session to our close, it is my honor to invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla, as session chair, to present our speaker, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, with a memento of the occasion, extending our thanks. A truly thought-provoking session, ladies and gentlemen, 100% candid, open to conversation, and a lot of food for thought and conversation, kickstarting the first session here. May I request you to please keep the applause going as we have our session chair presenting the Honorable Governor of Kerala a memento of our thanks. Before we do, in fact, wrap the session to a close, if I may request all our guests to please rise for the national anthem. We truly appreciate your presence here, sir, the Honorable Governor of Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the session to a close, we have the national anthem.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Please join me as I extend our thanks to the Honorable Governor of Kerala and, of course, our session chair, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, for an amazing inaugural ceremony here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder from our session here that it is not just the pursuing and the gathering of knowledge, but it is also the sharing of it that truly sets us apart. And of course, like Mr. Prabhu Chawla rightly said, it is time for us to revive the richness of our legacy and keep it going. We do have exciting conversations, thought-provoking sessions here taking place on stage, and I'm truly excited to let you know that this next session, we're going to delve into the intricate dynamics of political landscapes, exploring factors that may shape the outcome and, of course, influence the pulse of the public. As we set the stage, I have to say that this particular session is titled Pole Position, Who Will Win the People's Mandate? We're truly honored to invite onto the stage Mr. John Brittas, Member of Parliament, to join us for this session as a speaker. Welcome, sir. I'm also excited to let you know that we have Ms. Khushbu Sundar, politician and actor, joining us for this session. Welcome, ma'am. Please continue the round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite Professor Gaurav Vallabh, National Spokesperson, Indian National Congress, to take to the stage and join us, sharing his thoughts and insights. We're also elated to be joined by Mr. Saravanan Annadurai, Official Spokesperson for the DMK. And ladies and gentlemen, chairing this session, please join me as I invite Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya, Editor, the New Indian Express Group. Like I said, pole position. Who will win the people's mandate? Of course, we are setting the stage for an exciting conversation, getting our day started with an invigorating session. It can only keep our energy high. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular conversation happens here at a platform, the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024, where knowledge converges and excellence prevails. Together, we're here to explore the transformative power of education in shaping the future of our society. Our distinguished speakers, of course, this session and with every passing session, hail from various fields. They're about to share their profound insights and innovative ideas, ideas that set them apart. Ladies and gentlemen, with this session, we embark on a journey of intellectual enrichment, fostering a collective commitment to advancing education for a brighter tomorrow. And with that, it is time for our session. Please give it up for our session chair as we begin a conversation on pole position, who will win the people's mandate. Over to Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya. Welcome, ma'am. Good morning.
On. Yeah. Welcome all of you. Why do we discuss election and poll in an Edu Conclave? Though Mr. Chawla just said what ails our university and the education system is the politicization of it, I must say that in a democracy, this is perhaps the most sacred thing that we do, which is elect a government, vote. And especially for students, we have students in higher education vote to elect. So it's very important they understand that role. Whether that leads to politicization or politics in campus, that's another matter. This is a year which we will where we see a very important election, 2024. We are going to choose our next government for the 5 years. But this is it's not just in India, but in the neighborhood and almost 40 countries across the world that elections are taking place. 2024, when we are looking at the year ahead, what was most remarkable is the fact that there were so many elections across the world. And here we pride ourselves for being the largest democracy. So, Khushbu, I would like to begin with you. We'll have a common question, this thing, all of you respond to it, and we can begin with you, because we just have the consecration of the Ram temple, which in a way has set a massive narrative for the election. So tell me, you are a politician from the South. How much of that is going to impact elections in South and particularly in Tamil Nadu, in your state?
Hi, very good morning to everyone. It's such a pleasure to be on the dais with very good friends of mine. And I think I don't look at this, the inauguration of Ram Mandir, as a political bait, and especially down in South, because we know I come from BJP. I'm the national executive member of the BJP. But I would still like to accept the fact that, yes, as far as Tamil Nadu and Kerala is concerned, BJP is a step behind. We are not finding a very great foothold till now. But yes, there is going to be a huge change in the next 6 to 7 years. And this election is going to be definitely challenging for us. And we would like to believe that we are going to make a huge mark in the upcoming elections in 2024. And that's because we have always seen there's a change of pattern in voting when it comes to Tamil Nadu, and especially in the South, between the assembly and the parliamentary elections. So people, when you see in Tamil Nadu especially, the kind of love and respect they have garnered for the Prime Minister, I'm sure there's going to be a huge change, and it's for people to choose right that who's going to be at the center, who's going to be at the center government, and they see the kind of progress the country has made in the last 10 years. So I think people are intelligent enough, and we'll wait and watch as to what the election results are going to be.
Since it is Khushbu who started it, in all fairness of things, I should allow Mr. Anadurai to come in on the same issue.
Yeah.
How much the Ram temple and the Ram narrative going to determine elections, particularly in the South and your state? Will it have the kind of impact and frenzy that we are witnessing in the North?
Yeah.
And particularly the Hindi heartland states?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. We had this Ram temple consecration a few days back. And in the state of Tamil Nadu, it has never had any impact. Even in 1971, there was this massive rumor which was said that Periyar and his followers slippered Ram's idol and took it on a procession. DMK won a massive mandate in 1971. The biggest thing is, in the state of Tamil Nadu, people are smarter. They understand that we should not mix religion and politics. That is why we were able to ward off BJP in the state of Tamil Nadu. Though BJP in 2014, from 2014, in the last 10 years, they have made massive strides across the state, across the country. In Kerala and Tamil Nadu, they were not able to make any dent. They were not able to make any inroads. This is the important reason. That apart, when it comes to temple, the BJP always portrays that we are a party, DMK is a party which is against the Hindus, and they are the party who are supporting the Hindus. But if you look at this consecration, it was very clear that it was a political move. 2014, 24 elections were playing in the mind of Mr. Narendra Modi. That is why a half-built temple. It was not completed fully. They wanted to go ahead with the consecration so that they thought we will not be able to speak about any other issue. If you look at the narrative in the last 1 month, did anybody speak about the petrol price rise? The diesel price rise? Of course, they're not rising. They're kept at a constant because elections are approaching. And if we take the international crude oil price, as the benchmark, which it should be. The petrol price should be capped at 62 rupees. But we are paying 100 rupees. So where does that 40 rupees go? It goes to ensure that the loans given to the corporate friends of the BJP are waived off. We are subsidizing the loans taken by the big corporates. You and I cannot go take a loan. We know how difficult that job is. So the idea of the BJP, of this consecration and everything, is that to push back every other issue of the common man, unemployment, that is the biggest issue. They don't want us to talk about. Now it is over. Another 1 month, they will keep talking about this again and again and again. But fortunately, in the state of Tamil Nadu, we have a leadership, we have a government which prioritizes education. We have libraries in every district. Within 15 months, we were able to build a massive library at Madurai. This is what every government should do. The union government, the BJP government said they will build an AIMS. When? In 2014. 2014, they said 16, this thing was laid. But even now, everybody knows, not even one brick was laid. This is the importance the BJP gives to education, and the importance given by the DMK to education is also well known.
Okay, Mr. Anandurai, we've understood you are building temples and BJP is, you are building libraries.
Absolutely.
And BJP is building temples, but between emotion and intellect, so it is going to be a contest of that sort.
See, that is why I said people of Tamil Nadu are smarter. They know. They know what is important to them.
Can I just give one simple...
If you look at the number of best colleges in the country, of course, Mr. Prabhu Chawla was lamenting. Just a moment,
Most
madam.
of the universities
Just a
and
moment,
colleges
madam.
are owned by
DMK.
Just a moment.
Khushbu, just a moment.
Mr. Prabhu Chawla was lamenting that we are not among the top universities in the whole world. But at least when we compare in the state of India, in the country of India, Tamil Nadu, if you take the top 100 colleges, almost half the colleges are in the state of Tamil Nadu. If you take top 10 universities, at least 4 or 5 of them are in the state of Tamil Nadu. That is because of the Dravidian ideology, that we give importance to education, we give importance to English. That is why we are having this conversation here in English. But here, if you ask the BJP leaders, they will say, why English? It is a colonial hangover. All the leaders, all the BJP ministers, their sons and daughters would be getting a degree in Oxford, Harvard, everywhere. But they don't want us to learn Hindi, English.
Okay.
They say, please read Hindi. Hindi is our national language.
You must allow your other panelists to also have a say.
Can I just respond
Khushbu,
for a minute?
quick point, and then I have to allow Mr.
Yes, I would like to
Bharat
just
to
mark,
make-
thank you, Saravanan, for such a strong points you have placed, but I would like to remind you that with the Pran Parishta Puja which was happening, because it's not going to make any impact in Tamil Nadu, yet the government of Tamil Nadu made sure that there was a complete ban on the telecast. The High Court had to intervene. They made sure that when you talk about Sanatan Dharma, it was said that it has to be eradicated because it is about COVID and cancer and dengue. Then we talk about the colleges. Most of the colleges and universities are owned by the DMK members. We have to keep that in mind. And let me remind you, none of them are state government. They all are CBSE board, because Hindi happens to be a second language in their own schools, including the school which is owned by the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. His own daughter runs a school which is CBSE board, and it teaches Hindi. So it's a complete farce when you say that Hindi eradication, there's an imposition of Hindi. Everybody can speak Hindi except the people of Tamil Nadu. Their own DMK leaders, when they go to Delhi, they learn Hindi
this is not a
because they say
debate.
it's a time of survival. I think education should be left to the people who know what is education about. We should not be even
come back
talking
to you.
about it, and we should stick to the discussion what we have here. That is about the poll mandate.
Just a small report.
No, this cannot become a
give me 10
DMK
seconds.
versus
Give me 10
BJP.
seconds.
No,
Give me 10
Saravanan,
seconds.
this will go on. It will be
No,
between
I know.
me and
Give me
you.
just 10 seconds. See, she says we don't know Hindi. So what? I'm asking, so what? We don't have to go to Delhi for any job
No, you
opportunities.
don't have to.
We are going
You don't have to
America.
go to Delhi, so
We
make
are
sure
going
that
to London.
2024 you don't fight the elections.
The students here know it very well. Almost in the state of Tamil Nadu, each and every one of their families will have
Last
a
year,
child
Karnataka had
or their
60,000,
cousins or their
65,000
Okay, now that
people who
nieces,
actually
nephews
wanted to
in
learn
London
Hindi.
or in
Tamil Nadu had
US. That is
2.5 lakh people who
because
applied
we
to
did
learn
not
Hindi
read
in
Hindi.
Tamil Nadu
This is
alone.
not a
English.
TV debate. Please cooperate. This is not a TV debate. And we should not value judge any linked language, okay? Hindi is spoken in more than one state. It is not spoken. I am a Bengali myself, but I have worked most of my life in Delhi and in the northern states. So, linked language, we should not value judge that. And knowing a language, whether it is English or any other language, should not be judged in any way. Okay, Tamil is a great language, and we has had great literature in Tamil, and studying in a university in Kolkata, I have read some of the seminal texts of Tamil literature in translation. Okay, and that is a good thing, right? It is linked languages make everything, rich cultures accessible to all of us.
No,
Now
we have seen
allow
how many
when-
super hit Hindi movies. We had Basigar running for 1 year. That is because we did not hate Hindi. We have the largest number of Hindi Prachar Sabhas in the state of Tamil Nadu. We have the largest number of people studying Hindi. We are only saying, please don't impose it on us. If you want to read it, we will read it.
There's a point, but we are watching more Tamil films now and South Indian films everywhere, not just in South, in the Northwest, everywhere. Okay, so that way culturally things are opening up. So we should not value judge all the time. Mr. Britas, while we are still on the southern part of the country, please.
I will salvage this discussion from the Tamil discourse now. Kushbu should bear with me. The question about next election, I think that is the theme of this discourse. I feel that the most important aspect of the next election is to bring back the country from the brink, restore the institutions, ensure the sanctity of the parliamentary democracy, ensure that the federal principles are upheld. Few minutes ago, you had a session anchored by Honorable Prabhu Chawlaji, wherein the governor of Kerala had the audacity to say that, accuse a jurist like Nariman of taking 30 lakhs to ensure that his son gives a different opinion in support of Kerala government. The politics has reached such level. You need to take back this politics from this trash. A constitutional functionary talking such nonsense in a very important summit. Now, coming back, when I talk about bringing back the country from the brink, I feel that I'm a member of parliament, I'm still under suspension. Could you visualize that the parliamentary democracy has reached such a level when 146 MPs have been suspended for no reason or rhyme? Now the narrative has started in the name of Ram. Yes, we do all acknowledge Ram, but it's not the Ram of Modi, it's the Ram of Gandhi we acknowledge. Please understand that. It's a Ram of compassion, not the Ram of revenge. But the narrative which has been painted across the country by the media. Earlier the media was Godi media. Now I think the media, one vowel has to be changed. Prabhu Chawlaji, you were a giant in Delhi. You are very close to Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Do you see that sanctity of governance now in Delhi in those terms? The media, I would say, the vowel E should be changed as O. Media should be termed as Modiya now. So we need to redeem the pillars of this democracy, where it is parliamentary democracy, the executive has become one person, not the collective wisdom of the ministry. Now the parliament has become subservient to the executive. You know the plight of the judiciary. You have a Supreme Court judge saying that the common man has lost his faith in judiciary. And you know what has happened to media. So I feel that this is a time we need to restore democracy, and 2024 elections would be naturally an opportunity for the people. And I have full faith in the people, the resilience in the people. We need to restore democracy in this country. Thank you.
Gaurav, now you tell us, you are the other national party. One of your prominent leaders is leading a yatra in the Northeast. And your presence in the Hindi heartland it's almost like a disappearing act, especially in the state where this temple has been consecrated. So tell us what is going to be your narrative. And here, while you are in coalition, in an India coalition with the left, but in Kerala you are at loggerheads with each other. You can't decide what is going to happen in Bengal. Every day we are getting, whether we are media or media, we are reporting on the bites
I'm
that
glad that
hold.
she accepted my proposition as
No,
Modi.
because I give you platform here. The fact is, you are able to come and...
You're speaking the fact now.
Yeah, okay. You are coming and sitting in a media platform talking to students, and we are providing you that platform. So what you call us it's up to you, Gaurav.
Namaskar to everybody here. One lesson which I would like to share with my students who are here, that always try to sit very next to the anchor so that you get first chance to speak. The more is the distance, the last will be your probability to speak. We were discussing about Hindi, English, Tamil. Anyhow, that is not our agenda today. We had started our discussion with the Pran Pratishtha of Bhagwan Shri Ram. That is very good. It has been done as per the Supreme Court guidelines. We welcome that. There is nothing against that. But after Ramji's Pran Pratishtha, now it is a turn for Ram Rajya. And people are going to vote for Ram Rajya. And Ram Rajya is with India. And what is Ram Rajya, you know? In Ram Rajya, every young person should have a job. And you will be surprised, in a quarter ended October to December 2023, the unemployment rate in the age group of 20 to 24 is 44.5%. In the age group of 20 to 24, the young students who are sitting there, half of them are not going to get the job. This is CMIE data. The second pillar of Ram Rajya is that every Mahila should have a Samman, every woman should have a respect. And you will be surprised, and Khushbu is aware of this data. I am very sure. As per the NCRB data of 2022, every 51st minute there is a crime against women. Is this the Ram Rajya? The third pillar of Ram Rajya is that the farmers and the other people should get their honorarium for their mehnat. As per Government of India, a farmer's family is earning 6,426 per month for entire family. In other words, hardly 200 rupees per day for a family of a farmer. This is not going to be Ram Rajya. The fourth pillar of Ram Rajya is that there should be Sadbhav. There should be unity in diversity. We should not discuss whether Hindi or English or Malayalam or Telugu. We require each language in our country. We require all of them. That is the premise of Ram Rajya. Ram Rajya doesn't mean that my one friend is just trying to say something, other friend is just countering this. That is not Ram Rajya. Why can't we talk about how to get these people, these young students, getting their job? And job doesn't mean getting a 10,000 rupees job on a bike. They are running from one house to other, delivering some Zomato food packet or something else. That is not job. Ram Rajya means we require a good price for the farmers. What happened to C2 plus 50% MSP for farmers? Why can't we give? Ram Rajya doesn't mean that every 51st minute there is a crime against the women. And Ram Rajya doesn't mean, and that is very specific to Tamil Nadu. In FY23, financial year 2023, 13,290 MSMEs were closed down. Ram Rajya doesn't mean that we should promote monopolies. Only 2, 3, 4 business groups are getting the entire business of the country. That is not Ram Rajya. What is happening? And Ram Rajya doesn't mean Bhagwan Shri Ram ne to shabri ke beer khaye the. Right now we are discussing about what is the language, what language we should teach. We require education, whether it is in English or Hindi or Malayalam or Tamil or Telugu or any other language of the world. We require jobs for that educated. That is Ram Rajya. And people of our country are going to vote because Pran Pratishtha ke baad to Rajya sthapit ho chuka hai. After Pran Pratishtha, if you are not going to follow the principles of Ram Rajya, people are going to throw you out. The Ram Rajya is the Nyay, and that is what you had asked me in a question. Nyay, the justice is the premise of the Ram Rajya, and for that justice, our leader is walking from Manipur to Mumbai. Why our leaders, why our Prime Minister, is he not allowed to get down in Manipur and talk to the people of Manipur with what happened? This is not Ram Rajya.
Gaurav, you have gone with this narrative in the recent state elections as well. Our elections in 2024 it doesn't look like it is going to be any different. It has become increasingly personality-centric, presidential type of election, where every prime minister that we have had, there was a moment in their reign, or in their tenure, that where they peaked. If for Nehru, it was his establishment of the institutions, or his speech, or with Vajpayee, it was an attempt to reach out to the neighbors and solve a long festering problem. With Manmohan Singh, it was the civil nuclear deal. With Mr. Modi, is at the moment, it looks like he is a peak of political career. With whatever they politically, through their manifesto, had promised, has delivered, and it is being clubbed with some development work. Against that narrative, what is your narrative? Unemployment, and it is a very powerful emotional appeal to the voter.
See.
Right? So what is the counter narrative with unemployment, inflation? These are issues which cannot be ignored. But are you finding traction? And together, what is the counter narrative that you have? And who is your face against Mr. Modi?
After a peak, there is always a downfall.
See, you said that BJP had delivered what they had promised. Young students are sitting there. 15 lakh, all of you got now? Please raise your hand.
I didn't say they have delivered.
So,
I have said there is a very powerful narrative which has been said.
So that is only narrative. Yeah. That is not delivery. Otherwise, all of you might have received 15 lakh or 2 crore jobs. By this time, 10 crore jobs has been delivered. But on the other side, I gave you a counter data, 44.5% unemployment level. So our narrative is justice. Justice for these young people for getting the job. Justice for farmers for getting their fair price. Justice for women to have an equal opportunity at all fronts. Justice for everyone. Justice for democracy. As my colleague had pointed out, 146 parliamentarians are out of parliament. Then what kind of this parliament is? After a few days, the budget session is going to start, and he is here. Then what is the use of that budget session? It is not going to be Man Ki Baat in budget.
Vote an account.
There should be a counter baat also. We are fed up with this Man Ki Baat type of movement that you come and deliver your baat. अरे हमारी बात तो सुनो, इनकी बात तो सुनो, ये यहाँ बैठे हैं इनकी बात सुनो. There are a lot of things we have to hear from them. So our narrative is justice. Our narrative is mohabbat ki dukaan. That is our narrative. Our narrative is that all of us, as we were doing in the past 75 years of our post-independence, it is not that one state is doing something
But
better
is
than...
it giving
I'm just concluding. One state is doing better than other state, that is good. But that second state is doing better in some other thing. That is what we are proud of. That is what India is. We are right now talking either on conflict on languages. Sometimes, madam, I am surprised. There is a debate on India and Bharat. Madam, Bharat or India?
आपका तो इंडिया
I am just telling Bharat or India.
Alliances for your
So
India.
she doesn't believe in India.
Whether it is, no, I'm
I
saying
believe in India and Bharat both.
that is you. I didn't even complete my answer before you pitched
I
in,
believe in
Gaurav.
both India and Bharat. Madam, India not, no, you
No,
don't
no.
believe in India?
I don't believe in the
this kind
alliance
of
India what you talk
cross-questions,
about.
this
India
kind
and Bharat or Hindustan, everything
bhai,
belongs. Namma naad, namma manne. That is
Acha.
what is
So-
important.
so it is
India
something-
is your alliance
It
what you
is
talk
something-
about.
Gaurav, we can't. This
It
is
is
not.
something-
This is not AICC podium where you give
not saying,
this
what
thing.
is this?
This
I am
is a serious
saying, madam,
discussion. Please allow others
Madam,
also
I am
to
saying
speak.
that
They are
if
all your allies
I
also.
just last sentence, if I don't like name Khushbu, so can't I say, Madam Khushbu, if I don't like her ideology, then all Khushbus of the world are bad. So I will say this, I don't believe in the ideology of Khushbu Sundar, then all Khushbus are bad. No, I don't say like that.
You have
so
in the
if you
democracy,
don't,
you have all the
have a
rights to have
problem
your
with
own
Indian
perception. Now coming to
Acha,
that,
please,
I'd just like
this
to
kind of personalized conversation is not what
Okay,
people are looking
before-
at. Why
let's
don't
be,
you?
I think let's be a little more serious because
Yeah.
it's going to be a duel. See, these are all very difficult times, I would say that. These are the times when scientists talk about astrology, when mythologists write history. These are difficult times now, you know that. And let us see the facts and figures. When we talk about federalism, we really believe that there should be cooperative federalism. But when Mr. Modi talk in terms of cooperative federalism, there is crony federalism. Even the institution of governors are being used to disrupt state administration. That is happening in Tamil Nadu, that is happening in Kerala, that is happening in all the opposition-led governments. Just tell about a single index where this government has fared better. Let us talk about, say, extreme poverty. See, the states where BJP is ruling, BJP has ruled for decades. As per the Niti Aayog's statistics, the extreme poverty level is something like 30%. In all the southern states, it's below 10%. In Kerala, it is less than 1%. You know what is the reason? You know what is the reason? We have kept BJP away from power. You talked in terms of a narrative that it's a foregone conclusion that BJP is going to come to power. That is a narrative of the Modia. I won't say media, it's a narrative of the Modia. See, now, just look at the television studios. See, the only job of the television anchors to create polarization. Hindu, Muslim, Hindu, Muslim. That's my colleague talked in terms of unemployment, poverty. See, why are we not concerned about those verticals? Mr. Prabhu Chawla, I agree with him in all his almost all the points which he made in the opening remarks, except one point he said, troublesome state. Kerala is a troublesome state. That was to, of course, pacify Mr. Arif Mohd Khan. Can you discuss about education without referring to Kerala? Can you discuss about education? Kerala is Kerala. It's ahead of all the states in all the social indices because we have not allowed BJP to have a foothold there in Kerala. Precisely that. We don't want people to fight in the name of religion. Now, you are discussing about Pran Pradishta. Of course, good. You give Pran to gods, no problem. But give Prana Pradishta to Manipur people also. People are dying there. Let the Prime Minister go to Manipur and give some Pran to the citizens. That is his primary duty.
So
Take care of the
John,
gods, take care of the people. See, the Prime Minister's duty is primarily to take care of the people, not the gods. Our constitution is secular constitution. We don't want to mix religion with politics. Even the thin line of difference between religion and politics have been completely conversed. Is there any editorial in the media which is to criticize Modi for merging this religion with politics? No. You have completely caved in. That's why I said all the 4 pillars of Indian democracy, executive, legislature, judiciary, and media, need to be restored. Unless you restore these pillars, you won't be having a democratic process in this country.
I think I need to
Okay,
come in here
you
for a
te-
minute.
no,
For a minute, I need
one-
to come in
one
here because
moment.
because both my friends have been talking about it. I think I need to come in here when you're talking about poverty, when you're talking about atrocities against women. As a National Commission for Women member, I have to say that all the complaints we get, the maximum complaints come from non-BJP ruled states. And I'm here not as anybody else, but as a woman, because that is why I've always stood up for. Now, I would like to tell them that today the country is going towards 6 trillion economy. You see that we are talking about eradicating poverty. Just 3 days back, we all have seen in a newspaper, more than 25 crores people have been lifted from BPL level. Now, we need to look into it. The damage which has been done in the last 75 years, we cannot clear it in 10 years. We need some time. But today, if the country, if India or Bharat, as what he says or what he believes in,
Khushbu, you will
I
get
think we
enough
need
time to set
understand-
your narrative
No, I'm saying
outside.
because they have said it, so I need to put in that this conclave is about education. It's not about BJP or Congress or DMK. I think we need to stick to it, that what we have come for, how we are going to provide the facilities to children. Today, when we talk about Make in India, people have been becoming their own leaders. They want to become their own, they're becoming entrepreneurs. They want to be their own bosses. So I think we are moving forward. We are moving forward. And it's just that if some people have a problem with democracy and the way the India is moving forward, I think under democracy of this, as the largest democracy of this world, I think we need to understand that we have to give them that platform and say that you are entitled to your opinion, but the people of this country, they know what they want to do and they know when to vote and who to vote for. And I will let the people and the youngsters with
They will
more than
decide whether you-
65% of
ask them
youngsters
or not.
below the age of 30. 65% below the age of 30 is what the youngest democracy of India is in the world. So the youngest people we have in India. So I think I leave it to them to decide who they want to vote for.
So how do you think, Mr. Annadurai, the narrative she is setting, which is also dripping with religion and all that, how much of that will work in a state, say, like Tamil Nadu?
See, the BJP, the biggest problem with the BJP is they want to destroy the identity of India. See, when we studied in first standard, I think right from first standard, what we were taught is India is a pluralistic country. Unity in diversity. But the BJP wants to destroy that. They want to homogenize everything. They are afraid of the diversity of our country. That is why they say one everything, oneness in everything. They have this toxic obsession over that word oneness. They don't want to appreciate. See, we have repeatedly pointed out.
You have to be short now.
Yes,
Our session, we are running out of time.
Yes. See, we have repeatedly pointed out that this diversity is the important reason for our integrity. You want to crush this diversity, the integrity will disappear. But the BJP does not want to learn its lesson. When I want to finish, I want to also, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, while asking the questioning the governor, he asked one valid question. What is the role of the governor being the chancellor? He never answered it. If it was a TV debate, I would have interfered and said, Mr. Governor, please answer. Or I would have given the answer. Now I'm telling you, see, the governors were made chancellors, not now, from the British times. These universities set up during the British time, those statutes were simply followed. If the state government says, we don't want the chancellors to be the governors, they are well within their rights to change them. Because it is the will of the people. So far, we did not have any problem because the governors were apolitical. But now, we are seeing the governor in the state of Tamil Nadu spreading rumors. He said he went to this Godanda, last 10 seconds. See, a classic example. The governor says, I went to the Godandaramar temple. I saw the priests. I could see fear in their eyes. We thought he was an ex-IPS officer. We did not think that he is a psychologist who could see fear looking at the eyes. Or we did not know that he is an astrologer who could foresee that these people were having, he said, nothing. Probably we were all tired because we were making preparations the whole night. So this is the kind of narrative BJP wants to divide people on the basis of religion, on the basis of everything. That is what they are experts at. And everybody has pointed out clearly how the people of the youth of this country are given a rude jolt. They don't have jobs. And what did Mr. Amit Shah say? Sell pakoras. That is also a job. This is not what we want. For that, we don't have to have this kind of education. And one of the most worst thing about the BJP is they are trying to stop the access to education. NEET. Okay, MBBS, you'll have to have the merit. That is a different debate. QET. Your +2 is not enough. You want to join a BA economics? You'll have to write an entrance examination. Are you willing to write their entrance examination after studying +2? Why should they undergo this ordeal? They say, whatever you have studied until +2 will not have any impact. We will only look at what you write in that examination. And how do people get clear in these examinations? By going for a coaching class. See, this is what the BJP is for. They don't want inclusive growth. But the Dravidian ideology says, include everybody, give access to everybody. Our great leader, Dr. Kalaignar, said, up to 10th standard, no fail. Pass everybody, because we want to give them minimum access to education. Even if you are a dull head, no problem. Go up to 10th standard, grasp whatever you want. But the BJP's new education policy says, okay, 5th standard we will have a public examination. Will any student, have you ever written a public examination in 5th standard? Would you have gone to school? Everybody would have bunked school and sat at home. This is the ideology we are opposing. This is the ideology we are saying, enough. 10 years we have seen where India is. We don't want India to be where
Mr.
India is in the next 10 years.
We are completely run out of time. We have to wrap up. All of you have put forth your narratives, and let's see what 2024 throws up.
Can I have a last slide?
Yeah, please, and also say how much of your narrative will take you out of Kerala.
I will, because I know it's time to close now. Only one line I have to say. Let Ram save this nation from Modi. That's all.
No, but I would like to also give my last word.
Please have
my last line would be when you talk about the education policy, I think if DMK is talking about Dravidian movement and Dravidian ideologies, I think they should forget everything and bring in Samachir Kalvi, which was brought in by Kalaignar, which they do not follow. Secondly, when they talk about, against Modi, I think if they have one leader in the India alliance, what they're talking about, they can place one person, India and the 28 other parties, what they have, one person who's going to be the face against Modi. Secondly, when my friend Mr. Sarvanan spoke about the NEET, I think you should give the credit to them, because it was Nalini Chidambaram who stood at the steps of Supreme Court, and she said you cannot take NEET out of Tamil Nadu. And let us remember, NEET was brought in by Congress. Thank you.
May I have the last line? And the last line
Please,
is that...
very short. We are completely out of time.
Last line is that, as an anchor, don't give last line to anyone.
That's That's a good one.
Any Tom, Dick and Harry will do a better job than Mr. Modi.
If I may request our speakers to please remain on stage for a quick minute, I'd like to invite Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present our speakers individually with mementos. Thank you very much to our speakers, our session chair, for an explosive conversation. Of course, no glossing over any topic here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. And I do have to say that the candor that we have experienced in this session will in fact continue. We do have a lot of conversations, a lot of interesting ideas, different perspectives, multiple narratives, all being shared here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I extend our thanks to each of our speakers. A loud round of applause as we share our gratitude. A quick photo op. We truly appreciate the time and, of course, your valuable insights. Very special thanks to our speakers. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, here at the 13th edition of the ThinkEdu Conclave, I'm happy to let you know that we have an exciting new session. This is going to be, well, exploring the future in a single glance. Careers of 20. What should students unravel the dynamic landscape that awaits the next generation? And to take us through this conversation, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Ruchi Anand, Senior Director, Talent and Learning Solutions, India at LinkedIn. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. It is also my pleasure to invite Ms. Innocent Divya, Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Chairing this session, I'd like to invite Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, Senior Journalist. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be, like I said, a look into the future in one single glance. We look forward to an exciting conversation. A loud round of applause as I hand over the floor to our session chair, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai.
Hello. Quite an anticlimax, I think, after the last session. But we'll try and at least make up with information, if not with firepower. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me. I want to start with you, Ruchi, because no one knows this data perhaps better than you. LinkedIn is where we all go to apply for jobs and look for better ones. What really are the jobs currently that people are looking for?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. Good to be here and share, some of my views representing LinkedIn. So to answer your question, let me just set a broader stage first in terms of where we are. As per the World Economic Forum data, there was a report which was Future of Jobs that was released mid last year in conjunction with LinkedIn data, because today LinkedIn has over 1 billion members globally, and we have updates on the platform that we have 5 million updates per minute. So basis that, we've been able to kind of see what that report really says is that globally, over the next 5 years, 1/4 of all jobs will be disrupted or changed. What essentially that may be twin transitions that will be behind these changes, which means one is, of course, technology, the rise of AI, and the other is green transition. So these two primarily will really make a lot of change. So 63 million new jobs will be created, 69 million tasks that will be more prone to automation, and that will evolve. So that means that we will see every job and almost all jobs are going to be impacted for sure in some way or form, but the degree would be different. So broadly, while we are saying that there are new jobs also being created over the next 5 years, there will be jobs that will be disrupted. And essentially what this is taking us to, from 2015 till today, in India, now let me come to India specific, we've seen a 30% shift in skills for all jobs. And this is slated to go up to 65% by 2030. What does that mean?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so what does that mean is, if you see any one job description, let's say on LinkedIn, if there were 10 skills required to be successful in that job, 2 or 3 kept changing every time. Now we will see 5, 6, 7. And as an example, let's say if there's a role of a sales manager or a client-facing executive, What was required earlier, yes, those skills are there. You need good communication, good presentation skills to be able to have good conversations and understand. But how about having negotiation skills to be able to do that while you're doing a conversation virtually? How do you kind of, engage with your customers in a way where you're not meeting them face to face? So examples of these, as well as examples of being able to, can I use AI or any other tools better, in a better way to do better research, right? So even it's about how does every role impact and change. Similarly, one is automation, the other is green transition I spoke about. If we think about it, the maximum new jobs in the coming few years, I'm talking slightly long term, green transition, which is green skills that are going to be required, because every country has aggressive net zero goals. Every role, so even for example, an accountant's role, will an accountant have green skills? What does that green skills mean? Do I have skills to be able to look at, calculate sustainability when I look at accounts, So different roles will have more skills that will be added. That's what I mean by 65% skills will change. And that's where we're seeing. But I want to just end, my response on this is, with all of this rise, what is coming up more importantly is the importance of human skills, is the importance of soft skills. More and more, what recruiters across the world and in India are looking for, they're looking for candidates who have a willingness to learn, adapt and grow. Obviously, problem solving, creative thinking, all those things will come in. But broadly, I think learning now is no more an option, it's an imperative, and lifelong learning at that. So,
that's often said, Ruchi, I just want to take that forward a bit. It's often said, but how exactly is it implemented? When we hear of soft skills, I mean, at the end of the day, there's an exam, there's an interview. Yeah. The interview techniques are still as dated as the people who conduct them. So when a student is told, okay, you have to learn these soft skills, what does it mean in terms of how he or she prepares for an interview and he or she prepares for that job?
Yeah. So firstly, I'll also say that we are seeing a shift in the way hiring is also being done. And
but less so than it ought to be, right?
Moving in that direction. And if I at least look at LinkedIn data, we talk about this whole skills first mindset. On recruiters in India on LinkedIn, over 50% recruiters use a skills first approach, and I can qualify that, over global. Global is also moving in that direction. It's in the range of 35 to 40%. When I say that, what does that mean is, and how can a student be ready for this is essentially when you're actually preparing your profile or even preparing for an interview, what you essentially will need to highlight is whatever experiences you've had, either as a student leader, placement cell coordinator, or any in the sports, you've been in the sports team, what are the skills from there that you have learned which can be applied anywhere else? And highlight those. Typically, if you see, for a fresher, a CV would be just,
with the degrees
I've done my graduation, post-graduation, and this is my 10th, 12th marks and graduation marks. Yes, that is there because that's what we also look at. But more and more, what recruiters today are looking for is your experiences that you've had even as a student. What skills have come to the surface?
So basically asking them to flip their bios.
Because things like, for example, I while being the team leader or a football coach or whatever in the team, I've looked at conflict management.
Right.
I've been able to manage different ways to approach or create the team spirit, because
or
today
be collaborative, which is such a big
which
skill.
is very, very important today, because when you enter the workforce, for students, when you enter the workforce, you're going to be working in a very mixed environment. It's going to be hybrid. You will be working with people who you're not used to seeing in office every day, but you still need to get a lot more work done and get greater results. So that's where the skills aspect comes in terms of how do you highlight those and build towards those with various experiences and exposures.
Yeah, so we'll come to the jobs of the next 5 years later. But Divya, I want to bring this up to you because you've started this I Am the Leader program in Tamil Nadu. And you're in a way preparing the youngsters of today and saying you have to inculcate leadership skills within you so that you can be the leaders of tomorrow. Talk a little bit about this and why the government is doing so.
Good morning, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I agree with Ruchi in the fact that she said that adaptability skills is one thing that the industry is looking at. Yes, we understand that because the pace at which transformation is changing today is incredible. Even as we are speaking, there's such a remarkable pace at which it is transforming. Therefore, we cannot only depend on educational institutions because they have a curriculum, and to revamp the curriculum, it takes time. They need textbooks. They need preparation of the faculty. And that is why a program has been designed by the government of Tamil Nadu, having this point in mind that, rather than preparing, of course, we are capacity building the universities, but while we take time to do that, we can't wait for the generation, the entire, group that is coming out, graduating out of colleges, to be entirely industry irrelevant. That is why this program has been launched at a massive scale. It's a massive upskilling program which targets all colleges. It's completely free of cost, where we integrated skills into the curriculum.
Along with industry, right?
Yes, yes. All of these courses are carefully curated with the industry perspective. We have industry people who are tailor-making the curriculum.
Are they offering internships?
Yes, of course, yes. So in addition to the internships, it's project-based learning. The entire material that is taught, it's not taught. The children learn on their own. They learn it based on industry use cases. So it's not only theoretical, because that is the norm. That is how children ought to be taught. All of these skills that she just mentioned, the transferable skills, they would learn it while they are while they do this project-based learning, where it's a solution-oriented mindset that they will develop. There we also, here we are also integrating all disciplines, whether it is an engineering project-based learning, all of the team comprises of an interdisciplinary team, all streams of engineering. So there they develop on their own, naturally, collaborative skills, team spirit, creative thinking, and all of these skills that an industry is probably looking at when they're hiring individuals, from colleges. And Tamil Nadu having a very strong network of engineering colleges.
Yeah,
we
have what, almost 500?
We have, almost 470 now. We have a strong network, and large number of students are graduating, about 4 lakh students.
But they're not all industry ready, right?
That is the intent behind which this program has been designed and has been delivered. Right now, Nan Mudalvan program, that is what translates into I am the leader. It has impacted 13.14 lakh students last year, that is in 22-23 when it was launched, and 23-24, this is one semester we've done, the next semester is on. Right now we have targeted around 14.68 lakh students. Right. So this includes engineering colleges, arts and science colleges, ITIs and polytechnic colleges, regardless of whether they are a government-owned institution or a private institution, right. Except for autonomous colleges, all of them have been onboarded. It's completely free of cost, where the government bears the cost for the student and it is integrated in the curriculum. That's the speciality of the program. The student need not learn it as a separate subject. Like, it's a 2-credit program which replaces a skill-based elective in the curriculum.
I wanted to ask you, since you're an IAS officer, and I think prior to this you were posted in the Nilgiris, and I think you did seminal work with the Elephant Corridor there. It's so interesting, the kind of adaptability that an IAS officer has. That is the kind of adaptability that you would like to see in all students, right? Exactly. What would you recommend? Everybody can't get into the civil services, so what would you...
No, I believe the manner in which the civil services has been designed is to select people who are adaptable. And that's how the entire world of work is shaping now. Yeah. So leave alone civil services, the entire industry is looking at people who are adaptable. Because I said technology is very, very fickle now. It's changing. So they're looking at an individual who probably would be able to learn whatever technology change is there, quickly adapt to it, get into the role of things and start performing immediately without any, delay.
So what would your advice to youngsters be? What are the 3 skills that you have that perhaps have made you so adaptable?
See, first thing is you have to come out of your comfort zone. So you may have a specific liking for a particular position, a job, or a career profile. But That's not the norm now.
That's very interesting you say that, because you actually demanded a transfer from the Nilgiris, right? Which I think proves the point, right?
Yes, yes. I was there for 4.5 years on a Supreme Court
Doing
order.
very well.
That is for the people to
And then
decide.
you asked for a transfer.
Yes, I asked for the transfer because there was a particular Supreme Court order which said that I cannot be transferred without the court's order.
Right.
The permission to
But you
transfer.
wanted another experience.
Yeah, it was almost 4.5 years.
Right.
The elephant.
Right. Sorry, I interrupted you. So one is getting out of the comfort zone.
Yes, you need to get out of the comfort zone. You can't settle anywhere. This is a phase where you have to be on the go.
Right.
And you have to look out for opportunities to inculcate in yourselves, opportunities to develop yourself. Because wherever you are, there's so many opportunities that are open. You know, there's so much of cross-learning that happens. See, I am not an engineer, but I talk about engineering education. I just came from a conference redefining engineering education. So it is just that what I've heard from people, what I understand about the system, and that is what makes a person you have to be sensitive to what is happening around you, the trends that are occurring around you, so that you imbibe those values. Whatever happens around you, that is how you cultivate yourself. So I think you have to be a learner. All your life, you got to be a learner.
So get out of your comfort zone, be a lifelong learner.
And the third thing, have the humility to accept that certain things
you don't know.
You don't know. Only then you can learn.
Right.
So be humble.
So I think kids out there, I think you should make a note of that, because these are skills that you really need to develop. Ruchi, I want to get to you and ask you specifically about the top 3 jobs maybe in the next 5 years, maybe too long, maybe in the next 2 years. Because as you once said, the jobs that are available now, people didn't even know of these 10 years ago, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I just want to say, I mean, you know what Divya just said, lifelong learning is important, and adaptability. And the reason also is because jobs are changing so much. We keep saying that jobs are changing even when you're not changing your job.
Yeah.
Right? The thing is that if you talk about the top few jobs, while there is always going to be an importance of soft skills, which we spoke about, and even we also spoke about, like problem solving and all of, analytical ability, communication skills. We've just launched a Jobs on the Rise report a few days ago. And what that report is actually talking about is that what's the highest percentage increase we are seeing in the newer jobs that are coming, jobs on the rise, right? And if we look at that, the top 10 jobs there as of today, which I know if we come up with the report next year will be different, are coming from various sectors. So the top 2 or 3, one is closing manager. Now, closing manager is in real estate. In being able to do, like, because we're seeing a lot of infrastructure projects, we're seeing a lot of real estate go up. So depends where we're seeing the demand that's coming in. Then we're
so what does a closing manager do?
So closing manager will be, like, specifically if you think about a real estate sector, being able to kind of, have site visits with the customer, be able to do documentation.
Go into the deal and then say, okay, this is what it requires.
Yes, and documentation. So even the skills in that for the closing manager will be around knowing what kind of documentation clearances that you need, how do you get those whole contracts done, because that demand is like really going up, because again, so that's again for us has been interesting. The same list, number 4th on that list, and I'm jumping to 4 to give you an interesting one, drone pilot came up.
Drone pilot?
Drone pilot. And for Chennai, we came up with that list. Chennai, number 1 was drone pilot. The jobs on the rise.
Yes. Work happening here.
Yes. So what does that mean? Those are the roles that are required in aviation, in transport, in exports, right? Where there are, where drones are required for surveillance and a lot of things, right? So again, the report that we've come up with also actually says not just the jobs that are on the rise, but what could be the next job that the persons can look at, people can look at, because these are all transferable skills.
Right.
Then the other 2 or 3 that we saw is, again, content and social media, as well as marketing specialists. Then, of course, in HR operations.
So by content specialists, you mean everyone has to be an Ori?
I mean, I'll reserve my comments on that because it's very difficult to wrap my head around, how he's the rise of Ori. But all said and done, idea being that how well do you communicate? You're able to kind of present, even, if it's, you're working in an organization and you're looking at engaging customers or prospects, which are, let's say, in some other part of the world. How well are you being able to package that information? So, of course, marketing specialists in that way, having good knowledge of social media. So all those skills are something that are coming up. So if it's difficult to say one job for everyone, but it's like there are jobs in that list which are for every function.
Please
and every
put it
kind
out there so
I
that
will.
all of us can read it.
Yes, we have the link. I don't know. I'll see if the best way to kind of share that.
Yeah.
But there are these kind of roles that we are seeing. But having said that, I think the importance of for students to think about importance of soft skills and always be learning. So I think to add to all the work that Divya ma'am, you actually just spoken about. At LinkedIn as a platform, also what we've been doing, we have LinkedIn Learning, 21,000 courses.
Is India the largest customer for LinkedIn?
India, our largest member base. So we are, after the US, we are 117 million members in India
and
now.
how many for the US?
211 million.
So that shows you the hunger for
Absolutely.
jobs and hunger for
Absolutely.
work. Yeah.
India is, in fact, we've had 73% year-on-year increase in student sign-ups in 1 year alone, the last 1 year, and it's going on increasing. The reason why we are seeing more and more people come onto the platform is not just for jobs, but also, if you think about it, as an entire career trajectory. To be able to learn, so LinkedIn Learning has courses. In fact, we've been partnering with 100 plus educational institutes across India where we are giving LinkedIn Learning latest courses across the library of business, leadership, technology, generative AI, which is being taught to students in conjunction with the curriculum that's already there. To ma'am's point, it's all about how do you make them employable, right? To make them ready for the workforce.
Right.
So those are the kind of, and that's why it's not just when you're learning, when you're getting a job, but let me tell you, even I am constantly on LinkedIn Learning because I need to constantly upskill whatever is coming in and the flow of work.
I hope it's not too expensive.
It's not very expensive.
Okay. What is your definition of not too expensive? How much does it cost to be on LinkedIn Learning?
Well, if we go through, we have there are various ways to go through it, either if you have a LinkedIn Premium account or most importantly, if you are able to actually get that access through your college. So there are ways in which
maybe
we can do that.
a shout out to colleges to maybe put their kids on.
We've already been working with quite a few.
Divya, last question to you really is, so you have this program, it's preparing students for the future, but where are the jobs?
See, we are not stopping with only skilling the students. We are ensuring that they get the proper job placements. We are also in tie-up with LinkedIn. Almost 5 lakh students have been onboarded on the LinkedIn platform through the Naan Mudalvan program. So here we are also looking at jobs. While we say that we are looking on the part of the government, what government is doing is we are actively collaborating with the Industries Department, Guidance Bureau, MSME. And
because all apprenticeships do not necessarily translate into jobs.
Yes. So we are collating the requirements of the industries at the government level and we are organizing pooled placement fairs at colleges, both engineering colleges and arts and science colleges. Only last year, we've placed around 1.19 lakh 1,19,000 students in campuses. We have the data with us. And this year, we're planning, because there's a IT hiring freeze this year. They are hiring in very small numbers.
So many job losses.
So we're targeting GCCs. We're targeting the rest of the sectors like retail, FMCG, and marketing positions, sales and marketing positions for arts and science grads and product design for engineering. So we have spoken to almost all the industries and we are planning to have a single exit system for engineering grads. Like the one that was operated few years back by the Anna University, we're planning to have that. So we've already interacted with the industries at the government level.
I hope you're in touch with SASTRA University as well. And,
yes,
yeah.
yes. We are partnering with SASTRA also in utilizing centers of excellence for training.
Right.
So we almost collaborate with all the centers of excellence, both in academic institutions and in industries. Whatever infrastructure, we do not want to create any infrastructure. We have adequate infrastructure. We just need to leverage those facilities in order to train large number of students. And we need industry participation in training. So this is what the ask of Nan Mudalvan. That is why actively we are engaging with the industry, both in terms of giving placements, internship opportunities, apprenticeship, and also training.
Wonderful. Thank you, both ladies. It was, I think, a very informative discussion, and I certainly took away a lot from it, and I'm sure the youngsters did too.
Thank you so much, Kaveri. Lovely. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, before we draw the session to a close, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director, the New Indian Express, to present our speakers with a lovely memento, extending our thanks. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, through the session, I think we've learned that we've got a wild hunger for the jobs, adaptability skills, transferable skills. We've heard so much, and I'm sure that we're going to be Googling a lot of these topics as well. This session showed us that getting future ready starts from today. And of course, as a way of thanking our speakers, we've got Mr. Prabhu Chawla doing the honors and felicitating them. And with that, I'd also like to take the opportunity to extend a very special thanks to our streaming partners. We've got Daily Hunt, who've partnered with us, and of course, a lot of us joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our speakers as they take her leave. Thank you so much, ma'ams. With that, I'd like to welcome back our session chair onto the stage, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, as we step into the next session. This is going to be with a special focus on taking education higher, synergy in opportunities. Please give a huge round of applause to our speakers who will be joining us on stage, Mr. M.J. Shankaraman, CEO, IITM Pravartak Technologies Foundation. Good morning, sir, and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I'd also like to invite onto the stage Mr. Saji Gopinath, Vice Chancellor, Digital University, Kerala. Our stage is set, ladies and gentlemen. A loud round of applause. And with that, I'd like to welcome back our session chair, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, to take over. Taking education higher, synergy in opportunities. We begin our session.
So this is almost like a continuation of the previous discussion, just with different experts. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Raman, because you were with Wipro, HCL, Cisco, so you've been with the industry before and understand exactly what industry wants from students. How has that informed the way your university teaches?
Okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I think so. So if you look at IIT Madras, okay, so there are two different streams that they are in. One is the research stream and other is the industry stream. By industry stream, I'm talking about the IIT Madras Research Park.
Which is Pravartak.
Which is Pravartak. I mean, Pravartak is a part of Research Park. Right. So the research part of it is fine. You publish papers, you get good patents. But how are you going to translate that research into products?
Yeah.
And market it. See, this is two different ball games because I think both are two different extremes. You could have a fundamentally great patent, but it may not be converted as a product.
Yeah.
You might be having a worst idea, but that could be a great product. You know, so these are two different extremes. And at IIT Madras, we concentrate on both. So if you take, for example, a great research that has become a product, it's Gurucool, where we do 3D printed rockets. And you know, a very simple idea which is streamed out is Aether electric scooter, which is one of other from that has come out of IIT Madras Research Park.
From your own students?
Yes, from the students, obviously. No, and if you look at Pravartak, our IIT Madras Research Park, it is not, you know, close to the students of IIT. It is open to anyone in India. Okay, so if most of us, the companies that we have incubated at IIT Pravartak are not from IIT students, they are from students other than IIT.
But they can come to you with a great idea and
yes, they can come to us. We have come under something known as National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems. We have certain
National Mission for?
on interdisciplinary cyber-physical systems.
Right.
It's called nmicps.in, where we take 4 stages for entrepreneurs. One, after they complete their bachelor's, if they have a great idea, they can come to us for 1 year. We pay them a 35,000 rupees stipend, and we also allocate some money, about 3 to 3.5 lakhs, for making products. Once that is fine, then we take to the next stage where we give 50 lakhs and ask them to convert it as a patent. We give another 50 lakhs and then ask them to convert it as a product, and then we take them to VCs. So in Pravartak, for example, we are just 2 years old. 4 companies have got VC funding. One from Sequoia Capital, which funded Apple and Google. So the opportunities for these students are huge today. It's not just going for a job, after skilling, I go for a particular job and then, I earn money. But what we see as a problem is that the students still haven't developed the mindset for entrepreneurship. There is no, they are afraid of taking risks. I know one student who came back and said that, sir, if I do a startup, I won't get married. It has gone to that extent. Okay? So
but it is tough. Being an entrepreneur is tough, isn't it?
Yes, being an entrepreneur
You
is
can't
tough.
pay yourself, for instance.
But we have been talking about job growth and other things.
Yeah.
Yes, you can exponentially grow engineering colleges, but are you going to get exponentially increase your jobs? That can happen only if you have startups, only if you are innovative. And the normal way of asking companies to come to India and establish centers are not going to be enough, because once those companies don't like you, they will take away the jobs.
Exactly.
Where if you are an entrepreneur, your job stays with you. So this is the greatest opportunity that India has today. If you want to really grow in a nonlinear fashion, and whatever we talked about statistics, people not having between 20 and 30, is exactly the people who want to start these startups. I don't want a 50-year-old person to start a startup. What interest is he in?
What problem do you have with 50-year-olds, sir? They're very hardworking.
No, they are very hardworking, but unfortunately, the kind of hard work that is needed, okay, they are very good in guidance, okay, but someone has to do the dirty work. If you don't go without sleep for 3 days, let's assume, a 25-year-old can bear, but not a 50-year-old person. So that's the problem.
I think the jury is out on that. Anyway, Mr. Gopinath, I want to bring this the same question to you, because you were also with the Kerala Startup Mission, if I'm not mistaken. So these are things that you also must have seen through your, through the years. What is it that you advise students? Is it the same as Dr. Raman is saying, or do you have anything else that you offer them?
Absolutely. In fact, the 2 roles which I played the Startup Mission role and now as a digital university. Even the role of digital university itself is primarily to see that the innovation happens. Because there is in the last session we spoke about jobs getting disrupted.
Yeah.
But there is an underlying change which is happening. We are moved away from an industrial world to a world which is more digital.
Right.
And there is an underlying philosophical changes. If you look at most of the products which we are now familiar with, take about WhatsApp or Meta, which change our life, they all came from small companies. They did not come from big companies.
Absolutely.
So you are primarily moving to a world where we think about very large organizations to smaller organizations which are going to become successful. And that is primarily where the startups comes into picture, right? And that happens only when there is an innovation happening. And I believe that it is not only the startups, even education institutions should behave themselves as startups as such. They should actually start looking at how do we create that culture of agility, how do you look at newer changes and come out with, take all the opportunities which is available to them, etc. The only addition which I want to add to what he spoke about is that when you speak about startups, many times we only think about value-based startups. Now, this place, Chennai, is a classic example of how profit-based startups can come, right? You have companies which have created $1 billion worth products, but they have not taken too much of external funding. So you need to actually start in the country also. We need to also start looking at startups who creates the value along with profit as such.
So what are these startups? In what areas would you recommend that kids go?
That's basically where the technology, deep technologies are going to come into picture. And that deep technology, if you have to come into picture, you need to create the infrastructure for that, like what IIT Madras is providing. And in Kerala now, the state itself is providing quite a bit of R&D ecosystem, because we believe that if you want to create a Google from India next time, they cannot come from a smaller group of students. You really provide the support systems for that. Agricool, he gave an example of an Agricool. It is a company which actually created the second launch pad in the country. And that happened because ISRO and others have supported them. IIT Madras has supported them.
Right.
So that is the model I think we need to go into the next level, where even higher education systems can actually play a role in creating that.
So do you need a massification of engineering degrees for this, or what do you need for this? Can someone with a liberal arts background, for instance, create the next startup?
Absolutely. You need actually a combination of skills, actually. It's all interdisciplinary, and in the last section we discussed this, right? We spoke about human skills are becoming very important, and that many times come from a liberal arts background. So you have a combination of this. Your team should have both engineering and other elements as such.
Is that happening?
No, absolutely. I'll give you one example.
Yeah.
Today I'm searching for a geophysicist, and I'm not getting them, because I get IT engineers only. And finally, I had to pull one from Ladakh.
Ladakh?
Yes. So,
well done.
These kind of skill sets are coming up because of the startups. Otherwise, no one bothers. Everyone talks about be electrical, electronics, computer science, and worst case mechanical. And worst
So
case
where does the poor BA degree wala go?
Okay, so for example, creating beautiful documentations. Okay,
right.
Because documentation is very, very important. We have taken up a documentation project where if you don't do the right documentation, you are not going to get this recognized as a World Heritage Site.
Right.
Okay,
Which
so
one is this?
Literature, arts.
Right.
All these people are needed when you go for startups.
Right.
Because who is going to do the marketing? Who is going to do the brochure? I need someone
Right.
with a good background in visual communications. I won't need someone who talk to public like this. You
Right.
know? I mean, so these skills are missing today with students.
Right.
This
So
is
what are you doing to inculcate this?
Okay, so if you remember the last session, they talked about skilling. In fact, we are part of Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation's program on non-Mudalvan scheme. We have actually have a separate skilling academy because we are a deep tech startup. We need people to work on the startup. Therefore, we have excellent skilling programs on deep tech areas as well as areas like soft skills, communication. These are very important for startups because the startups have to meet venture capitalists. How do they put this elevator pitch?
Right.
Now, these can be taught in MBA and other graduate students, but then there are certain students who, I mean, if you, for example, Bill Gates was not an MBA.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, not all the great people were MBAs. The MBAs is an
Quite a
additional
few were dropouts.
Yeah. So,
but that doesn't mean that you have to be a dropout.
no, so the point is that, these skill sets are now lacking with a lot of people. And they have to see, they have to talk, they have to go to debates, they have to sell their product, okay?
Right.
So if that skill set comes, I think...
Is that happening with you, sir?
Yes. In fact, I think I also wanted to say that it is not true that if you are taken a graduation in history or geography, you should not be a technologist. In fact, our university is a postgraduate university. Our one other focus is how do you take people from non-technical domains into the digital domain. So we have a person who has done a life sciences getting a course on bio-AI. A person who is doing a course on geography will go into a geospatial analytics. A person who is doing a media will go into a media tech. So you are primarily marrying both. So you primarily excel your existing course. Because if you look at digital humanities, for example, unless a person has got background in arts and culture, the person will not be able to do that at all.
Right.
So when we think about preservation of our culture, you are going to the next level, you really require the marriage of technology with the core skills as such. And you have seen several interesting startups coming in that space also. Like, so you have many of the legal tech startups who have come.
Right.
Just like we have UPI, which has been created for financial, we may require an UPI, similar UPI system in the legal system. So that our...
to hasten the
exactly,
process of...
because we have such a large pendency of cases, right? So
So people are working on in this
Yes, people are working on that.
What are the other areas people are working
So for example, when he talked about legal, we are actually working with the Supreme Court on some of these things. See, it's not introducing AI into legal systems. See, it's like this, when a lawyer or an advocate argues a case and he cites some case number, whether that has been preceded by something, even that information today is not available. So at a person like Supreme Court, you can't make these kind of mistakes. So technology is helping, and there are startups which have started working on these kind of areas. There is a startup based out of Chandigarh which takes any ideas and checks out what are the patents that are possible in that areas.
Okay.
So there are different kinds of startups, and each of these startups, I mean, for example, another thing I wanted to add is this national education policy talks about dual degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, so as he talked about dual degrees,
Right.
you can take two degrees
Dual
at the same
degrees.
time, and that's the reason IIT Madras started BS Data Science course, where you have one domain and then do the data science. The data science by itself is an area specialized in mathematics and other things. But if I am a, say, electrical engineer and I want to apply data science, I can do these 2 degrees together. So these kind of skill sets are becoming very important.
What do you suggest for poor journalists?
Oh, journalism, media tech is the biggest change, right?
But
So
where are the jobs, sir?
See, I always believe that in our country, the unaddressed market is actually much bigger than the addressed market. So we are still thinking only about the existing markets. You have a blue ocean of opportunity. The moment you use this, it becomes sustainable, it becomes affordable.
So where do you advise the next media startup should go? Because tier 2, tier 3 towns also seem to be saturated. Where would the next media startup be?
See, you need to ask this question.
I'm asking for free advice.
You should ask the question that who are the non-customers of media today?
Right.
Like
who are they?
Why some of them are actually not catched in the media?
Right.
Can we actually use to reach out to them? So for example, Daily Hunt is a classic example, right?
Yeah.
Where they have actually created a technology which actually brought in media very accessible to people who are
they
not
just
really
aggregated what was already there, but they did it so smartly.
They actually moved to a different market
Yeah.
also. People who are not looking at the market, they have actually reached out.
Right.
So, in fact, many of the youngsters use Twitter or X today for primarily hitting the media. So, how do you actually make it more immersive?
Right.
So, the basic journalist knowledge, if you can actually marry with the technology, you suddenly see that you are unlocking a new market per se.
Right.
So, that's a way we need to actually address, especially for a country like India where you have, I very strongly believe that there are very, very unaddressed market is in every field as such.
Right.
And so if somebody says there is no job for that, you can always create a job for yourself. The number of...
which is not selling, does not involve selling pakoras.
Absolutely, technology-based jobs. And this is possible when our universities actually started thinking about that from the day one onwards.
Right.
That's what I said. The universities also have to think about from an angle of a startup per se. You know, that somehow we think that we are only creating people to become what
job
we call
seekers.
job seekers. So people used to say that we are moving to a Web3 world. A Web3 world is primarily where you are thinking about economy, creator economy. Till now, we are only looking at economy creators. So I have some skills. Somebody will use my skills, and then the capital actually drives the whole the process as such. In a creator economy, it's the other way around. The creator himself will directly address the end market. And you have seen that, right? A good singer today actually will create a YouTube channel and get the returns, which was not the case in the past. You had a lot of intermediaries in between. So those intermediaries are now getting vanished, and you primarily are creating channels which can directly address the market.
The only danger is we already have so much YouTube viewing, then no work will get done. You have so much of YouTube creation. Who is going to work? People are just going to be glued to their phones.
No, that is happening even today. I mean, whether you believe it or not.
Acknowledge it or not.
Yeah, in fact, because when
we become a nation of YouTube creators.
Exactly. See, when I talk to people, how did you learn this subject? They say, oh, this
YouTube.
Mobile phone. No,
Yeah,
not
mobile.
only YouTube, mobile phone also. So we have never read using mobile phones. So now the point is that, okay, it's all fine, but as long as they are creative, there is no problem. You know, I mean, the problem occurs that when they stop with the mobile phone or when they stop with the YouTube.
How do you, that's another startup maybe. How to take your information gathering from your smartphone to...
So I'll give you one example where the opportunities whatever opportunities we never imagined exist. Okay, a startup came to us called Music Temple, and they said that, you know, we just convert Indian music to text. Okay, so you have Western music where you have the notes, but then the Indian music, you don't have notes.
Right.
So he has come up with a way of creating it into text. Now, we just thought that, okay, let's fund this startup and see. Now, this had a great impact because what had happened is in Assam, there are some folk songs which are dying. Now, you are not able to preserve it because only the singers know about that song and no one knows about it. So what we did was we went there and told we will convert it into this notation. And once we converted it into a notation, other people started singing the folk songs. So we were actually able to revive the folk songs.
Okay.
You know, this opportunity, you can go into look into our website, the company is called Music Temple. Now, this opportunity did not exist before. Right. So this is why startup innovation ecosystem is must for this country. If you want to recruit these kind of, or absorb these kind of people, there are opportunities galore there.
Great. Thank you. That makes me feel so much better about my job as well. Thank you both very much. It was very informative and insightful. Thank you.
Very special thanks to our speakers. If I may take the opportunity to invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla onto the stage to present our speakers with mementos as we extend thanks. This has been truly an interesting session, infusing technology with various aspects of education and, of course, reviving our legacy as we know it. Bringing all these topics together here, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the 13th edition of the ThinkEdu Conclave, a brand new conversation platform today and tomorrow. A lot of interesting ideas being shared. Of course, this is the Maha Kumbh, the Convergence Edition, which means that we have different perspectives, multiple narratives coming together into one conversation. A loud round of applause for our speakers and Mr. Prabhu Chawla. Thank you very much to our speakers. And with that, we're unlocking an exciting debate on academic excellence with the topic, foreign universities in India, is it the gold standard? Of course, we're also going to be navigating the merits and challenges of this ever-evolving educational paradigm. It is my pleasure to invite our speakers to take to the stage Mr. Eldo Matthews, Program Officer, Internationalization of Higher Education, Kerala State Higher Education Council. Welcome, sir. Good morning. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Keep the applause going. We have Ms. Michaela Kukler, Consul General, Federal Republic of Germany in Chennai, taking to the stage and joining us. Welcome, ma'am. It's also my pleasure to invite Ms. Amrita Sudarangani, Head of the College of Science and Engineering Partnerships, India University of Edinburgh. Welcome, ma'am. Good morning. It's been a lovely couple of conversations and panels that we've been witnessing here. And to take this session forward, I'd like to welcome back our session chair, senior journalist Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, joining us on stage. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ma'am. We're just joined by Ms. Michaela Kukler, the Consul General, ladies and gentlemen, Federal Republic of Germany in Chennai. Welcome, ma'am. Good morning. Our stage is almost set, setting into the next part of the conversation. Foreign universities in India, is it the gold standard? Of course, we do have our experts delving deep into the conversation. Driving this particular session, we have our session chair, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai. A loud round of applause as our speakers and panelists take things forward.
I'm sorry, it's me again. You must be quite tired of me already, but you have to bear with me for another couple of sessions. Eldo, I want to start with you. There's this hunger for a foreign university degree. Has it been assuaged by the idea of a foreign university having an Indian campus, or people will still want to go abroad?
Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer because these discussions about the foreign universities started almost a decade ago.
Yes.
But until recently, things have changed a lot because most of the discussions were about establishing greenfield universities in the country. But if you look at the latest UGC regulations, you can see that the government of India is promoting various types of foreign universities, including joint venture kind of partnerships with existing Indian institutions and also partnership with companies. But of course, that answering that question, whether Indian students would be interested in these universities or whether still they are interested in going abroad, that's again, it depends on a kind of analysis of the functioning of foreign universities in the country, because so far only 2 institutions have started their programs in the country.
Which ones are these?
Sorry?
Which are these 2 institutions?
These 2 are from Australia,
okay.
University of Wollongong and Deakin University. Both have started their campuses in Gujarat because the national education policy strongly recommended for establishing campuses of foreign university in 2020. But in 2022, the Honorable Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, in her budget speech, she said that the government of Gujarat is promoting Gift City and the government of Gujarat is attracting foreign universities to Gujarat, and the government of India created an act for attracting foreign universities to Gujarat. And these 2 universities from Australia, these Deakin and Wollongong, both have started their operations in Gujarat and on the basis of that separate Gift City Act. But the latest act by the University Grants Commission that is entirely different from the first draft act of the University Grants Commission. And, sadly, not much discussion happened in the country because this act talks about various models of foreign universities in the country, not just greenfield campuses in the country. And these are very important in the Indian context because whether these decisions or policy changes or establishment of foreign campuses would be able to arrest the number of students going abroad, that is very difficult because a lot of things depend on the kind of recognition that will be received by the degrees awarded by these institutions and also the kind of regulatory atmosphere in the country. For instance, one of the courses says that the courses that will be offered by these foreign universities should be approved by the University Grants Commission, whether that would be acceptable to the foreign university coming to the country, how many of these institutions are interested. And similarly, this is 2024 is year of elections and many universities are interested to come to India. But this election year, they are also very cautious because education in India comes under concurrent list because state governments also have a say in giving recognition to the institutions because of course government of Gujarat invited foreign institutions, but some of the institutions, because I work with the National Institute of Education Planning and Administration in Delhi, and while working there, some of the foreign universities consulted me also. They wanted to know more about the regulatory structure in the states, especially the South India. Because some of the universities were interested to establish campuses in cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, etc. But the first act of the government of India was mainly for Gujarat. But the recent act says that, of course, they can establish campuses anywhere in the country and also multiple campuses. They can have a campus in a city like Mumbai or Bangalore or...
I wonder why there was, Gujarat was mentioned, right?
Yeah.
But how has Kerala benefited from it? What can Kerala do to attract foreign universities?
Kerala recently passed...
Yeah, I think bring it up.
Kerala recently...
A little more.
Sorry. Kerala approved the Kerala State Higher Education Policy last year, and it talks about promoting international partnerships in certain areas where the state universities are lacking expertise.
So have you done that with specific universities?
No, there's no mention about promoting foreign universities, but Kerala government is also now liberal because there are recent discussions, talks about allowing private universities in the state. Kerala is probably one of the few states which doesn't have private universities, but the state government is going liberal in that.
So you think foreign universities will be the next step?
I'm not in a position to comment at this.
Right. Amrita, can I bring you in because you've recently come out of a partnership, building such a partnership with a university in Gujarat. Hunger for a foreign degree, is it still very much there and, is it assuaged by these partnerships and these universities setting up campus here?
I think there's a lot of, demand for foreign education in India, from India, in foreign places and in India. So I think this is very interesting because you look at that whole universe. Who wants foreign education?
Yeah.
A student wants it because they want to experience something new. A parent wants it because they think that that's going to add value to their child's development. Government wants foreign universities to participate in India, to expand the offering both in quantity and quality. And where does this all go? In my view, Edinburgh, I've worked with the University of Edinburgh for 14 years. As of last week, I moved over to Ashoka University in a new role to build global research alliances. And what I've learned from engaging in this space is that there are multiple ways to do this now in India. So India is opening up, and not only because of the new education policy. This project that I was involved in to build Gujarat Biotechnology University, which is a state government university promoted by the Department of Science and Technology in Gujarat, not the national department, was an ambition to change how talent is delivered to their very important life science industry and how industry-friendly and challenge-led research and products are delivered to Gujarat and to the rest of India in biotech. So this whole idea and discussion was ongoing from 2017 which completely predated NEP. And the model was co-created between the University of Edinburgh and the government of Gujarat, very forward-thinking, looking at how this is the ecosystem we have. How do we deliver what we want in that current ecosystem?
But it took you 7 years, Amrita.
It took 4 years to create the model. It took 2 years during which I was executive director to the partnership, working on the ground with the government to actually set up a university with foreign input. So Edinburgh is delivering a bespoke curriculum, futuristic pedagogy, 40% of students' time in the lab so that when they go to industry, they are not, they know what to do. Edinburgh has mentored the development of research and also policies. It's really important. How a university functions will determine how they engage with industry, how they deliver to entrepreneurship and innovation and impact, which all of us know that for universities to survive, we need to do that. So this is the government asking a foreign university to come and play within the rules, to push the rules, to create something that we all need.
And are you doing something similar with Ashoka?
Ashoka University, as we know, is a leading private university. They're very strongly embedded in the social sciences, and the ambition is to grow in science and in a big way. And collaboration is the way forward. So it's about engaging from Ashoka outwards across the world. And so that's a different...
Yeah. Michaela, I'd like to come to you before I go back to Amrita, because I'd like to ask Amrita about the whole idea that do you really need a foreign university degree? And kids out there, and their parents especially who spend lakhs and lakhs need to know that. So I want to ask you, Germany has suddenly become top of the pops for Indian students, right? So talk a little about how that has happened. Is it also a part of the policy of the government to be more welcoming to people from other cultures and other nations? Because we see a lot of pushback in other countries to immigrants.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me for the second time after last year to the... I mean, academic exchange is something that has happened throughout the centuries.
Right.
I mean, that's what academia lives on.
Yeah.
That's exchange with
And Germany has been very close to India in terms of Indology, yes.
Exactly, it has been very close to India. Actually, it was a German who made Sanskrit popular in Europe.
Of course, Max Müller.
Yes, so you know everything about that. And academic research, academic exchange is always high on the agenda of the German and Indian government. We are going to have intergovernmental negotiations in the autumn of this year, and it will be there on the agenda. Lately, the number of Indian students to Germany has risen from 35,000 in 2022 to now almost 45,000. And there are still some in the pipeline, and towards the end of the year, the numbers are going to rise again. We are very happy with this development. Indian students now constitute the largest group of international students in Germany. Before it was the Chinese, now it's Indian students. There are some clusters like Dresden or Aachen or other places where already Indian students are.
Right.
So they tend to go to places where they find compatriots.
And they don't necessarily have to know German, right?
They don't necessarily have to learn German. There are some full-fledged English courses, English 100%. But a new model is also to promote studying in Germany already here in India. So a student would start his program here.
Right.
He would start studying on bachelor or master here, and in parallel would learn German. Once he goes to Germany after 1 or 2 years and continue his studies, his or her studies, of course, then at first the program will be in English, but English will be less and less, and with the knowledge in German rising, and at the end it will be 80, 90, 100% in German, and the student will be able to finish his program in German, and that's another advantage, I think, of studying in Germany. He will be allowed to stay on for another 18 months to find a job in Germany.
So which are the areas that Indian students seem to be moving towards?
Well, it's mostly in, what's it called, in natural sciences, like mathematics. Also, medicine is very complicated because of many regulations, but engineering is very high on the agenda, especially here in the south. All natural sciences, actually.
And do you see that most of them end up getting jobs there? Because that's really the aim eventually.
Actually, I don't have any statistics at hand because some go back also for personal reasons, and I think that's fair enough. But many will be able to find jobs because the labor market in Germany is very favorable to receive qualified labor. But I wanted also to comment on what you said, and I think having a foreign degree, it's not just about having a degree, but it's going abroad means that you grow as a person. And this is something that is really
true, but it costs the parents a lot. So really, what would you recommend to a youngster who is desperately wanting to go abroad for a foreign degree, when in a way the action is all here in India?
I think India is the most interesting place to be at the moment. But for a young person who's first, tasting independence, they want to be away and create their own space. And if the family can afford it, then that is what usually happens. But whether it is affordable or there's a loan or it's just not affordable, I think for students to choose a degree or a university is really much more about understanding who they are and what they want. That doesn't mean that today, okay, I want to be an engineer because it's going to pay me very well, because I'm going to do engineering or be a CEO. It's learning today, as I think it was Ruchi from LinkedIn who said, it's about being able to learn constantly. So are you getting the education where you are able to continuously learn and understand yourself and the world around you? I don't think any of the young people today can expect to be in the same profession their entire working lives. That is not possible. You don't know if your job is going to exist. It's about also what India needs. The earlier political debates that we had in the morning talked a lot about growth of the country in an equitable and inclusive manner. What does that mean? Does that mean getting jobs? No, it means creating jobs. It means addressing the challenges that we have today on hand. It means being able to address the challenges of the future. Is the university you are going to be able to equip you to be flexible and always learn? So my response to foreign universities or Indian universities is that please understand why you are choosing this. Being open and, if you can afford it, and going out into the world, understanding different cultures, being able to relate to different people is a massive learning curve. And it does help in development and being able to be flexible. So that is an integral part of education. So when it comes to foreign campuses in India, how are these? I think it's a great idea, but I think what India should see is a diversity of foreign and Indian higher education institutions coming together to deliver what India needs.
Right. And the whole argument that, you need to maybe do your undergrad in India first and then perhaps develop a little work, get a little work experience and then go abroad. What's your take on that?
If you have an undergrad institution in India that teaches you to be curious and challenge and think your own way, why not stay here?
Yeah.
Right?
It's so much cheaper. Eldo, what's your take on that? What's the situation in Kerala? Does it contribute a lot to the people seeking foreign degrees in terms of percentages? I'm not aware of the numbers. Just speak into the mic, please.
In recent years, Kerala also witnessing the growth in the number of students going abroad. And the government of Kerala, under the Kerala State Higher Education Council, constituted a committee to study the reasons for the sudden growth of numbers of students going abroad.
What is the percentage growth been?
Percentage, the committees, the report is in the draft stage. And also, getting the accurate numbers is very difficult due to this privacy concern, because most of the diplomatic missions do not share information about the number of visas granted to respective countries. But of course, from a few districts in Kerala, there has been...
and where has the move been? To which countries?
Mainly to Europe and also to North America.
Right. Yeah. So what do you attribute this to? Is it because of the lack of proper facilities in your state, or is it just the hunger to go abroad?
I don't think that it has nothing to do with the facilities or the courses available in the state or in the country, because students are looking for better job opportunities and they want to settle abroad. And for their...
They haven't heard of Donald Trump. coming back?
Yeah, of course, there are challenges even in students facing issues in Australia and all these things, but still students want to use this channel for migrating to foreign countries.
Right. Why can't Kerala become a hub? For instance, the Gulf has become a hub for so many foreign universities. Kerala can do the same, right?
Yeah,
Setting up campuses there.
Yeah,
Then you don't need to go to the Gulf at all.
Yeah, I personally feel that South India has a lot of potential to establish education hubs mainly because of the cosmopolitan nature of the states.
And also existence of industry and, there's so many other things.
Yeah, and also the best example is Coimbatore, because Coimbatore during the last few years, the number of African students coming to a small city like Coimbatore has been increasing. The main reason is that African students have been facing a lot of issues in North Indian cities.
Of course.
And in Tamil Nadu, they're getting a welcoming atmosphere, and they prefer, because I conducted a survey among African students also, they prefer South India over North Indian cities. That doesn't mean that the flow of students have been fully channelized to South India, but the increase in the number of students coming to Coimbatore is a good example how South India can position as promoting different education hubs in different states.
So do you see it happening in the next few years?
Yeah, that's no, because the state governments in the South Indian states are not doing much to promote the states as education hubs, because private institutions have a bigger role in the states, and they are doing their job to attract students, and they are getting students also.
Right. Amrita, I just wanted to ask you, what about in Ashoka setting up a campus abroad? Why not?
I'm too new to comment on that. But one thing I did want to say is that, one of the drivers for students to go abroad is about the jobs.
Yeah.
Right? And there are jobs in India, but how much do they pay?
Yeah.
Right? So the employability, the quality of life, the opportunity overall is something that is a challenge. So there are students and families who get very mathematical about their decision, right? So it's about saying, okay, if I'm going to pay this much, I'm going to go there, but what is the job I'm going to get? And that's one of the things we are debating even with the Gujarat project, that if we are churning out MSc biotechs of very high quality, who are ready to work in industry without having to go through a 6-month or 1-year finishing school and then move somewhere else once they are ready to work. Is industry ready to take them up and give them a fair and attractive salary?
Yeah.
How much of the innovation ecosystem are we setting up to give them an alternate route? Because these are very bright, young, ambitious people. Do we have adequate entrepreneurial ecosystem and infrastructure everywhere across our universities, and creating these hubs where countries in the UK, there are so many hubs in the UK, there are hubs in Germany, they all bring the university research ecosystem together, and then the money comes to support that startup culture. That is something we Indians are known to be startup friendly, the whole system is booming, but are we doing enough?
Right. Michaela, one last question to you. If a student wants to go to Germany, what are the two or three skills he or she needs to have?
Well, first of all, I would like to refer to the question of costs.
Yeah.
In Germany,
is Germany less expensive?
In Germany, we think that good education should be free. And the overwhelming majority of universities in Germany are public universities which do not charge for studies except for when they are offered in English. But if you study as a normal student, you pay your semester fee, which is about 200, 300 euros, including the ticket for public transport, which alone is worthwhile in Berlin, for instance, 1,000 euros a year. So it's really,
But you have to know German.
We think you should get good education for free. That is one thing. Well, it would help to learn German because it would help you to get the most out of your stay there. You would be much more able to integrate into German society, to learn about Germany, so that would help, but it's not a prerequisite. It's not a prerequisite.
So what are the top 2 skills?
I would say openness of mind and good academic qualifications, and also the the will to bring India to the world.
Right.
And what I see here as my task is, because we already have 45,000 Indian students in Germany and there are going to be more, but I want also German students to come to India.
Right.
Last semester, for instance, there were 12 German students at the IIT Madras. And I think I would love if there were 100, and that applies to any university. So I'm very glad that, for instance, University of Dresden 2 months ago signed an MOU with IIT Madras, with Anna University, to cooperate much better and much stronger together, so that there will be a real exchange and a balanced exchange between both countries.
Wonderful. We could go on forever, but we have to call it a day. We have lots more sessions. Thank you so much for all this information. I hope it was useful to the students at the back. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our session chair and our speakers. Before we draw the session to a close, it's my pleasure to invite CEO of the New Indian Express, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to do the honors, felicitate and extend our thanks to our speakers. It's truly been a pleasure listening into a conversation on the foreign universities in India. Of course, we did have diverse perspectives, all of it shared on this platform, and the journey of understanding the complexities, the potential of global education, and of course, within our borders, a lot of interesting ideas being shared. This definitely is a session that needs a loud round of applause from everybody in the audience as we thank our speakers for sharing their valuable insights. If we can get a quick photo op with our speakers and Ms. Lakshmi Menon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an interesting day so far, and I can promise you that here at the 13th edition of the ThinkEdu Conclave, things are about to get even more interesting. While we reflect on the diverse perspectives that we've had so far, our next conversation is going to be just as exciting. It's going to be on learning soft skills, why engineers need to be managers. Please give it up for our speakers, Mr. Debashish Chatterjee, Director, IIM Gurucool. Welcome, sir. I think the applause says it all. We are truly honored to have you here with us. It's also my pleasure to invite Mr. V.K. Tiwari, Director, IIT Kharagpur, with a loud round of applause from the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, an exciting session. Now this is going to be, like I said, decoding a crucial link between technical expertise and the leadership acumen. While we get into the session, it is my pleasure to invite back onto the stage Ms. Kaveri Bamzai to share this session. Like Ms. Kaveri rightly said, we do have a few more sessions with her, so a loud round of applause for our session chair and our speakers as we get this session started.
My apologies, but it is what it is. Debashish, I have to start with you because you've just written a book on the globalization of Indian thought. And we've been talking so much about soft skills all morning. So really, what is it about the Indian thought system which helps us to become better managers, become better engineers?
You know, first and foremost, you've got to Indianize Indian thought, because most of us are westernized in the modes of inquiry, in our reflection, in our thought frames. Now, I don't want to give you a theory. I want to give you an example of a person who heads Microsoft, Satya Nadella. And I was having a conversation with somebody who reports to him. And he says, Satya Nadella believes in Buddhist principle of impermanence, and impermanence gives him a sense of compassion. And his product line is based on compassion. You know, he's creating music channels that his autistic son, who passed away unfortunately, is able to use. So I'm just beginning to wonder if the soft skills were not as much part of our upbringing, our growing up. There are three elements of Indian thought that distinguishes itself from the, what you might call Western or whatever. First aspect is Indian thought is non-linear. Where do you see in a movie world where after a car chase or a courtroom scene, heroes and heroines break into a dance?
In Switzerland.
Well, and willing suspension of disbelief, which simply means that the thought world coexists with the world of intuition, coexists analysis has to also deal with imaginative exploration of the context. And so if I have no orientation to soft skills, I'll be blind to many of the aspects of organizational life. You asked this question, why engineers should be managers. I mean, I could ask you the question, why a journalist should be an editor, or a drummer should be an orchestra conductor.
Right.
Because if you think organization, you have to go beyond functional skills. Unfortunately, our education system deconstructs education in terms of subject silos, in terms of hard skills versus soft skills. They are integrated. Engineers are good managers. In fact, outside the IIM, IIT system, I believe there are better engineers than there are in the system, primarily because India is a country that produces natural managers, you know, by the dexterity of, unfortunately, our formal system can only admit through a test, which only excludes because there is no other way. But I have a sense that if you can get out there and see the natural proclivity of an Indian to be able to multitask. The other thought that just occurred to me as you asked this question is that how would non-linearity translate in the world of innovation? We are moving from a economy of production to economy of innovation, where more of the same doesn't fulfill a purpose. So how do you move into the world of innovation without the softer dimensions, what constitutes human capability, human mind, are unleashed? In the IIM system that I had, this time I made a change in the induction process of students. I said, you know, there'll be no lectures, no formal download of who we are. Let students figure out in the first 3 days as to who we are. And so let them report to us, who do you think we are? And we got a very different version of IMK than we did before. And then we admitted 54% women in 2013. 10 years down the line, it has become more of a norm than an exception in the IIM system. So we see many of the things that you've done as a sort of experiment. Turns out that this was what was needed. The IIM system that has started in 64, 2047, India will have a different set of IIMs. I don't think legacy institutions have a clue that some of the stuff is not working out there, and we are updated.
Talking about legacy, I think IIT Kharagpur has the oldest legacy among IITs, and you've been in the system, I believe, for 45 years, both as a student and as a teacher. So, you know, I wanted to ask you, because, you know, sometimes these institutions also hit the headlines for the wrong reasons. There's a lot of student disquiet as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of student stress. You deal with young people all the time. What are the issues that are concerning them? What are the issues that are stressing them out? What are the things that bother them?
Well, I hope this is working.
I don't think so.
Hello. Yeah, I think we are talking of learning soft skills.
Yeah.
But here the question is something else. Good, I'd like to answer this question. It has to be right from the beginning. You see, the paradigm of learning has completely changed.
Yes.
And while the students who are coming today in the JEE, when I appeared JEE in 1974, there was 80,000 people appeared. Today,
And how many got in? And how many got in?
about 3,000, 2,700, something
Right.
like that. And today, more than 13 lakh students are appearing for JEE mains, and after that, we take about 2.5. In fact, generally 1.75 only appear for JEE advanced, and from there, we are churning about 16,000 or so. So you can know in this competitive world, there is cutthroat competition. And the aspirations of the parents is one which is very much in the way. Now today, as we see the students when they come across, or in all IITs for that matter, they are from various backgrounds, but they are all toppers in their place. And the parents think that my son and my daughter was topper. Why she is not doing well here? But when they come into this institute, they find that all toppers are there.
Yeah.
And there has to be a stiff competition there. Now, the very fact that the soft skills or the certain other portions of the attributes which are not given to them, I would say right from the beginning of their career, from schooling to this point. What they are taught is just you have to get it either in NEET or you have to get in IIT and things like that. But they are not told that there is something, a humankind, that human behavior, human feeling, human acceptance of certain things which are many times not available to you. I think that is one which should have been taught. And these are the things which come into play, because even a top student, forget about these two students who have taken, I think, recently in this, I'll tell you, a top student was doing very well. Just for the first internship he appeared, and he didn't fare well, whereas a smart street smart person of 7.5 CGPA, whereas this person's CGPA was 8.5, he did not crack. So he feels that, oh, this is the end of life. No, I'm not feeling well, this, and I talked to him, what is the problem? He said, no, sir, I got my higher rank, 8.5, and he got just 7.5, and he's in a position to crack. I said, that's not the end of the world. Maybe that the questions which were asked to you, you are not up to mark at that point of time. That's all. But you should take it easy. And therefore, the knowledge...
But acceptance of failure has not been taught, sir. That's the problem.
Exactly so. And these subjects of science, art subjects are very essential. The soft skills or the way to accept things in life, the way they come sometimes. While it is competitive world, you must definitely work hard for it. But also you should put certain portion of destiny. At the same time, you should also feel that, well, this is not the end of life.
Right.
I can try again.
So do you see a lot of that, or is it just more or less the same as it was when you were at IIT?
When I was at IIT, we were not thinking of that so much, because the competition was not to that level.
You knew you would get a good job, or...?
Not necessarily. In fact, those times we did not get, so many of students did not get jobs. The jobs which are available today were not available at that time. And in fact, the jobs which will be available after 5 years are not known to us as well. Things have changed over a period of time. But at that time, there were a lot of relaxed way of taking things.
Right.
We had our classes to start at 7:30 and that end by 3:40. Now here classes start at 8 o'clock and ends at 6 o'clock, and some of the teachers would like to take classes at 8 to 10 and all that.
So where
this is also happening.
Where do the kids have time to develop soft skills?
Exactly. Now even these kids also find that it is easier to have classes at 6 to 8 than having class at 8 o'clock or 7:30 and all that.
It's too early.
So it has to be on both ways. But I think we should not take these as an example and say that, yes, a lot of stress is there. Stress has to be there to some extent so that they will do well. But not to the extent that when these cases are coming up, we are taking that this is across the students. I don't think so.
Right.
Few cases are coming up.
Of course. Yeah. But, those have to be flagged, because it's a
true.
symptom
Yes,
of
they need to be flagged, of course. Yes.
Yeah, it's a symptom of something that is happening there.
Yes, we should not be at all there.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So your role must most of the time be that of a counselor.
Yes, in
a
fact.
Psychologist.
Yes, in fact, counselor means there has to be a paradigm shift in the teaching that we do. The classes that we take at that time. See, sometimes our teachers feel that, no, I have to complete the course completely. But he must also know that how much the students are trying to pick up out of that course. That philosophy has to also change.
Right.
So there has to be both ways, the teacher and the taught.
Right.
Both have to come into play. Then only this gap will be filled up.
Right. Debashish, your thoughts on that? The idea of teaching also having to evolve, which is the whole idea of bringing a new curriculum, bringing new courses.
No, I had a experience when I entered a class and I asked a question of a student, have you had breakfast? Rather than have you done your case study.
Right.
It changed the whole context of the conversation.
He must have wondered.
And he wondered what is the new avatar in academic life. But the fact is that that's precisely where learning starts to happen. When you enter first year of teaching, you're essentially teaching a subject that you specialize in.
Right.
Second year, you learn that it is subjects that you're teaching, not subject. And by the third year or fourth year, you know that it's the space between the subject and the subjects that you're inhabiting, and that space has to be constructed, reconstructed for new generation of learners. That space is changing dramatically. You know, strange thing, I discovered that our new phase of development in IIM Gurucool, I thought that the student buildings will have to be constructed, designed by students. they would do it very differently from the architect who has done the other traditional business schools. So the students are telling me these hostels have to be interconnected. There should be one shared dining room. It should be classified in terms of numbers or names of, people. We need to change those models of how an institution is designed based on the future, not on the past. And very strangely, and you see when it is student-led, even teachers begin to learn that the world has changed dramatically. And it has changed for the better sometimes for the worse. He's talking about content-heavy classes that are dumped on students. There is no reflection time. We said, after every class, IIM Gurucool has begun to experiment with 32 faculty teaching one course called Money, which simply means that the reflection about teaching the course has to be much greater than downloading it. And then we said, after each class is over, they must be given 15 minutes of time to process. So there's no processing time. And so where is the processing time?
What is the ideal time for a period?
See, ideally...
It's supposed to be 40 minutes?
No, we have classes ranging from 45 to 90.
God.
And sometimes one back...
Are students able to take that kind of...
See, back to back, what happens is they go through a rigmarole. They are paying attendance, but they're not present.
Right.
If you have to choose between attendance and presence, you're losing their presence in the name of attendance.
Right.
We have disbanded the whole system in a way that we think that less is more.
Yeah.
And we recognize that we have to revamp the entire structure. The problem is that we have a very successful legacy of 60 years of IIM's existence. Now, to fight that legacy, when I brought in 54% girl students in the PGB course, I got a flack from my own peer group, because they wouldn't want a successful system to be tampered with. But in order for IITs and IIMs to remain relevant in 2047, we have to deconstruct the system, disrupt it. If you don't disrupt it now, somebody else is going to do it. We will not maintain our supremacy.
Professor, the same question to you, because as you yourself said, IIT Kharagpur has become much more diverse than it was in your time. And dealing with that diversity must be, quite a task. It must be like running a township. How many kids do you have at IIT Kharagpur?
Yeah, we have about 16,790.
It's like running a small town.
Yeah, it's said, in fact, I could say that outside this campus, it's about a campus about 2,100 acres. And there is a good informal economic growth about that campus. More than inside the campus itself, about 26,000 people stay, with faculty, staff, students taking together. And outside, maybe another 50,000 people take around.
And it used to be a detention camp, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it was. In fact, IIT Kharagpur was started in 1951 and 1946-48 when the whole proposal was started in the Hijli detention camp.
Yeah.
So the first few years were started in the Sahid Bhavan, which we call today.
Okay.
Yes, and now it has, 1956, the new building came up, which is dedicated to the service of the nation, and our motto is Yoga Karma Kaushalam.
Right.
Yes.
So the question was that this township really that you're running is creating the minds of the future, the people of the future, and the brightest minds in India possibly. So that responsibility, how have the teachers also changed themselves and changed the way they're teaching to meet this future?
Yes, I think this is a good question. See, we do, while taking the teachers, hiring the teachers, we are very tough, particularly because these boys are very brilliant boys, brilliant
and
students.
Girls?
Yes, those who have come up, those first years who are getting admitted into the first year of IITs, they are extremely brilliant fellows. And therefore, at the assistant professor level, when we recruit that the fundamentals of the subjects must be clear to the teacher. Because when they ask questions, you should be able to answer those questions. And similarly, when we give promotions also, we don't call promotions as such. The government will say that it's not promotion, it's a selection. At the associate professor level and professor. I think we look into those attributes that the teacher has acquired over a period of time of teaching, research, consultancy, industry, as well as maybe the hostel's work if he has done something, because these are the skill sets which will be required for even teaching in the class and mentoring the students as well.
Right. And do you still have that bridge course for kids who, do you have something like that for kids who've just come in and perhaps have not been able to adapt, and you give them a little time to sort of catch up? Do you have anything like that?
No, I don't think so. In fact, possibly there used to be something for those students of the category who were not admitted.
Right.
But there is nothing like this. Those who are admitted, I think there is nothing like the gap.
They don't have any
no, there is no problem as such.
learning pangs at the beginning.
No.
They're able to
Yeah,
adjust.
there could be, maybe there are some who are coming from background of the language, particularly English, and those who are coming from Hindi medium or even Marathi medium or Telugu medium. They could be something, but I don't think they require. They will pick up because we have also English subject to take in the first year.
So two things that kids need to know to get in and to get out.
Yeah. No, in fact, it's tough to get in, but I think the situation is not that bad to get out. We do not have any problem of getting out. Everybody gets out at the right time.
Getting out successfully, I mean.
Successfully, of course, successfully. And we have, at least at IIT Kharagpur, I can say that we have more than 90% placement. And this 10% is more because of the postgraduates and their research. Yes. But otherwise, undergraduates get, And in fact, at IIT Kharagpur, last 3 years, I can tell you that we have on the first day itself about 1,000 placements.
Wow.
Yes.
So it really pays to work hard to get in.
Yeah, I think my faculty colleagues are doing well, and that's why possibly the results that you can see are there.
Right.
Yes.
So the one skill that you would advise kids who are getting out right now to have?
Well, I would say that the extracurricular activities which we allow, for example, in IIT Kharagpur, we have Spring Fest, Kshitij, and other activities which do the students. These activities are the ones where they learn even more than what they learn in the classes that we give.
Agree.
And I think I would always like to tell them that learn from these, because this, see, all engineers are now going to get jobs, particularly in all sorts of managerial skills. And therefore, soft skills are very important, because the whole landscape of business, or even in the organizations, wherever you are employed, I think they will be employed as, say, managers or engineers and leaders. They definitely require these soft skills. And I think sometimes they will have to have adaptability and flexibility. They will have to manage a team. They must be able to also maneuver people of various kinds, maybe stakeholders, non-stakeholders who are technocrats, who are non-technocrats, those who do not understand. But you will have, because as a project manager, definitely you should have these skills to tackle to everyone and satisfy and also complete your goals. So I think these are very important for the students to learn. And we do emphasize on these.
Yeah, I know your IIT literary fests have become very popular.
Yes, it has become very fast. I think Virasat we had this year itself, whole day, and whole month of January. And we do have Academy of Leadership which has started, Academy of Classical and Folk Arts. We have, I think, Center of Excellence for Happiness. So, yes. And students are taking classes, because we have, because of the national education policy, we are the first IIT to adopt everything more or less of national education policy.
Who teaches your happiness course?
Yes, all the students, you know. Oh. Yes, and there are teachers.
I'm saying who teaches it?
We have hired people who are good at talking, particularly with the human skills and all that in humanities department. Some people from outside, and sometimes we also hire people, adjunct professors to hire, and just talk about these, particularly these aspects of how to deal with a team, in a team, how to talk to persons who are also adverse ideas. Accept that, yes, in democracy, there will be difference of opinion, you must take it. That's those things, and it is working very well.
It sounds like a course I would love to take. Do you allow mature students?
Yeah, why not? If somebody wants to, see, we have also NPTEL, through which some of the courses are given, and anybody can take those courses. If they're there, yes, they can. Why not?
Devashish, apart from reading your books, what would you say kids should do to learn how to be good managers?
You know, I'm fond of telling stories. The book you have out there is a bunch of stories. That's called Leadership Chronicles. I'll share with you the latest chronicle that will answer your question. I was at this delayed flight from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. Gurucool to Mumbai and then Mumbai to Ahmedabad. The flight, and we got into the flight at 10 in the night. And I saw, to the dismay of the air hostess, that 30-odd students came up to take a photograph with me at the where I was sitting, near the pilots. And so the air hostess was disturbed, but she thought I was some kind of a celebrity. So when they went away, I didn't allow them to take a photograph. They just stood there. And she offered me a special cup of tea and said, "Sir, who are you?" I said, "I'm a teacher, and these were my students." And she was very pleasantly surprised. I wondered why they would come and do this if I was just a teacher doing a technical program. They would come because there are a set of values that got transmitted, even while I was teaching a skill. I think these are the most important elements of the education system, and I'm sure NEP has done due diligence in looking at values. That's a very critical thing. The fact that a teacher loves a student because of the guna, and the word guna has two interpretations. One, it's a quality, set of values, and guna means multiplier effect. Right. It is the gunas that multiplies, not just the skill sets. I think India has to, Indian education has to make a mark in the world. India has to look at values as the very basic stance of Indian education that can go global. Our greatest icons, our Buddhas, our Krishnas are known for their gunas, not for their skill sets. All teachers, not just for their skill sets. Thank you for asking that question, though.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was a real
Thank you.
pleasure. And I will certainly look that up and try and do a course there. Thank you. Thank you so much.
A very special thanks to our speakers and our session chair. Of course, before we do formally wrap up the session, it is my pleasure to call upon Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present our speakers. I'm sorry, one second.
His book is available outside, so if anyone would like to grab a copy. Thank you.
All right, great news right there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking to kind of catch up, I think this book will be the answer you're looking for. On stage, we have the CEO presenting mementos, felicitating our speakers. Thank you so much for taking the time, for sharing your valuable inputs. And of course, we have, I think, begun the exploration of the link between technical expertise and leadership acumen. Of course, the construction and deconstruction of the paradigm shift in teaching that comes alongside this. A lot of interesting conversations here at the ThinkEdu Conclave, ladies and gentlemen, 2024, the 13th edition. Very, very exciting. We now break for lunch, and we look forward to seeing you back here in 30 minutes. That's right. The second half is going to be just as exciting, from Hindutva to artificial intelligence to elections. We have a plethora of sessions coming our way, and just like the first half, a lot of no-holds-barred conversations, informative, comprehensive discussions, a lot to look forward to. Once again, we look forward to welcoming you back in 30 minutes as we begin our on-stage proceedings. Thank you very much for joining us virtually as well. We'll be back. Please do stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, the 13th edition of the ThinkEdu Conclave in full swing.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India saluting this new Indian. The new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge. I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge. I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge. I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Indulge. I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
I read newspaper probably only one day in a week, and that is when the day Indulge comes to my house.
Thank you, Indulge, for a fabulous evening.
ThinkEdu Conclave 2024 in a couple of minutes. May I please request all our guests to join us within the hall. We have an exciting couple of sessions coming up, and we'd love to have your presence and attention during the course of the second half. So we'd love to invite you back to join us within the hall here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Intelligence to the elections. We do have a comprehensive couple of discussions and sessions coming your way. If I may invite back all our guests to join us within the hall to begin the second half here at day one of ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Our hall, ladies and gentlemen, is slowly and steadily growing in numbers. Welcome back. And of course, for all of our viewers who are tuned in virtually, thanks to our streaming partner, Daily Hunt. Thank you so much for staying tuned. We have an exciting couple of sessions, truly thought-provoking, a lot of innovative ideas, and diverse perspectives, as you may expect. ThinkEdu Conclave 2024, ladies and gentlemen, we begin our second half in a couple of seconds. May I please request all our guests please to join us. Please do take your seats, and if I may request everyone to please switch your phones to silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024, we stand tall at 13 editions. And of course, with every edition, we are truly happy to have your support and your continued participation. With a very special thanks to our speakers, I have to say that this time around, we've been joined by some of the most prolific thinkers, industry experts, and of course, joining us, we also have our students who have graced the occasion. Of course, the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024, the two-day conclave that makes its presence, I think, as we step into the next half, is going to be just as exciting as the first. A one-of-a-kind platform where knowledge, of course, converges and excellence prevails. As we've seen through the years, we gather here to explore the transformative power of education in shaping the future of society. On that note, let me take the opportunity to welcome back our guests. We're here at the new Indian Express ThinkEdu Conclave 2024, India's largest and longest running education conclave. Of course, as we witnessed, the first half today kept us tuned in to every word from the speakers and panelists. Not only did we get a lot of food for thought, but we also witnessed firsthand the multiverse when it comes to education. And we also got to witness the focal point where the diverse facets of this extensive field come together. We take our exploration forward with our next session on Bharat and Hindutva. How far do they go? Please join me as I invite our speaker, Mr. Ram Madhav, author of the Hindutva Paradigm and, of course, many other works of literature, a thinker. A loud round of applause as we welcome Mr. Ram Madhav onto the stage. Welcome, sir. Truly a pleasure to have you here with us. Chairing this session, we are pleased to welcome onto the stage Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director, the New Indian Express. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we explore the intricate interplay of identity and ideology. If I may request you to put your hands together as I hand over the floor to our session chair. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think students are still eating lunch, and we can start before people come in, because you are a very good speaker, so I want you to start very earlier. Mr. Ram Madhav doesn't need an introduction, because you must be seeing him or reading him every day in all the newspapers. He's the most visible face of Sangh ideology, Hindu Parivar or Sangh Parivar, whatever you call it. I was asking him, how do I introduce you? Because I know him for many years. But his role after reading what he does every day, I can't figure out what he actually does. He's intellectual par excellence. He's orator, one of the best. And he must be the most frequent flyer, and he must have accumulated maximum miles, which no other leaders has, because he's flighting, every flight you go, you will find a Ram Madhav every day in one flight or the other. So he's coming here, then he's going to Bangalore, from there he's going to Patna, I don't know how many destinations he's going to cover. You can't compete with him. But currently
jobless and busy.
Sorry?
Said jobless and busy.
Okay. So he currently is the president of India Foundation, which is one of the best globally known think tank. Think tank is a bad name these days in India, because they have banned just one most old center for policy research. But he runs a think tank which is much more active in both domestic affairs and international affairs. So Ram Madhav also is some kind of a unofficial, I would call, whether the foreign minister or the foreign secretary, or all combined into one. He represents the Indian culture, Indian ideology in foreign relations, and most of the time he's busy organizing seminars. He's hosting big conclaves where people from all over the world can come and participate. But today the different issue. We have invited him to speak more about Bharat and Hindutva, because he is the most articulate, ardent spokesperson of Hindutva. There is a difference between Hinduism and Hindutva, because most of the critics of the BJP, they don't call Hinduism, they call it Hindutva, because Hindutva, they think, is some kind of political ideology. Am I right? They think in that way. Whether I want to start with you, Mr. Ramwadu. During the last 9 years, 10 years, we have seen India becoming Bharat suddenly through one invitation which has gone out of the President House. It became Bharat suddenly. Then the second invitation from the Prime Minister went as a Bharat. Without formal announcement, it became a Bharat. The topic is whether Bharat you introduced because you wanted to make it a Hindutva nation, Hindu nation. Is there a connection between the name change and Ram Raj, what is happening, Ram Pratishtha? Is there the connection between the changing the name, not changing the name, calling it Bharat? In fact, I wrote 2 years ago, why didn't you call it Bharat? When nobody took it seriously. So, Hindutva and Bharat, do you think they are synonymous? They are one? Or in India, there is some kind of, India is more important or Bharat is more important?
Firstly, we do not regard Hinduism and Hindutva as two separate and different things. Hinduism, many in our parivar do not see it in terms of any ism. So we generally avoid using the word ism for denoting Hindutva, Hinduness. Hindutva is just the very Indianized, version or word for Hinduism, if you want to use it that way. For us, there is actually no difference. But if somebody wants to criticize us and he wants to, sail in both the boats, he wants to be on the Hindu side also, but also against the RSS, then they try to create this artificial distinction between Hindutva and Hinduism that doesn't exist. Secondly, this thing that Bharat we suddenly started is also not correct. It was started in 1950. When India's constitution was officially promulgated, we said India, that is Bharat. By the way, may I remind, I was watching on your screen on the back side, you are one of the sponsors, the Bharat Petroleum. We have not started Bharat Petroleum. It has been there right from the time of independence. Bharat and India have always been in vogue in our countries at the same time. Sometimes we used India, sometimes we used Bharat. We are a party and an ideological parivar which is more rooted in our civilizational or cultural identity. So we sometimes prefer to use the word Bharat more prominently, more eloquently. That's all. There is no, again, just as there is no reason to pit Hinduism against Hindutva, there is no reason to pit Bharat against India. At least as far as we are concerned, we don't see it that way. And Bharat, Hindu, India, Hinduism, these are all in a way synonymous with our existence. This country is identified at various levels with all these words. Hindu, Hindutva, Bharat, India, this is the identity of this country. In different contexts, in different ways, we identify with this. So, whether we are now starting something new, whether we are taking the country in the Hindutva direction, I don't think that is really any tenable argument, because these are all always the core identity of this country. We deviated from it. We thought that we should probably discard it. Let me end by just reminding, in 1946, December, I think, when Constituent Assembly's first, objects resolution was to be moved, Nehru was to move it. While moving that resolution, Nehru makes a very interesting statement. He says, I know that we are a 5,000-year-old civilization, great culture, great civilization. But when I remember that, I get overwhelmed. I get petrified. And I think that whether I am really qualified to be a representative of that great civilization and all that. He starts with that argument. So what Nehru probably found was, probably I am not very qualified to be a representative of it. I am using his own words. I am not putting my argument here. So he thought, let me take an easier way. The fad of the day was European idea, so we take it, let us simply say that whatever you talk about your culture, your Hinduness, your Bharatiyata, is backwardness. So it has a history. There was a debate over what should be our country, what should our country be called. India was proposed by the drafting committee. After a lot of debate, we added that is Bharat also. So for us, India, Bharat, Hinduism, Hinduness, Shashi Tharoorji is there. He authored a book on the virtue of Hinduism. I mean, today we are all recognizing that that is the virtue of it. That or Hindutva, for us, there is no difference.
I just want to ask, what was the need of renaming Bharat now, just before the election? India was there, and what was the hurry in suddenly G20 used as a platform for promoting Bharat? Was it a political message, or you wanted to redefine the identity of India as Bharat? What was the hurry? Why didn't you do it when you came back? Because it is written in the Constitution, India, that is Bharat, which I wrote 2 years ago, and I am saying 3 years ago. At that time, there was no connection, because Bharat is there. So I'm just asking, everything, why do you connect with the political convenience of yours? You change your thing according to what suits you. Is it right? That's the allegation.
No, not political convenience at all. If it was to be political convenience, we should be doing it now, just a couple of months before election, not in October when G20 was held. But G20 was an excellent opportunity when the leaders of the 80% of the world's economy, all the big powers were present there. You introduce the other core identity of this country as Bharat. See, Bharat in G20 was there used as a country nameplate before Honorable Prime Minister. You know, there will be several occasions when Germany is introduced as Deutschland. They introduce their country as Deutschland on international forums. It is out of a sense of pride that, this is my ancient identity, that was done. But in the G20 literature, India was also used several times. It's not that we purged India and then we now changed it to something. No. But yes, as I said, it's our core belief. We are rooted in the civilizational, cultural history and identity of this nation. So we take pride in introducing us as Bharat and Bharatiya, where it is good, possible, where it is necessary. India is also used. All the IITs are still called IITs. Name is not changed. So that's why I said we need not pit these words against each other. They all can happily live together.
You are changing names anyway. You have changed the criminal law because it's in English, then you made it something very Sanskritized Hindi. So you are in the process of name changing. You will do that also, what you're talking about. IITs might become Bharatiya Anusandhan or whatever you will call it later on. But question again I'm asking, because you, India and Hindutva, I'm linking with that, Bharat, because you have emphasis on Bharat. India is supposed to be, people look at India as a secular country. It doesn't connect it entirely with the Hindutva way of thinking, though India is a majority, 90% Hindus are there. So are you trying to erase that impression that India is no more a secular country? It is Bharat or Bharatiya, whatever your definition is that. Is that an attempt? Hindutva means Bharat, Bharat means Hindutva and nothing else.
Oh, actually, on the contrary, Bharat has always been very secular. You see, this whole idea of India being a secular country as stated by our constitution began in 1976. Even in 1950, or a couple of years before when that whole preamble was being framed, Nehru, on record, this was there in Mr. Jairam Ramesh's book on Krishna Menon. He told Menon, go slow on this word secular. Don't use it so liberally. That's the reason why in our original constitution, in the preamble, we did not use both the words secular and socialist. The opposition came both from Ambedkar and from Nehru. Did it mean that we were not secular? Did it mean that until 1976, Indira Gandhi introduced secularism as a word in our constitution, India was not secular? Or for that matter, were we not secular before 1947? So this whole myth of whether we became secular because we were being called India or we were not secular if we don't call us India, that's why I'm saying all these arguments, all these statements are very political. They don't really stand the real argument, reality. This country has been secular. And in fact, that is one statement that Ambedkar makes. You don't have to say it as secular. You don't have to call it secular. Because the whole constitution, the spirit of it is secular. This was Ambedkar's word. So, that's what I'm saying. Bharat bolte hi, you are trying to make it a communal country, you want to discard secular. No. But only thing is, if I were to add a rider to it, I would say it will be truly secular country. What we were practicing had many, many issues, probably that do not even stand the test of that secular claim that we make. We need to be truly secular in the sense that in Bharatiya tradition, in our country's tradition, equal respect to all faiths, no preferential treatment for or against any religion is what should mean secularism here. The important reason is secularism is not the same in every country. In France, in public life, you have to completely dissociate from religion. That is secularism in France. But in UK, if you have to be the emperor, the king, the queen, you have to publicly proclaim your adherence to Anglican Church, not to another sect of Christianity. You have to be an Anglican to be the ruler. Is UK a secular country or not? When presidents take oath in America, they place their hand on Bible. Okay, in India we place our hands on Constitution. There it is Bible or Bhagavad Gita, both are allowed. But the point is, a bishop is holding it. And you are placing that. Is America secular or not? Different countries have different understanding based on their cultural and civilizational ethos. Our understanding is equal respect, no discrimination, no preferential treatment on the basis of religion. That is true secularism. That is what we stand for. That is what Bharatiyata is all about.
No, you're talking that political statements are being made. I'll take example of Shashi Tharoor. He tweeted this morning, exposed. Ram is not a political idol. His Ram is also your Ram. But you're trying to say my Ram is different than his Ram. Is that right?
Oh, actually the other way. They are saying that their Ram is secular and our Ram is communal. No, I tell you, sir. I tell you. You know, this whole tamasha that is happening today about Ram Mandir. Sir, you were all active in journalism. You have seen these things. In 1989. I
was there yesterday.
Yeah, you were there. In 1989, sir, Shilanyas happened. The foundation laying ceremony of the temple happened. Sir, do you know with whose concurrence that happened? With the then central government and with the then state government of Uttar Pradesh, both were led by Congress. And when there was a dispute raised by the Babri Masjid Action Committee over the place where the Shilanyas was to happen, the location, actual location where the Shilanyas was to happen, matter went to the High Court. High Court said, you know, it should happen outside 2.77 acres of the plot. What is the 2.77 acres could not be decided. Initially, the central government said, no, Vishnu Hindu Parishad is violating, it is doing it in the disputed side, etc., etc. Then Mr. Bhuta Singh went, Mr. Kamalapati Tripathi went, the then Chief Minister Narendra Tiwari went, held negotiations with Vishnu Hindu Parishad, suddenly declared that the site that Vishnu Hindu Parishad decided to do Shilanyas is actually a valid site. It is outside the dispute. They gave, media wrote, you all wrote, that active support of the then state and central government. Ram Janmabhoomi Shilanyas happened. That is secular act. When on the same site, on the same Shilanyas site, if a temple is built, how can it become a communal act? Where foundation was laid, that is secular. When you got it laid there, you were present there. And when the temple comes up, how can it become a communal act? So that's why I'm saying this whole thing is being politicized not by us, but those who are opposing it. Faizabad say Mr. Rajiv Gandhi started his election campaign in 1989 from Faizabad, October. Why Faizabad? Because, and there was a reference that if we get elected, we will get Ram Rajya. What is the Ram Rajya? But your Ram Rajya is secular, my Ram Rajya is communal. But how can it be that way?
The question, you raised Rajiv Gandhi question, you see, I was covering that time. When you are talking about construction of Ram Mandir, why don't you give a credit to Rajiv Gandhi government for reopening the Ram Mandir, which was closed for 45 years? Do you speak about that? It was Rajiv Gandhi who facilitated the opening of the mandir. After that, you constructed the temple.
Sir, we went much further.
No,
we went much further.
Do you ever give them credit?
We actually invited the leaders of Congress party.
That is the point. That's the point they are making.
They said that no, it is your show. But you were there for laying the foundation stone.
Correct, you are right. But who are you to invite them? Ram belongs to a Shashi.
Not we. Those who are mandated to build the temple.
That is the answer.
That time it was Vishndu Parishad. That is acceptable for Congress.
My question.
You know, Mr. Bhutta Singh held negotiations with Ashok Singhal ji.
With?
Sir, people know about it.
With?
In 1989, he held negotiations with him. And between them, an agreement happened that yes, Shilanyas will happen at the exact site where Vishndu Parishad had decided, at the exact moment when it was decided. This was an agreement, and agreement means it is not a written agreement, because the government was controlled by Congress both in the state and in the center, at the center. So we are not politicizing it. That's why invitation was extended.
You see, two things, Ram, you will not give credit to, because I am witness to the history. Because why I am saying that it's become you want to use it as political, that's the allegation the opposition is making. I am just saying that. Babri Masjid was demolished when Prime Minister of India was a Congress person. And he was sleeping when it was demolished. Because I went to his house on that day, I was Indian Express editor. On 5th of December morning, we published a photograph of Babri Masjid, how it is going to be demolished on 6th of December. The whole, now you can search it. He allowed, willy-nilly, to demolish the whole thing, it should be over. Rajiv Gandhi's government open the gates of mandir so that the mandir process, one step, you demolish the structure. Second step, you open the mandir so you become legitimate place owner. But these are the two important milestones in the history of India which led to the final construction of the Ram temple, foundation for which was laid by the Congress government. Do you agree or not?
No, so fair enough. I am going much further. The Ram Lala appeared in the Babri structure when Congress was in power. In 1949, it appeared. K.K. Nair was the commissioner at that time. So, you are right. You talked about Shilanyas. Before Shilanyas, locks were opened in 1986. Mr. Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister. Sir, if Congress wants to take credit, Shiv Sena wanted to take credit for the demolition. Let Congress also take credit for demolition or whatever, because you are saying Mr. Narasimha Rao did not do what he was supposed to do. So if that credit also you want to give to Congress, I don't mind. I mean, we are saying this mandir is coming up because of the sacrifices of millions of Hindus and the desire of 1.4 billion Indians. Indians, I'm saying, for a very important reason. When the temple construction was to be undertaken, when it was decided to collect funding from the people, we should not take a single penny from the governments, neither from UP government nor from the central government. It was decided because when Somnath was to be built, it was a cabinet decision. So much of secularism we are talking about. I'm criticizing, I'm actually welcoming it. But when Somnath was to be constructed, it was decided in a cabinet meeting, a cabinet resolution was passed that Somnath temple should be reconstructed. Was it a secular act? Technically speaking, was it secular? Mahatma Gandhi was alive, not at the time of the resolution. Before, he actually already told Patel that whenever you want to rebuild Somnath temple, please don't use government money. Let it be a people's temple. Collect it from the public. That is why Patel says in the cabinet meeting that, okay, we are passing the resolution to rebuild the temple there, but let us depend on the funds given by people of the country. Somnath was built like that. So when you want to give credit, give to millions and millions of Ram Bhaktas. And when the temple was consecrated in Somnath, Rajendra Babu was president. Okay, you can say he was president of the country, he was there. Why was Purushottam Das Tandon there? Purushottam Das Tandon was the president of All India Congress Committee, AICC. Why was Tandon there? If Tandon can go to Somnath, why not Kharge ji go to Ayodhya? Kharge ji ko secularism argument kaise aata hai? Which Tandon ko aaya nahi hai? So I'm saying we are not politicizing. We see Ram Mandir as the reflection of the sentiment and aspirations of 1.4 billion Bharatiyas. I said when we collected the funds from public, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Sikhs, everybody contributed. Communists only telling us that don't write our name on the receipt. Take it. We also wanted to. So everybody contributed because some see Ram as God, some see him as great ancestor of our country, somebody who gave a great value system. Why not we see it in that spirit? We are not politicizing, but why others want to politicize it?
Anyway, I'll open this because time is short. I'll open this first time because a lot of questions may be asked. Any student wants to ask any question can raise their hand and name like that. Any question from the back side? Where? Yeah, just go there, mic, take the mic there.
Hello? Yes.
Yeah.
The Ram Mandir, was it for Sakar Ram or Nirakar Ram?
Ram is, Valmiki's Ramayana describes Ram as Vigrahavan Dharmaha, that is one phrase used. The other one is Maryada Purushottam, the epitome of great virtue and great value system. So you worship him as Sakar, those who want to worship him as Sakar, he is Sakar. You want to worship him in Nirakar, it is the value system, Maryada Purushottam. He is the epitome of great values and he is virtue personified. So he is both Sakar and Nirakar. In fact, that is the greatness of Hinduism, or Hindutva, if I were to use that word, Hindutva, or Hinduism. It believes both in form and formlessness. For us, both is divine, because for us, divinity is everywhere. It is omnipresent. Religions that believed that God is formless. There are many Semitic religions, they believe that God is formless. But you see the description, it's always He. When it is formless, how is it gender specific? How is it He? Why not she? So, the real formless concept is our own concept. Ram, for some, is a form, a deity with a bow and arrow. For some, it is Balram, which is enshrined in Ayodhya. For some, it is the Ram Darbar, Sita, Ram, Lakshman, and Hanuman. But some is just a value system. Whichever way you want to worship, we can worship.
Another question? Yeah.
Hello. Yes, sir. We know that their India and Bharat name is there. If we see the constitution, there is Bharat ka Samvidhan, or if in English we say Constitution of India. Since if we see that like how the new alliance with the name of India came into picture, is that since the new alliance came as the name of India, now the ruling party wants to fortify the name of Bharat into the nation. Is that ruling party is now scared that if we give the India, if any of the campaign which I will bring is like, will put as like Startup India or any of the program which they bring with the name of India, so it will be showing that it's come from other
So Startup
alliance.
India has changed?
No, it's not
changed, na?
But
then you are answering the question. We are not afraid. In fact, actually, nobody is afraid from our side. There are many who are afraid of that side. Mamata Banerjee has declared, I don't want to do anything with India Alliance. So they are more afraid, not we. Okay, number one. Number two, let me tell you some interesting fact. I come from Andhra Pradesh. We speak Telugu. In Telugu, invariably, every book, everywhere, if you write about the name of the country, you write only Bharat Desham. Bharat is what we read. We don't write India Desham. We read Bharat, very naturally. Is it a political decision? We are afraid of India Alliance, that's why we are using Bharat in Andhra Pradesh. That will be the most silly argument. No, nobody is afraid. There are many afraid on that side. They are not joining them. But that is not the reason. I can tell you that's not the reason. As I said, as I answered, Bharat, we have a commitment. It's an emotional commitment, but it's not against any other word, whether it is India. Bharat has the word Hindustan. Do you know so many companies today are Hindustan Aeronautics, Hindustan, petrochemicals, HPCL. So many places Hindustan is used. No, we are happy. Fair enough. You use Hindustan, you use Bharat, you use India. All of them mean same. It's not political at all.
Right behind.
So, from the Constitution, India is mentioned as it's a secular nation. But from the comments that you made, you said that India can also be represented as India or Bharat. We agree to that. But when you said, you also added that India can also be mentioned as Hinduism or Hindutva. How could it be related?
No, India is mentioned, not mentioned, I'm not saying India is mentioned as Hinduism. Hindustan is the word we use for our country. I gave you examples. Public sector undertakings have the name that starts with Hindustan. All these names never represented anything sectoral, anything parochial. This Vikruti, this twisted mind has started recently. If you invoke Bharat or Hindustan, you are taking the country into communal direction. But these words have been there right from the time of our independence, even before. So, this twisted mind needs to be corrected. Probably this new transformation that is happening will help us achieve that. I'm so happy. Now, the challenge from the opposition also is not about whether Ram Temple is secular or not secular. When do you allow me to go? You know yesterday's argument. Only one person should go to temple. Why not I go? We welcome this debate. Everybody should come. Everybody should enter the Ayodhya temple, all temples. That is this land. This has been that land. I'm not saying it's something we are doing for the first time. It has been the culture of this country. It has been the tradition of this country. That's why I gave the example of Somnath. Through a cabinet resolution, we decided to rebuild Somnath, through a cabinet resolution. And if time permits, please read the speech of Dr. Rajendra Prasad, not the correspondence between him and Nehru. It has been publicized far too much by different people in different ways. But the speech delivered by Dr. Rajendra Prasad, such a wonderful speech, and you see a lot of similarities in that speech and the speech delivered by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Ayodhya on 22nd January. Rajendra Babu talked about a prosperous, developed India. Pradhan Mantri Modi ji talked about Viksit Bharat. That is the spirit of all these enterprises. This is not parochial, this is not communal. This is for building a strong Bharat, but with self-confidence. Not with a slavish attitude, but with self-confidence.
Last question I'll take from the front, yeah, here. Get the mic here, please.
So this question may be from all common Indian. There are many deep-rooted issues. I'm not mentioning about the facts which are disclosed in Hindenburg or what happened to Trivandrum Airport. I'm not speaking about it. The earlier session also, the speakers, they given a humble submission that the ruling government is trying to, divert the attention of the people from the common issues, starting from unemployment, particularly the fuel price hike, all those things they have mentioned. Do you think that the strategy which is adopted by now, with the help of the temple, where the BJP started the campaign to retain the position, or whether the BJP government is having a moral fear about doing the campaign by explaining the achievements made during last couple of years, almost 9 years? So this is a common man question.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, first of all, don't arrogate to all common men. It's your question. That's it. Common men are very clear about what is this country and what is Modi ji doing. That's why they are supporting him. And the question has a relevance, whether we are doing it for any political purpose or it is genuinely a project that was initiated and it has come to a conclusion. I would say that for us, it's never an electoral exercise or political exercise. It happens here. You know, again, I'm sorry that I'm going back to that Somnath again and again. Somnath happened in May 1951. In October, elections were announced. So may I now submit that the first election, Congress wanted to win. That's why they built Somnath. May I say that? No, we are all proud that nation's heritage has been restored. And millions are very clear about it. Some are confused. Some have issues. But millions and millions are convinced about it. And that's why I said, in his entire speech, did Prime Minister invoke Babar, the man who demolished the temple, as per the Babar Nama? Did he invoke his name? No. Did he try to pit one community against other? No. Instead, he said, Ram should be not an issue of conflict, but of unity. He said he should be the energy for the country. Because Ram has always been a great unifier for us, for everybody. No election, no politics in it. It happened just before the general election. But our whole, this arrogant, educated thinking is that Indians are fools, idiots. You can sway them. Indians don't think they can be swayed. Sir, please remember, not today. 1949, 26th November, Dr. Rajendra Prasad delivered his final address to Constituent Assembly. He referred to this argument by some members in the Constituent Assembly that India is uneducated. There was only 17% literacy at that time. So democracy will not work here. People can be, influenced or purchased. Rajendra Babu says, I come from a village in Bihar. I have full faith in the wisdom and political maturity of my countrymen, even if it is a rural person, even he is educated or uneducated, he's politically, he's mature, he's wise. You don't have to worry about India's democracy. And we have proved for 75 years. So please don't worry today. It is safe. Because the opposition is not winning, you can't say that, no, Modi is using other things. No. It's not our duty to highlight what is good, what is not good. If it is not good, let opposition highlight it. If it is there unemployment, let DMK highlight it, let Congress Party highlight it, let people agree. If people agree, they will vote for you. If they vote for you, they are wise. If they vote for BJP, they are swayed. Well, 4 states elections happened, 5 states happened, 3 BJP won, 1 Congress won, 1 another party won. How can you say people are swayed in only 3 states, but not in Telangana? So these are all arguments that we educated people, thinking we are very rational, we try to make. People of this country are wise. They know who is the right person to lead this country. Probably they have decided for next 10, 12 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramadhan. I would ask many more questions, but we are running late. Thank you very much for giving specific questions. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speaker, Mr. Ram Madhav. If I may request our session chair, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, to present sir with a memento extending our gratitude. Of course, a wonderful session exploring the intricate interplay of identity and ideology. We truly thank you for your valuable insights, sir, and of course, for patiently taking our questions. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, in our upcoming session, our spotlight is on elections 2024. Will it be the summer of 77? We begin this session by inviting our speaker to join us on stage, Mr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament. Welcome, sir. Chairing this session, we would like to take the opportunity to welcome back Ms. Kaveri Bamzai onto the stage. Welcome, ma'am. The 13th edition, ladies and gentlemen, of the ThinkEdu Conclave, and of course, we are in full swing. We've got a lot of interesting ideas, thought-provoking, innovating, technologies being discussed here on this very stage. And with that, our upcoming session on the elections of 2024. Today has been an interesting one as we started the day with sessions that featured no-holds-barred conversations, of course following the comprehensive discussions, enlightening conversation, all of it taking place on stage. And of course, yes sir, absolutely, we're all set, ready to begin our session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of the Parliament, joining us on stage for this session. Our session chair, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, all set. We're going to be exploring the nuanced role that the upcoming elections play in shaping the future of academia. And of course, without further ado, over to our session chair.
Thank you so much. I think this is the most awaited session of the day. There are a lot of people who've told me they want to ask questions. And last time I remember I forgot to get people involved, so we'll keep some time for questions from the audience. So thank you so much. We've had a day where we've heard Ram Temple several times. So the narrative seems to be with the ruling party. They seem to be telling the story of India somehow better than India. What do you think?
Look, I mean, we've had a particular narrative of India for some time, and I think we've told it rather well. I'm proud of that narrative, which is that here is this extraordinary country which has such astonishing diversity within it, geographical, ethnic, linguistic, you name it. And yet we've been able to hold together through a shared history, a shared concept of civilization, as well as, of course, a diverse democracy in which every Indian, whatever their caste, their creed, religion, language, region of birth, color of skin, all of that makes no difference. They all enjoy the same benefits. I would not say that that has lost its appeal. I would concede that perhaps because it's been going on for so long, people began to take it for granted and were more receptive to a different approach. I was interested to hear my friend Ram Madhav essentially subscribing to the same view of India that I've just summarized, but attributing it as well to the policies of his government, which is where we have a disagreement.
But it's a profound and fundamental disagreement. I mean, it's a completely different narrative from what the Congress has been espousing so far.
I think it's a very profound disagreement because really the question is, do you want an India which is genuinely for everyone, or do you want an India where some people are empowered to feel that they have a greater claim on the citizenship, on the prerogatives issued by the state, and on the institutions of public celebration than others? I mean, frankly, there have been some very moving sort of articles as well as private messages from Muslims about how they have been made to feel in the new India over the last 10 years.
Muslims, and this I think a lot of non-Muslims as well.
Well, yeah, India. Many liberals have begun to feel that, that perhaps, they're not particularly welcome either. Some of us are still staying and fighting the good fight. But the truth is that there is a difference between an India that is available to all and an India that's available only to a few, or an India that really wants to focus all the time on what unites us versus an India that privileges what matters to some but divides others. So, I mean, these are fundamental differences.
But why is the India Alliance or the Congress Party as the leading member of that alliance not able to tell this story as powerfully as the BJP does? And you will agree that they tell it it better.
No, I think that there is no doubt that the story has been told for a very long time, and therefore it's not seen as fresh and new. Whereas certainly the new BJP version of Indianness that we've particularly seen articulated in the last 10 years and more so in the last 5 has had the advantage, if you like, of being fresh to people's minds, being articulated robustly by the Prime Minister with his famous oratory, and at the same time has the benefit, as Mr. Ram Madhav didn't hesitate to remind us, of majority support in Parliament. And with all of this, inevitably that narrative has been getting a fair amount of dominance. The media too has been complicit in privileging one version at the expense of others. I mean, even if you just read the articles in the Indian media over the Ram Janmabhoomi in the last couple of days and contrast it with the international media on the same subject, you can see that there is a dominance of one narrative in India, even though there may be other narratives that the rest of the world is reading. So
logic says that a particular party, perhaps the ruling party, will return to power. Is there an underlying emotion, an underlying mood that people are not reading? that you have, or the India Alliance has somehow tapped into, which is why you see Mr. Gandhi going from one state to another?
Yeah, well, I mean, actually, when you sent me the invitation for the session, I think the subtitle said something about, are we going to see a revival of the spirit of 77 or something? No, I think in all fairness, the spirit of 77 was an overwhelming rejection of a particular government, and I'm not suggesting that there'll be that kind of rejection. But I would talk about the spirit of 2004, when you similarly had a BJP government that everyone assumed was a shoo-in for re-election, and that was astonished to be reduced after the elections to being in opposition. I don't see why that can't happen again, not least because this government did astonishingly well in 2019, particularly in the backs of Pulwama and Balakot, and there aren't too many states where they can even do better. I mean, you look at the fact that they won every seat in Haryana, every seat in Rajasthan, every seat in Gujarat, all but one in Madhya Pradesh, all but one in Bihar, 18 seats in Bengal.
Almost the whole of UP.
I mean, where do they go up? There is no up to go. So all they can do in all these places is lose seats. They may not lose a whole lot. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. That depends on how effectively the election goes. But the fact is they will lose seats. And that's why I feel that some of the complacency that's being expressed in ruling party circles is unaccompanied by any logical explanation of where they are going to increase their seats. So they're certainly not going to increase in South India. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever of anything but a complete sweep by the constituent parties of the India Alliance, or at least by parties that are not BJP or NDA. In the circumstances, I do believe the BJP is going to really be in for a rude shock. They may be dominating the media waves, they may be getting a lot of publicity, but I'm not prepared to concede this election as your question implied I should.
But what makes you think otherwise, apart from the mathematics of it?
Well, the mathematics are part of it, but there is a question that was rather brilliantly answered by Bill Clinton's campaign manager in 1992.
Where's the beef?
When he said, it's the economy, stupid. I mean, that was the slogan that they ran on. And the fact is that, when you look at our country today, on the one hand, the government boasts of being the largest successful growth story amongst the major economies of the world. And on the other hand, we find that unemployment is at record levels and that inflation means that most people can't afford to buy at the market what they were buying this time last year. Second, the government says, or Niti Aayog says on behalf of the government, there are only 15 crore poor people in India, but somehow the government needs to give 81 crores of people free food grains. I mean, there's something completely wrong with the logic of that. I'm sure the students listening at the back can tell the difference. You're looking at a situation where the government has disappointed large numbers of people. I mean, I know young people who voted for the BJP in 2014, thinking that there was going to be an abundance of jobs because that was what they were promised, and they still don't have a job. Why would they vote for BJP again? Similarly, people who voted in, for silly reasons like expecting the BJP to curb petrol and diesel prices, not realizing, of course, that there are international implications to that. But they realized that the prices only went up under the BJP. Even when international prices went down, the BJP government raised taxes in order to fill the state coffers. You've got one story after another of the economy. The final issue is, isn't there a problem with most people feeling the pinch when it comes to their personal income, either because they don't have employment or their employment doesn't pay well enough to cope with the economy of today? So we want to turn to people and say, do you feel you're better off than you were 10 years ago? And if not, why do you want to vote for this government to come back? National pride or Hindu pride, all of those things seem to be the principal message of the BJP. But it's time that voters realize that the election is also an opportunity to vote in your self-interest.
But you can tell the voters that, but they will still vote according to what they want.
That's a bit patronizing, Kaveri. How can you expect people to be constantly voting?
You saw in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, you expected them to go your way. Look what happened. People rallied around religion, I presume. Or is there any other explanation for why the Congress lost?
Well, yeah, I mean, Rajasthan, unfortunately, there was a bit of anti-incumbency, and our party was perceived as somewhat divided. And I must say that the one thing the BJP is very good at is the sort of last-mile campaigning, the last-mile knocking on the doors and getting people to turn out to vote. Because they have become essentially a cadre party. They rely strongly on the RSS cadres. but people, turn up there. I mean, I can tell you in my own constituency, which is the BJP's strongest constituency in Kerala, that it's an absolute fact that people who are voting for me are telling me they've received 5 visits from BJP squads in the last election. 5. Even though they said that, no, we are going to vote for Tharoor, no, they still came and said, let's try and persuade you. So they've got that strength. Remember, in Rajasthan, Kaveri, it was just a 2% vote difference.
What about
but
Madhya
that's what
Pradesh?
mattered. Madhya Pradesh was in many ways a mystery to all of us because we expected to have done better, and many of the polls showed us doing better. Chhattisgarh was another shocker. We thought we were going to win Chhattisgarh, but it seems that we faltered in one area, and that's the Adivasi belt. We lost 15 seats in the ST areas, which we had won last time. So there are, as you do more detailed...
Which you ought to have won, given your narrative.
Exactly. So we have to do much more detailed sort of
Don't tell me
post-mortem
you've
studies.
still not done
No,
it.
they're being done, I'm sure. It's just that I've been in Kerala much of the last few months.
It's been quite a few months. No, so this is it, there's either the card
A month and a half, Kaveri. Don't get so carried away. But anyway,
well, I mean, there's a month and a half, I guess, left for the elections as well. So I don't think you guys have much time.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
the point being that there's always some reason. It's either the cadre and they're very good at the last mile connectivity. We all know that. They're great at booth management. So, I mean, the Congress knows all this and the opposition parties know all this. Surely they must be having a checklist by now of things to do to win the next election.
No, but the truth is the Congress, the legacy of being a big tent party, one where people are attracted to a broader message, is partly also that we don't have the kind of sort of stormtroopers the BJP and in other places like Kerala, the CPM, or in Tamil Nadu, the DMK can call on. We don't really have a full-time, dedicated, sort of 100% all the time, giving up everything, to the extent that other parties seem to have.
Some would argue even your leaders are not full-time.
Well, look, I'm not going to go there. That's not fair.
But it is a fact.
No. Look, everyone has their own style and hard work. And I must say that there's no doubt that for anyone in the Congress, this is a hugely important election and that we all have to pull out all the stops and work very hard for it.
I mean, as I said, it's all very well said. But what is being done on the ground? There are people perhaps who would like to vote for the Congress. And they turn around and say, oh, but. Because at the end, it is also a bit of a personality contest, isn't it?
Well, I'm not denying there has sort of become a sort of, as you say, a personality contest element to our elections. It started really in the states in many ways, where I guess in this state, if you wanted Jayalalitha to be chief minister, it didn't matter to you who the local candidate was, as long as he was running on her symbol, that sort of thing. And that's very much the case with Mr. Modi.
You can't blame Tamil Nadu for that. It's been there for...
No, it's been on and off. I mean, it started, some would argue, with Indira Gandhi in 71, and then, but it was also off for some time. I mean, when Rajiv Gandhi won his huge victory in 84, there were other factors, and Prabhu has written about them. I certainly, in 89, it wasn't VP Singh's charisma. There were issues and principles they ran on, and you could go down election after election. So it's not always been that way. But certainly for the BJP, this is the terrain they want to fight on, and it's Modi, Modi, Modi all the time. And our counter-argument is, in a country of so many people, 140 crore people, on the one hand, you're being offered I, me, myself kind of approach, and on the other hand, you're being offered we. There was a wonderful slogan that we came up with in 2014 that I wish we'd use more, and I hope we will use again, which said in Hindi, main nahi hum.
Right.
It's not about me, it's about us. And that us is what the people of India, I think, should feel a stake in. We're going to try and get that message out too.
Talking about slogans, you mentioned 2004, and you had a wonderful slogan in 2004. You had India shining on the other side. The other side, you had the Aam Aadmi, You were before the Aam Aadmi Party came.
Well, they took it from us.
And it took it from you. But it was really the story of the Aam Aadmi that you were telling. Why have you not come up with a slogan?
Well, the slogans, I'm sure there are experts.
There's a Nyaya Yatra. Now you've already tried and tested in 2019. Main nahi hum, that also you've tried and tested in 2014.
I'm sure there'll be more slogans, don't worry. People are working on those right now. But my answer to your question is, even what I talked about the economy is about the Aam Aadmi. When we talk about
but you can't talk about
price
the Aam Aadmi
rise
now
and unemployment, we're talking about
Party.
the Aam Aadmi.
Yeah, but what do you call this? You're the wordsmith.
Well, English slogans won't go very far in this election. Let's see what they come up with in Hindi. I'm sure they'll come up with a nice phrase.
I just feel the lack of a sense of urgency.
No,
I
that's
think
not true.
people who want an alternative are perhaps a little more have that sense of urgency a little more than the Congress does. Is that a fact?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I think there is a strong sense of urgency. I can only speak for my own, what I've seen myself, for example, in my state of Kerala, where we are very much gearing up everywhere. There's this tremendous sense of anticipation and preparedness. I've been holding meetings in my constituency right up to and yesterday with party workers, with our office bearers up and down the chain. We're all gearing up. And in my own view, I think the BJP is not likely to wait, as is rather misleading story today suggested, to April to call the election. I'm convinced that once Mr. Modi has gone and done his second temple run by inaugurating the Hindu Mandir in Abu Dhabi on the 14th of February, I think immediately after that they'll call the elections. They'll want to. I'm sure their campaign is going to be Modi as the Hindu Hridaya Samrat. That's the message they want to give across northern India.
And your counter?
Our counter is, as I said, the economy. It's about what people, the Aam Aadmi of this country, are going through in their daily lives, and how we need a government that pays attention to that.
The problem being that the Hindu Hridaya Samrat works very well in the north, which has more seats, unfortunately. And perhaps there's a fundamental disconnect with the way the south votes from the north. Is that a fact?
There is a fundamental disconnect. Some would argue it's not new. I mean, even in 1977, when Indira Gandhi lost the north comprehensively, she won the south comprehensively. So, you know, this is not totally new in India, but there are important factors today, because some of the elements that the south is rejecting are elements that I really worry about, because, you know, we keep talking about the unity of India, and there is a lot of divisiveness coming out of the BJP, which will alienate the south. The emphasis on Hindi, for example, which we understand is the language of half the population of this country, but nonetheless cannot be thrust down the throats of people in this state, for example. That's a divisive agenda. The extraordinary decision of the government, aided and abetted by the last Finance Commission, to significantly reduce allocations to states. So most of them, in fact, all the southern states are giving far more to the center than they're getting back, and they're getting back much less by way of allocations than they were used to, which means they've had to cut back on their, that's becoming a sore point as well. And then in 2026, the 91st Amendment lapses. The 91st Amendment is the amendment which froze all the Lok Sabha constituencies on the basis of the 1971 census. And once that lapses, whereas Mr. Vajpayee, the first time it lapsed, renewed it, the 42nd Amendment, he renewed this provision as the 91st Amendment, and they did so unanimously in Parliament. This time around, the BJP has made it very clear they have no intention of reviving it. They are going to reapportion states and seats in the states, I beg your pardon. They're going to reapportion them, which is in such a way that will give, obviously, the more populous states of the Hindi belt an enormous majority. Some say an automatic two-thirds majority in Parliament. That could be extremely, extremely divisive and worrying for the South. So there will be issues on which the South will have fundamental interests at stake relating to the future of India, which we will need to negotiate from a position of popular support and strength.
Will it be enough?
Well, I mean, the fact is you can only win the states you have. I mean, the truth is that I'm hoping that the North will also heed the message of unity, of inclusion, of nyaya, of justice, indeed also respond to our concerns about unemployment, our concerns about inflation. All of these messages should resonate in the North and the Northeast and the West and the East as well. So I'm still hoping. I mean, even though it may be that there will be some states in which we will not, in fact, have an agreement to share seats, even some of those who are not inclined to share seats have said that after the elections they're quite willing to support an India Alliance government in Delhi. We saw this in 2004 when in my state the CPM sort of crushed the Congress in pretty much every seat, but then came to Delhi and supported the UPA government. So there are all these formulae possible. I am not prepared to give up the ghost in such a hurry, Kaveri. I think we've got a very good chance.
But for that, your party has to engage with other parties. Is it doing enough of that?
We are. I mean, you know, each state has its own logic. That's the other extraordinary thing about Indian politics, particularly since the advent of regional parties. There are issues in different states. Certainly, for example, we can just look here and next door. In Kerala, it's unthinkable that the CPM and the Congress could ever work together on seat sharing.
Yeah.
But right next door in Tamil Nadu, CPM, CPI, Congress, and DMK are all allies, and there's no debate or dispute or problem at all. So each state has its own story. I would not worry unduly about that. I think we should get agreement where we can and fight as hard and effectively as we can where we can't get agreement.
Can you tell your leader to stop walking and start talking?
He's talking too. No, he's talking too. Come on, he's been giving press conferences practically every day.
Yeah, but he should talk to his fellow leaders, no, not to the people. They're okay with him. He has to talk to
Well,
his
if the
fellow
people are okay with him, then he's got the election in the bag.
but he's up against someone who's omnipresent, ubiquitous, everywhere, all the time. So it's
Thanks
a
partly
tough,
to the media as well.
well,
Kaveri.
yeah,
You can turn it
blame the
back to you.
messenger. Go ahead. But I think the last point before I'd like to open it to the audience is this question of Hindutva and soft Hindutva, that you cannot fight, and I think your colleague Manoj Jha put it beautifully when he said you cannot fight Hindutva with soft Hindutva.
Of course.
There's no such thing. But the Congress seems to not know, should it take credit, should it not take credit for Ram Mandir, should it go, should it not? I mean, instead of waffling, just say what you want to do
I
right
think
up front.
We've tried to make this very clear, and the message somehow hasn't always got through. We do not subscribe to Hindutva, which is a political ideology. Those of us who are Hindus subscribe to Hinduism, not Hindutva. Soft or hard or any other kind of consistency. The argument that I wanted to make very simply is a lot depends on your understanding of Hinduism. Ram was kind enough to mention my book, Why I'm a Hindu. If you read that from cover to cover, you don't find anything there that supports the approach of Hindutva. It is about Hinduism, as Vivekananda taught it, inclusive, accepting, embracing
the BJP
differences.
has this ability to appropriate even Vivekananda.
They've tried. But I mean, anybody who's read Vivekananda knows how fraudulent this appropriation is. And the truth is that, it's this whole message of inclusion and acceptance of difference that differentiates Hinduism from Hindutva. We absolutely accept everyone's right to seek the divine in their own way.
Yet it took you so long to make up your mind to appear, to whether to go to the inauguration.
That was a political issue, Kaveri. Very simply, the invitation put every opposition party in a cleft stick. If you accept, you're playing into the BJP's hands and becoming supporting actors in a Narendra Modi lead role production. If you deny, you're going to be accused of being anti-Hindu. What kind of choice is that? I think it was quite wise that they said, no, we'll go to the temple if we are Hindu and we want to go. We'll go when it's convenient and not when it's politically suitable for the BJP. I must say that that's the stand that I took myself, even though I wasn't invited. But when I was asked, that's what I said. But at the same time, as a Hindu, I'm not prepared to relinquish my Ram to the BJP. Why should I concede Lord Ram to the BJP? I mean, I've been praying to a sort of portrait or painting or whatever of Ram since my childhood. And I'm not going to suddenly start saying, no, this only belongs to them. That's not acceptable. So for me and for many others like me, Hinduism is something we're proud of. It's part of who we are. It's what makes our connection to the larger cosmos relevant. But at the same time, we reject the particular political variant of it that is called Hindutva.
But that's the point. You accept the religious Ram, but the political Ram has been so politicized that it's now seems out of your hands, right?
Well, look, I would like to think as a Hindu that it's never out of my hands or any other Hindu's hands. It's up to us how we honor and respect that. When Mahatma Gandhi spoke of Ram Rajya, he made it very explicitly clear what he meant. A land of justice, of prosperity, of equality, of fairness to all, not just Hindus. He specifically said, not just to Hindus.
But his Raghupati Raghav Rajaram also had Ishwar Allah Teruna.
That's right, which is not there in the Hindutva version thereof.
Yeah. So there's a very different Ram that you're talking to here.
I'm afraid so.
Yes. Any questions from the audience?
Lots of hands, as you warned me.
Shankar, yes. Can we start with you, Shankar? Then there are lots of hands at the back. We'll come to you. Can we have the mic here?
Hello, sir.
Could we just have Shankar first, and then we'll come to you for sure. I'd like the students to get a chance. I know they'd love to ask questions. Yeah.
Hi, Shashi.
Hi, Shankar.
So as an author of Why I'm a Hindu, I would have liked to know how you would have drafted the rejection letter or the acceptance letter to the invitation. But I leave you to dodge that however you want to. My question is more substantial. You said that there is it's the economy stupid 92 Bill Clinton campaign. And then your plank just now is Nyay. It was 2019. Nyay had some very interesting ideas, themes in it in 2019. But none of your states did anything about Nyay. In the states that, in the states
Chhattisgarh, for example, actually announced and implemented something called a Rajiv Gandhi Nyay program, Nyay Yojana, but it was not the full-fledged Nyay that the 2019 election manifesto had promised. Because every state has to adjust its projects to the capacity and reality of its own budgetary actuality, and that's what happened. Yeah.
So I had a second part to that question, which is basically it had one component of it was 1/3 of government jobs for women, which all the states could have done. They didn't do it. It also had a component of inflation management, whatever. Now, if you look at the track record of Congress governments, they don't seem to have done better. Track record on unemployment, they don't seem to have done better. So what gives the confidence? What is that one factor that gives you confidence that you will even win in the South?
Oh, I don't think anyone is seriously doubting that we will win in the South. When I say we, I mean the non-NDA party.
So I'm saying South because, okay, you have a ghost or a whiskers chance in South. But, I mean, in the North, are you being heard?
In the North, the issue is indeed that we need to get our message heard, and we are trying to do that. I mean, a formal election campaign is yet to begin. It'll come. But I will say to you, Shankar, that as far as the Congress government's not doing better is concerned, I think you'll find that's not entirely fair. For example, Chhattisgarh did remarkably well, particularly in terms of support for farmers, which is why the election defeat was a shock, and it turned out that we lost specifically seats in the tribal belt, where God knows what went wrong, because again, there had been a significant tribal outreach. But that was the specific factor there that turned 15 seats. If you look at Himachal, when the Congress came to power, they were very quick to fill the government vacancies, which we've been talking about as one simple, immediate step that any government can take to address the absurd amounts of unemployment figures for educated, qualified people. Beg your pardon?
Gehlot didn't do.
I think in Rajasthan there were other issues, and perhaps in some cases some posts may not have been filled. I can't claim to know in full detail about every state. But I am saying that many of the things that you were questioning have indeed been done by state governments. At the national level, I mean, I'm fairly confident that when we announce a pledge like filling all government vacancies within 3 months, or whatever the pledge is going to be, the manifesto is being drafted, it isn't out yet. We will implement it. We haven't got a bad track record. When we were in government under UPA, the promises made were kept. And I think that's something that you folks can go back and see. What's more, in some cases, they were exceeded. If you look at that entire panoply of rights-based legislation the Congress passed in its 2 terms, you know, everything from right to information, right to food security, right to education, right to information, to employment, rural unemployment being tackled. All of these things went even beyond what we had promised to address, and we did so effectively. So I don't think the Congress's track record warrants that much skepticism.
There was the gentleman in the back whom I stopped from. Yeah, that gentleman. No, in the black, yes.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, my question to you is, why do you think BJP is having an edge over Congress? Is it because they are behaving like corporates and Congress is behaving like a political party? How do you strategize it for the upcoming election? And would love to see how you put it into one word.
No, I mean, at least 2 words, money and muscle power. They have both in greater quantities than we do. And indeed, even in the last election, I think it's fair to say that the BJP outspent all the other parties put together. They have an enormous amount of resources available to them. Even the so-called electoral bonds, which are currently being challenged in the Supreme Court, 90-odd% of the electoral bonds in the last election, 95, I thought, 93, whatever, went to the ruling party. So we are in a situation where they are outgunning us literally. And you know, democratic elections, you can't do guerrilla warfare when you're being outgunned. You have to somehow find the firepower to stand up and resist. And we did so as effectively as we could. We're going to have to do better. But I think ultimately, that alone is never enough, which is why the question the organizers asked me when they invited me about 77 holds. I mean, 77, the government had control of everything, including the media, and yet they lost because the people said, we've had enough. In the case of 24, our message is to ask people to look at themselves. Don't just look at the campaign messages. Don't just look at what people are saying. Ask yourself, are you better off? Are you leading a better life? Have you benefited from the policies of this government? If not, why vote for them? That's the message that I believe is going to resonate very strongly with people, and that is where much of our hope lies.
2 more questions, so quick. Please make it quick. Yeah.
All this gender bias on your part, Kaveri. Where are the ladies? I see some female hands going up. You don't ask them?
Okay, fine.
No, I don't want to
He's
stop the
wearing
men
a
as
pink
well.
shirt, that's
both,
good.
Both. Sure.
I'm
Santosh from SASTRA University.
Yes. Who's asking? Where?
I'm here.
Yeah. Whoever has the mic.
You were actually speaking about secularism, and the chairperson was actually stating that the North was voting because of this Hindutva, and they see Modi as the Hindu Hriday Samrat. Don't you think that we are simply rubbing off the fact that there's some sort of welfare politics being done? They have actually delivered 10 crore toilets for that matter. And what about your alliance partners like Udayanidhi who are calling out for eradication of Hinduism? Don't you think that this creates the necessity for Hindutva to protect Hindus? And what's your take on conversion, religious conversion?
That is,
there's
I
a lot
think,
of
3
questions.
We can only take one of them and then one more.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
You choose.
I'll take the first two since they seem to go together. I mean, the truth is that there is welfare politics being played, and it's particularly ironic because in 2014, Mr. Modi was scathing about the UPA's welfare schemes, about its povertarianism, about what he claimed was spending a fortune of taxpayers' money on digging ditches, which was his summary of the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Scheme. And every one of those comments he made in 2014, he has eaten crow. He has given more money to welfare than previous governments because the need is there. And now this 81 crore sort of free grain for people could also be described as a monument to his government's failure that so many people need free food. So all of these things suggest that there is going to be a competitive welfareism by the government and by the opposition pointing out to the holes in that. Sorry, the second question linked to that was?
Protecting the Hindus.
There was something else.
Hindus need to be protected, and then it was conversion.
No, there was something else. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought suddenly because of this. But if I recall, I'll come back to you. Okay. Conversion is a whole different debate. It's not even being debated very much right this election.
Yeah, young woman there, yes. Okay, then I have space for one more, and that's it.
Good afternoon, sir.
Are you a lady? I asked that lady there.
After this, can you please?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
With the whole narrative on Ram Rajya, Ram Mandir consecration and the election, right? I feel like we are forgetting about the Manipur issue. And sir, with the incumbent government not doing anything and literally waiting for the situation to solve on its own, it's been almost a year, and the people I feel are looking alternate ways since election is coming. And my question is, what would be the take of Congress if it comes to power in Manipur to solve the current issue?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that one can't sit here in an off-the-cuff sort of give you specific things. When we're in opposition, we point out what we would not have done. We would not have allowed the police armories to be looted by various insurgent groups. We would not have delayed so long in calling in the armed forces to curb this kind of irregular violence. We would not have allowed the separation of the state into two essentially no-go ethnic zones where Kukis are scared to even venture to Imphal to take a flight because they're afraid they'll be killed before they get on the plane. This kind of atmosphere in the country where Meiteis don't feel free or safe going to the east either of Manipur, all of this we would not have allowed to happen. What we can do is, we have to start off where we find ourselves. So if we come to power there, we will have to start afresh. But because we don't have the baggage of the bad decisions of the previous government, and because we have had leaders who have gone there, unlike the Prime Minister who never even set foot in Manipur, we believe we will approach the issue with greater credibility than the present government has been able to do. And with that, we should be able to bring people together, we certainly hope. But it's certainly gone a long way down the wrong way because of the mishandling by both the center and the state governments.
One last question there.
Hello, sir. Hi, I'm Varnika Thakur from the New Indian Express. So my question is, because we were talking about secularism, so my question is, do you think it is proper for India's most powerful government official, which is PM Modi in this case, to officiate a religious function as a yajman or a patron?
No, on this, our view is very clear. We don't think it's proper. And what is more, there's also Article 27 of the Constitution, which specifically forbids the spending of any taxpayer money on the promotion of any religion, which is one of the reasons why Nehruji, pointing to the Constitution, didn't want any money to be given by the government, either of Delhi or of Saurashtra, where Somnath was located. Saurashtra was then a state, to the function. And everything was done with personal initiative and personal cost. Of course, the protection of the president when he went in a personal capacity was still the state's responsibility, but no money was actually given for the religious ceremony. Now, these are important issues. I think from our point of view, we believe that there is undoubtedly more than one view of secularism, and I will share Ram's point that we didn't become secular because a word was added in the Constitution. But I will stress that we became secular because the Constitution already granted and guaranteed freedom of worship, freedom of the right to practice a faith, to propagate a faith, and indeed not to have taxes spent on any faith. And all of these things, which are very much in the Articles 25 to 28 of the Constitution, make us secular, whether the word secular is in the preamble or not. And that was Dr. Ambedkar's point as well, that the structure of the Constitution is de facto secular. We don't need to say it. So I do want to stress that there may be disputes and debates about all of this, but I think the Constitution speaks for itself. And at some point, the judiciary may have to find itself ruling on all these matters if it comes to them. But certainly as a political party, we were deeply troubled by the Prime Minister's very, very prominent role in the Prana Pratishtha. I am not aware, though Ram says that the president performed a similar ritual, I'm not aware of any non-priest having had this kind of prominence in such a major event as the consecration of a temple.
Thank you all very much. Have to call it a day. I think you will have to take yet another session with them. I monopolized you too much, perhaps. But thank you very much. It was always, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot to reflect on from the rich dialogue that has unfolded here. Of course, it is my pleasure to invite onto the stage Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director, The New Indian Express, to felicitate and extend thanks to our speaker, Mr. Shashi Tharoor. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our session chair and speaker as we draw the session to a close. We've had a lot of thoughts here that will definitely translate into stepping stones towards understanding the dynamic political landscape and, of course, the analysis, the diverse perspectives. We definitely have a lot to take back from this session. Very special thanks to our speaker once again. Thank you, Mr. Prabhu Chawla. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is time for us to step into the next session. The challenge of AI, of course, is Young India ready? As we kind of set the stage, let me tell you that today we're celebrating convergence, the convergence of knowledge, pursuit of excellence, and together we gather here to delve into the profound impact of education, all of it that is shaping our societal future. We've had esteemed speakers from diverse fields who have taken to the stage illuminating their diverse fields, their insightful perspectives, and taking that forward, the challenge of AI and a special focus on young India. It is my pleasure to invite onto the stage at this particular moment our speakers for the session, Mr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairperson, National Educational Technology Forum. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. We're also pleased to be joined by Dr. Amar Patnaik, Member of the Parliament. A loud round of applause as both our speakers make their way to the stage. This session will be chaired by Mr. Ravi Shankar, Consulting Editor, Sunday Standard. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to unveil the future. Challenge of AI, is young India ready? Of course, a critical exploration of readiness and resilience in the face of artificial intelligence dynamics. Over to our session chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you know both my eminent friends here. Amar Patnaik is a BJD MP, former bureaucrat, now politician, extremely well-read, an extremely intelligent, intuitive person. I don't think Mr. Sahasrabudhe needs any introduction. We find each other always at this conference. Okay, the topic is, can youth be sensitized to AI? So let me start with a joke, you know. I mean, like, so a Catholic priest, rabbi, and AI walk into a bar, and the priest says, Catholic says, okay, give me a whiskey. The other guy says, rabbi says, give me a glass of wine, and the AI says, give me a software update. So do you think the youth of India need a software update compared to as far as AI is concerned? Sorry, can you comment? I said, do the youth need a software update when it comes to understanding AI, the future of AI, the perils of AI?
AI is basically something which is a different kettle of fish, I would say, rather than a software. Of course, the basic architecture remains the same, but what it uses and trains up on is huge amount of data. And this is the age when a lot of data is getting collected, and therefore AI algorithms, machine learning is automatically making those algorithms.
See, AI itself is misunderstood a lot because, I mean, if you look at it, a computer or the computer we are using right now or the telephones we are using now already has AI. So what we are talking about is machine learning, like when machines start to imitate and mimic human talent. So do you think that is really a threat to modern, education future or even current educational policies?
You're asking me, right? See,
No, like computers, machine learning, advancing into a situation where computers can think for themselves, they can mimic human beings in terms of human value systems, and eventually displacing jobs. We'll come to the jobs later. But purely in terms of machine learning, do you think that is really going to affect education vis-a-vis human students?
I think AI is a tool which we should be able to use effectively in the right perspective. It's artificial intelligence means based on all previous experiences that are available in the form of data, whether it is visual, whether it is audio, whether it is in the form of text, all of that taken together, it works on it and gives you inputs. We make use of that. But however, when it comes to human intelligence, where we have emotions, where we have passion, love, I don't think AI will be able to create it as on today. And therefore, when we ask our students to use AI, it may be ChatGPT, it may be OpenAI, they will get a lot of information out of that. And that knowledge, they must be able to convert into wisdom. In our philosophy, we call GYAN, pragyana. Pragyana is what makes discerning effect. Discrimination, that is what is the human trait. And unless we bring it into the system, we are not going to replicate everything that the humans are able to do through AI.
No, but you see, the thing is that AI is essentially dependent on software updates, right? Essentially dependent on software and data. But logically speaking, if you look at the old sci-fi stories of Asimov and Ray Bradbury and all, things are coming true. Computers are thinking themselves. So to an extent, the greatest fear about AI is that will the computer start break away from human control and using the data and the logic of the data become a self-thinking machine on its own, in which case it decides, see, computers control everything. I mean, they control everything from electricity grid to your kind of badge, everything from your telephone to everything. So at any given point of time, when artificial intelligence becomes like an independent entity out of human control.
Yeah, can I just take I think I'll just supplement what Dr. SASTRA was saying. What the AI systems are doing is they are building the, I'll use a technical term, instrumental rationality, mechanical rationality as much as possible. So what the human beings could probably not think of in rational terms, these AI algorithms or systems are able to develop that. But it cannot obviously develop the emotional rationality or the emotional content. What you were saying, there is definitely a potential risk that this rationality which the AI is able to learn or is able to develop from learning from the data that is available at its command can potentially take decisions which probably a human being with its additional power of intelligence, which is emotional intelligence, would not do. For example, if a data set is completely biased, the AI model will take up that bias set and take a decision which will be completely biased.
Exactly.
Biased against, let's say, a community. But if you are actually thinking as a human being, you would look at data and realize that this is a biased data and probably not take a decision which otherwise you would have taken had it not been a biased data.
Which means that human beings can make mistakes, but AI can't. That's what he's saying, in many ways.
No, I think the AIs can make mistakes. The human beings have to use their additional intelligence because the AI is only is an extension of that intelligence. They have to use that additional intelligence to triangulate the results to find out that whether it can actually be used for decision making or not. So the AI can make mistakes. The human beings should not be making those mistakes.
Okay, this is the, I mean, when we're talking about the emotional aspect of technology, I want to tell you something I read recently which is rather odd, I mean, not really part of the mainstream thing, that there are a lot of relationships which are collapsing in the United States. I'm sure all over the world, right? Whatever were the reasons, changing lifestyles, etc., etc., etc. So a lot of men are, some of the AI companies are offering robotic girlfriends who can be programmed by AI to behave exactly. You give it, the man gives the specifications, this is the kind of woman I want, this is the kind of responses she should do, blah, 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 blah. So as a result, AI could, if I'd given it a mass point at a mass level, which will happen soon because corporates make money, right? And money is very important to this. And if this is going to be a hugely recreative thing, it could be very, very detrimental to relationships because relationships are about making mistakes and learning from them and building families and building relationships, right? So how would you, as somebody who handles education technology, would be able to kind of sensitize the youth to take a more moral way? Because being a human being is a difficult job. If you're programmed into it, it's not as difficult. So how would you sensitize people to that?
Yeah, I think the value system which we have to inculcate in the students through the education is what is able to make the difference between the two. All those things which you said, they are all virtual. And therefore, when they realize the reality, they will not go towards that direction. But at the same time, AI has its own advantage in terms of all the data sources that are available, which are genuine data, making use of that. There are several applications possible in terms of teaching learning process. How do you make a student learn better? This is possible through the methodology of artificial intelligence.
Personalized learning.
Personalized learning is possible. You also have systems where, for example, you require to have a certain course to be done. Where do you want to do it? Probably through AI, you will be able to detect and do a very reasoned understanding about what needs to be studied. All of that is possible through the methodology of AI. But it has a flip side, what you rightly said, and therefore educating people. There are also issues of security. There are also issues of privacy. So all of that under our education system, if you have to start training them right from the young age, I'm sure we will use AI for the right purposes rather than for the wrong purposes.
In fact, Ravi, that's why I use the term responsible AI. And this responsible AI can come through, of course, a lot of awareness about the ill effects, which you definitely, what you said is possible. But one has to be aware of it. Many people may not be even aware of it because they're sharing a huge amount of data over internet, and there is scraping of data and somebody is developing algorithmic models. So these are the potential risks. So we have to make people that as much as it is beneficial, which we should all take full advantage of, we have to be responsible to guard against the potential harms and risks. And therefore, people are calling for regulation of AI. Regulation of AI, which is there in Europe now, some amount of it is there in US. There was a deal between the Biden administration and OpenAI, many other, Microsoft as well. India, we haven't had it so far, but probably there would be a time when this would be necessary.
Yeah, now, Amar, let me ask you, like your government, the BJD in Odisha, has been really doing a lot of skill training. In fact, they've been pretty good at, advancing the skill training, the skilling of people. Tell me, one of the biggest fears of young people, youth, is the fear of losing jobs to AI. In fact, you already have articles appearing, what are the jobs which are going to be lost to AI? So how are you, do you have a plan in place? Government policy usually, hopefully, is put in place for the next kind of decade or half a decade or whatever. There would be somebody who's kind of laying it out. So do you have a plan in place to kind of, identify sectors where jobs could be taken away by AI, and do you have a kind of, firewalls in place which would kind of, stop that happening?
I think this exercise is going on across the world globally. There is a large chunk of people who believe that, I think many of us believe that, as you said, there will be a lot of job losses of a particular kind in maybe across sectors. But there is also a study, there are studies which believe that a lot of new jobs would be created. For example, I'll give you a very simple example. That is when the Y2K problem came, the year 2000, a huge number of new jobs were created, maybe temporary, but they were created. In this case also, just to make yourself AI compliant, a lot of jobs in the AI sector would get created. But besides that, the use of AI for innovation, for new startups, for developing new areas of research and development, even at the frontier of science, I think there are enormous possibilities. But to a question, specifically if there is a plan in place, I think every company, depending on where they are, every industry where they are, the educational sector where they are, they have to think in terms of which are the areas where jobs would probably be lost and which are the areas where jobs would be created. But I'm sure about one thing, that it opens up new avenues, huge benefits to be taken, and new jobs would be created.
Anil, that is, and I wish you could have given a more specific answer, basically. I would have liked to have more specifics. But I suppose, as you said, governments are looking into it. Even the West, I think they have put in some regulatory effects, as you said, but more specific. I don't think we have done it yet. Anil, I want to ask you, nothing is new, all right? If you look at the larger philosophy of karma, if you look at the larger philosophy of kind of life and death, everything is cyclical. It could take, maybe something could take a century, yuga, days, God knows whatever. Is there any scriptural or old historical references you have found about artificial intelligence?
See, there is no scriptural evidences of that nature, but nevertheless, the very fact that in our system, we talked about body, intellect, mind, and finally Atman. That means Pragyana on one side, and also the ultimate truth, Brahman. I think these are philosophies which are much higher than what AI is also thinking about. So they're at that level. As far as the loss of jobs, which Amar was saying already, there will be new jobs created. This is the same problem which people talked about when computerization came in. The bank, insurance jobs are all going to be lost. In fact, it made the life of the people, citizens, much smoother and easier. AI is going to do exactly the same thing. Whether it is applications in agriculture, whether it is applications in healthcare, applications in education, even in terms of transportation, defense, security, all of that is going to transform, and then there will be hundreds of AI applications created by the startups. I think jobs are not going to be lost, new jobs are going to be created.
Okay, so
I wish I knew about the scriptural support for this AI, the question you asked. I wish I knew, I have no idea.
My mistake, next time I'll telephone you. I'll call you. Next time I'll talk on the phone. I'll certainly inform you of the developments. Well, so if you, AI is what? It's basically technologies which essentially start thinking like human beings, and eventually sometimes acting like human beings at some given point of time or not. So many times logic is also about analyzing the present to kind of look into the future, right? I mean, that's what it is. I mean, you're analyzing the present, whether it be philosophy, whether it be logic, any of that is to analyze trends of the future to kind of present to take the, foresee the future or predict the future or create an algorithm to predict the future using postulates of the past. I mean, I'm clear. So if, how would you do something like an exercise like that? Have you ever done an exercise like that? And where would you see artificial intelligence heading 20 years from now? How would it affect youth? Because this generation is what is going to be the inheritor of the next. So inheritor of the next 10 years. So how do you see AI playing with them? I mean, plugging into them.
But as you said correctly, actually, there are various levels of AI. In everyday life, from experience, we predict what we'll do after analysis of the previous experience. The AI, in a very simple term or a simplistic term, just does that. If there is no data, the algorithm is bad. If there is more data to train on, then the algorithm gets better and better. The machine starts learning better and better. Therefore, your predictive power increases. The possibility of not predicting rightly reduces. So that is anyway happening all the time. What the AI is, the current generative AIs are doing, are the fact that they are taking away that requirement of you to analyze and giving it to the computer, to the model. But that doesn't mean that there are no other areas or frontiers left to think about. I think with the AI coming in, models coming in, our research output probably should be better. Our new areas, horizons of knowledge should come up because they are going to use this data which is already available to predict things which can be done and predict things which they have not thought about. Our research should become even better.
Right, so let's bring it down to a more pedestrian point where people can understand it better, because we have been talking about data, we've been talking about general policy. To be more specific, how are you applying AI in your current kind of, mandate?
Right now, we have a tool which is developed called Anuvadini, which is a...
Sorry?
Anuvadini.
Anuvadini.
It's a tool for translating content from English into many Indian languages. Bhashani is also there, but we have developed Anuvadini as well. And while Bhashani or any other translation tool which is used by either Google or Microsoft is based on translating from one language of India into English and from English again back into another Indian language. What we are trying to do is we are using Sanskrit as the base, whereby content in Odia will be taken into Sanskrit and then converted into Kannada or Marathi or Telugu. It will have better grammatical syntax and lots of words are also common. And therefore, the accuracy of translation will become better. So this training continues to happen, and from say 60% to 70% to 80%, accuracy goes on developing, and you will be able to do on the fly. And that is the area where the work is going on. So AI has huge number of applications. We have a portal for internship. Now, lots of companies provide internship opportunities for 100, 200 people. Students also are interested in going to a particular industry, particular place. So this matchmaking also can be done very easily through the use of AI. Your interests are going to be matched, that of the industry.
Amar, what's the government doing to do that?
Yeah, you see, just taking it from there, I see the biggest application of AI is to improve our delivery of health services. So digital health is completely going to be, driven by AI applications. And that you can imagine would give tremendous amount of improved healthcare services to the most underserved and unserved maybe people of the country. So this is where the study, many surveys have said that people are extremely upbeat about digital health because of the power that the AI would bring into delivering this digital health. The second area again is modeling for weather. So I think our weather forecast, whatever is happening, it has improved tremendously, but it will even improve even further. So you would have better disaster management. It could have implications on climate change. Why this is important is because the number of variables or number of factors affecting a particular event, currently the human mind can only process that much but not more. Whereas if you bring in generative AI, different kinds of data sets can be combined together and improve that predictive power. So I'm fully in agreement with you that there are huge amount of risks as well. The risks one has to be aware of, but the benefits, I think, outweigh the potential risks and harms. Harms of privacy, harms relating to bias, harms relating to security are very important, very concerning as well. They will have to be taken care of, if required, by a regulation probably. Government of India is currently not thinking about bringing in the regulation because it sees the potential benefits to be much more than the harm. But maybe a stage would come when the Rasmita Mandana issue kind of thing, then government has issued advisory and guidelines. It might finally take the form of a regulation as well, which can be enforced in the court of law. So for anything which gives you a lot of benefits, there are always situations where there are risks, and this is the same situation with AI. But I think we shouldn't close our doors on AI just because there are these few harms.
Okay, now the general prediction of technocrats and writers is that AI will become so powerful by end of this decade that it will dominate every aspect of your life. So can AI replace a member of parliament? And if AI does replace a member of parliament, what do you think a member of parliament will be like an AI-created MP?
Good question, but this is similar to something which I was speaking in Delhi to a group of lawyers, that if AI could actually be taking over the role of the judges in the courts, because in China, for example, they're already experimenting that a particular judge has given, let's say, 50 judgments. Looking at those judgments, the AI model would be able to predict what is the kind of judgment that it is going to give based on the facts in the current case, and therefore give you a draft judgment, and then somebody will probably look at it. But what it cannot do is the judgment that comes from the human brain, the creativity that would come from the human brain in interpreting certain things. And the same applies to members of parliament. The members of parliament on a particular bill, what are the pros and the cons, what are the positives and the negatives, could probably an AI model or AI robot sitting over there can do. But to bring in the human element of a particular constituency in a particular village, which is context specific to that particular area, which is the job of a member of parliament in the Lok Sabha, the AI model will not be able to do it. So I think the current use of AI for members of parliament or parliament in general is what is being contemplated is to improve the capacity of the MPs to debate better, to bring those issues which are coming from constituencies better, to analyze which issues are common to a large number of constituencies, and therefore government's action could be drawn in a much more significant way. I think these are the ones which we should be taking it forward.
So let me, as a academic technocrat, let me apply the same question I asked Amar to you.
So neither MPs can be replaced by AI, nor the faculty members or professors can be replaced by AI. Because you have a role to play, and all this AI is going to help us in taking decisions better. That is what AI is going to do, rather than, because as I said earlier, emotions, various human values, they cannot be incorporated through the software or through the AI mechanism.
That's a holy grail of technology, isn't it? I mean, to create a thinking machine, a feeling machine. I mean, that's what is the dream of our technology.
I'll give you another example. Can power asymmetry that exists in our societies because of various reasons, caste, religion, whatever, can any AI model capture this? It's not possible.
I mean, actually, it's too much kind of. So I think we're closing, nearing the thing. Any questions, anybody? Okay, I see a hand there.
Good afternoon, sir. And my question is, in recent times, we have been seeing this ethical issue in deepfake. In future, can we expect a situation where the deepfake becomes indistinguishable from the reality, so that we need to rethink or reshape the fundamental understanding of truth and the concept of evidence?
Really good question.
And what can the government do in this, sir?
Good question. The power of the human brain or human mind to discern between the reality and a fake or a deep fake, as you say in computer language, in AI parlance, has to be respected. It is very easy to find out the gaps in an algorithm given a data set. May not be in the first iteration, but in the second or the third iteration, the human brain will be able to find out the gap or the patch. And therefore, you would realize the iPhones that you have, several updates keep on happening, or the Microsoft or whatever. They're hugely complex and complicated systems. But then they find out the gaps from the same data which it is applied on, and then they start giving updates or start giving patches. So even in the Alexa or in Bard, whatever, in your ChatGPT, you are having updates and upgrades. That is simply because there are bugs which have been identified. The results are not coming out similarly. The deep fakes which are probably there are something which, see, why the deep fake has come up is probably because of a lack of regulation. That's a different issue altogether. As I said, for stopping this, prohibiting this, we need to probably have regulations, guidelines, advisories, enforcement. That's a different thing. But once it is there to identify whether it is a fake or a reality, that the human mind would be able to do it, because as I said, AI is only an additionality. It is an extension of human brain. It cannot replace the human brain.
This is, I think we're running out of time, so
I would just like to add, over a period of time, even the AI itself will start working on it and will understand which is a more highly integrity-oriented data, where from it is coming, which is a fake data which is coming from. So it will start doing by itself certain kind of analysis one side. And all the while, we also say often that you can fool someone all the time, all the people for some time, not all the people all the time. So deep fake also cannot.
But you can't fool AI. We've got time for one last question. Does anybody have one there?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. So my question is, it is believed that the evolving AI technology is one part is good. It is helping to improve the efficiency of many things. But at the same time, it is believed that it will affect the job and employment opportunities widely. So what is your view, sir?
No, that question
This
is
was already answered.
That's already been answered. Sorry about that. That's a gentleman in black, the last question. This is the last question total.
So good evening. The question is very simple. As a professor, I'm asking this question. The question is, if AI is going to help take better decisions, will it impact human thinking in a student level? Right from school level, if they started using AI, will their thinking ability be diminished? Will the quality of students who are coming in the upcoming future, will that be diminished? Will that be a bigger challenge because of AI?
It's a quick answer.
There is a likely challenge, then that's why the role of teachers right from school to high school to higher education has to create right awareness among students in order to use discreetly how you have to use the AI tools actually. That is a role of the teacher, and therefore role of teacher will not diminish.
Thank you, Anil. Thank you, Amar. Interesting session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Check. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speakers, our session chair. Before we draw the session to a close, I'd like to invite onto the stage Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present our speakers with a memento and felicitate them, extend our gratitude. Welcome, ma'am. It's been an insightful session, ladies and gentlemen, and I think the inputs that we have gained today will definitely propel us towards a future where the youth is well equipped to navigate both the challenges and the opportunities that are presented by AI. A loud round of applause for our speakers and our session chair. We'd love to grab a quick picture. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024. Here we move along to our next session. This is with a keen focus on regulatory bodies, acts in action. For this, I'd like to invite onto the stage our speaker, Mr. Jagdish Kumar, Chairman, University Grants Commission. Welcome, sir. Good evening. I'd also like to take the opportunity to invite Mr. Vaidya Subramaniam S., Vice Chancellor, SASTRA University. Of course, he'll be chairing the discussion. He's also played a pivotal role as a valued sponsor here at the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024. This conversation, ladies and gentlemen, will explore the dynamics of governance with regulatory bodies, of course, acts in action, a keen scrutiny of policies in practical implementation. Over to our session chair. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you very much. Mr. Prabhu Chala has already given us 30-minute time window, and we will try to do our best with the 30 minutes that's available. The session is very interesting because the topic covers a wider canvas that extends from K to 12 up to the highest level of education. But having the UGC chairman with us this gathering, we will restrict it to higher education. And let me begin by recalling what Mr. Arun Shourie said 10 years back on the very same platform. And he said, when we have to have reforms, and there has been always this constant requirement of new acts, statutory acts that have to actually make sure reforms happen. And he said he doesn't subscribe to that view and said, more than acts, we need action. And what we have seen in the last 5 to 6 years, and in the presence of Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, I will also acknowledge that as AICT chairman, there were a lot of regulations through which a lot of provisions of the AICT were given power. And we could see in the last 2 years, as the chairman of UGC, there are a lot of enabling provisions in the Statutory Act of UGC, which have been in the form of regulations being put into action. In the last 2 years, we have seen a lot of UGC regulations that has actually given teeth to the UGC Act. For want of time, and you'd heard of, multiple choice questions in a similar way. According to you, top 3 regulations under your leadership as UGC chairman that has transformed the higher education, given the fact that all of this has come after NEP 2020.
Vaidya, both of us are teachers. Would you allot some time for questions also?
I have 5 questions, so each question 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes for
I think that will be
audience.
more interesting if we can take questions from
the
the audience.
also, yeah.
But before I answer your question, I would like to set the context. We all remember recently how India conducted itself during its G20 presidency. And there were various issues on which G20 discussed. And education was one of the important topics. and there was a group of education ministers and G20 education working group. So they deliberated, and the group of education ministers focused on 4 resolutions. I would like to tell you why it is important for this discussion. So these 4 resolutions passed by the G20 education ministers, the first one was enhancing the foundational literacy and numeracy among students. And the second resolution was leveraging digital technology in education. And the third one was making education more relevant in the lives of future working force. And the fourth one was enhanced collaboration, cross-border collaboration in higher education, research, and innovation. These are the 4 important themes on which they passed the resolution, and a consensus was arrived at. And this is central to NEP 2020 also. It resonates with NEP 2020 objectives. And then look at the 5C framework formulated by the G20 education group. They focused on the 5 C's. The first C is capacity and culture, coordination and leadership, content and curriculum, connectivity and infrastructure, cost and sustainability. Again, these resonate with what the NEP 2020 objectives are. In other words, at a global level, in G20, where 80% of the global population is represented, the resolutions and frameworks that were passed, they resonate with the objectives of NEP 2020. So therefore, NEP 2020 is not just only relevant to our country, but to a large population across the country. So therefore, it is important that we roll out these reforms as quickly as possible and empower our students. So how will we do that? In order to do that, just before our session, there was a discussion on AI. Do you agree that AI is required in education?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Of course, all
It is
of
a
us.
good substitute for a bad teacher. I've
It's
always
a
been
good
maintaining
substitute
it.
for a bad teacher. But we need to look at other kind of AI in education if we want to bring these reforms. And this is being adventurous and innovative. This is the AI we require, adventurous and innovative. I'll tell you why. If you look at the life of Jagdish Chandra Bose, during his working career until he retired, he worked on wireless communication and radio waves. But after he retired, he switched over to biology. And he came up with such results, the entire world recognized his contribution to plant physiology. The university system, for last 70 years or so, we have been rooted in such a rigid educational system. It is time now for us to completely come out of that system and take a new path. And that is being adventurous, like what J.C. Bose has done. But at the same time, in our university system, when we say we implement these reforms, some people say, no, there are infrastructural issues, there are funding issues, and so many other reasons will come to the forefront. But again, look at the life of J.C. Bose. When he wanted to take a completely different path, switch from wireless communication to plant physiology, he was very innovative. He designed and built systems, tools, which can recognize very minute changes in the behavior of the plants. That is being innovative. He didn't raise his hands and say, no, nothing can be done. I think it is the responsibility of our education system, therefore, to come up with innovative solutions to the challenges that we have, be adventurous, and implement these reforms. Now, while implementing these reforms, while being innovative, if the educational institutions come up with wonderful ideas, I think as regulators, we need to remain facilitators, rather than micromanage the institutions.
True.
And that is what UGC is doing.
So can we take this ABC, multiple entry, exit at different modular levels? These are all the AI, the adventurous, innovative, regulatory solutions as facilitators you're giving to institutions, sir.
You see, the names that you have mentioned, ABC, multi-entry, multi-exit, national credit framework, multidisciplinary education, these are all tools. I think we should not get lost in these tools and lose out on the central objective of NEP 2020. The central objective of NEP 2020 is to empower our student to be a lifelong learner. That is the central objective. And these tools help. And in that context, if I had to tell, recently I came across a student in one of the meetings with the students. He said, "Sir, I'm now doing BA Economics. Actually, I was doing engineering in my second year because of some family reasons. I had to drop out of my education. And I couldn't come back to my engineering program and continue.
Correct.
Therefore, he started doing BA Economics." Now, this is the kind of rigidity that we have in our system. And the other one is that when the student steps out of the educational institution, I'm not saying drops out, takes a brief break, as a society, we look down at those students. We say they are dropouts, they are failures. And it's our responsibility to tell the students through our reforms that education is a lifelong journey. There can be small setbacks for you once in a while, but you will have many opportunities to pick up the threads and move forward. Okay. And this is what we are doing by bringing these reforms.
So if you're addressing the rigidity in a system, I'm just taking it the next step. How will you address rigidity across systems? Example, like you have different statutory bodies, different systems, but the flexibility that the NEP 2020 gives, makes you feel that you are part of different systems, which means there should be harmonious coordination between various statutory bodies. For example, UGC, AICT, NCT, and all of these. How will you ensure that there is a coordinated effort? Is there any idea that you have in mind that's work in process, or certain things that are already working that can enlighten the audience, sir?
I will answer this question in two parts. Now, the reason why Vaidya has asked is, this question why you have asked is that because of the multiplicity of the regulators, the stakeholders have challenges. But let me answer it in two parts. If you look at the regulators, who is the biggest regulator in the country? That is UGC. And out of 4.1 crore students, nearly 70% of the students are with UGC. And the vast majority of universities and colleges are with UGC. So even without worrying about the problems or the challenges that we have with the other regulators, within this regulatory system, can we introduce reforms so that it will empower our students? For example, I'll tell you how we can do. Let's say as a kid, my family told me, or my neighbors or friends told me to take commerce as an example. I pass my 12th standard. Now, I get interested to study physics. But when I go and I want to take admission in Vaidya's university, Vaidya will say, no, you have studied commerce. How can I admit you in physics? What we are saying that it is in our hands. If the student demonstrates his or her competency in physics by clearing a national level entrance or an entrance conducted by the university, why can't we permit the student to switch the disciplines? And we can bring that kind of multidisciplinary education, and this doesn't require any extra infrastructure. This doesn't require any extra teachers. When we brought out recently the higher education qualification framework, the undergraduate qualification framework, and the postgraduate qualification framework, we said irrespective of what you have studied in your previous degree or school, you should be able to join in any discipline provided you demonstrate your competency. I would like to ask the educational institutions, are you ready to face this challenge? Are you ready to help our students cross the disciplinary boundaries and become creative and innovative? This is one example which is within our hands and we can do it.
Suppose I flip the example and I have a law school student who says, I want to study one subject in engineering and one elsewhere. Given the fact that both the Bar Council or the NMCI are not under the ambit of NEP 2020, what will be the response? Because it's easy to say a science going to engineering because they're part of the system. Somebody who is actually in the extra-jurisdictional space.
So that brings us to the second part of the question that you have asked. Multiple regulatory bodies are there. NEP 2020, of course, suggests the establishment of the Higher Education Commission of India, HECI, and a lot of groundwork is being done there in establishing HECI. Once that comes, our hope is that all these regulators will sit across the table and they will come up with common reforms so that the stakeholders do not have to run from one regulator to the other regulator.
This morning, before lunch, we had a session on foreign universities. And there are three ways by which reforms have happened. One is a classic case of the gift city where the template is completely different. And UGC has two regulations. One that promotes twinning, collaborative degree programs and all such. And the second is allowing foreign universities to establish campuses. Now, what are the major distinguishing factors between the two, other than the fact that foreign universities can establish their campuses? How can Indian universities become of that type is your first regulation that allows Indian universities to explore collaboration with foreign universities so that they can also improve the way in which education is being given.
Right.
So is there enough ammunition, regulatory ammunition that is available for Indian universities to exercise that required administrative, academic and financial autonomy? Of course, IOEs have a different, all universities, do they have enough power to exercise that autonomy so that they can compete with foreign universities if they set up campuses here soon?
Right. We all agree that education is not a commodity, and education is a right for all Indians, and we want to make it as affordable as possible. So therefore, our belief is that, and in practice too, our educational institutions are non-profit social organizations.
Exactly.
That is point one. And point two, if foreign universities are encouraged to come and set up campuses here, if they are given autonomy in operating their programs, can a similar kind of autonomy can be given to our Indian institutions also? I'm a firm believer in saying that educational institutions will grow and become outstanding only when a lot of autonomy is given together with accountability. Both have to go together.
Correct.
Now, if you look at the UGC regulations, tell me which regulation stops you from introducing multidisciplinary education to our students? Which regulation stops you from recruiting high caliber faculty in our institutions? Which regulation stops you from starting new programs? Which regulation stops you from admitting students in your educational institutions? I think the UGC regulations are very, very broad. They are not prescriptive. They only provide broader framework for the institutions to innovate within this broader framework.
Correct.
And broader frameworks are always required to set certain standards for education, right? So I believe that within the existing framework itself, our institutions have a lot of freedom and autonomy, but unfortunately, that autonomy is not being utilized fullest. And that is why I am saying our educational leaders have to be adventurous and innovative.
Yeah, but also there is this feeling that this comes with a cost. And also on the other side, education being a social infrastructure. the imperative is to always reduce the unit cost of education. So on one hand, we have to give multiple choices, give all sorts of opportunities for students, which has high transaction costs. On the other hand, we have the need to reduce the unit cost of education. So what's your advice to higher education institution administrators so that there is a balance between both?
System, and they're all young people. And a large majority of them come from rural background. So on one hand, we talk about the cost associated with providing high quality education. But on the other side, we have the challenge of taking care of the interests of this large number of youth who will be idling otherwise.
Correct.
So therefore, as educational institutions, I think it is our responsibility to introduce, for example, technology, leveraging the power of digital technology and take high quality education to the doorsteps of our students at an affordable cost. And that is how we can empower the students.
Okay.
Right? The solutions exist, but are our educational institutions ready to utilize these solutions and reach out to the students?
Okay. One last question before I open it up for the audience. Editor Ms. Santana is also here. So maybe if tomorrow the headlines for this session has to be something, what is next that the UGC is going to come in the form of a new regulation? Before, election mood sets in. What's the new regulation that's just in the pipeline?
No, we don't work on creating sensation. We are dealing with the lives of millions of students across the country. Whatever regulation we bring out, whatever guideline we bring out, it is done through a consultative process. It is widely discussed within the UGC system. We consult experts and take their feedback and put it out in the public domain for the stakeholders' feedback, and then we finalize and come out with the
reason I asked that was the skilling certification is almost there. So will it come anytime?
The idea is not to create headlines. Sorry, New Indian Express, you will not have any headlines. The idea is to transform the lives of our students.
Okay, so transforming lives, if that is the objective, how will the audience want their lives to be transformed? Here is a chance for you to ask the question to the UGC chairman. Raise your hand, the first one. Yeah, from the Ashoka University. And then I saw another lady. Yeah, the mics can reach them before so that you don't have, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about, referring to my previous work with the Gujarat Biotechnology University, which is in partnership with University of Edinburgh. One of the experiences is to match the support given to faculty to be innovative, to have new ideas as an institution, to progress in an impact-driven manner, etc. How does the UGC see itself supporting the growth of professional services or administration?
I think capacity building of teachers also is one of the primary objectives of NEP 2020. There are two ways in which it can be done. One, at the institutional level itself, there are so many resources that are available within the country. There are so many experts. Can the institution arrange training programs to our own teachers in order to build their capacities? That is at one level. At the second level, at the national level, functioning. We are now going to work with the Capacity Building Commission to check out a training program for the administrative staff. Many things, such as the...
We'll finish, yeah.
Namaste to all. I am Sudha Trivedi from MOP Vaishnav College for Women. Sir, my question, when you talk about competency, that means merit, what about the reservation in higher education, sir? Do we compromise with merit?
I think competency and merit are two different things, right? The students, so that in whatever profession they are planning to work, they become competent. And it is our objective that any learner who wants to learn, have access to high quality education, they should get this education at their doorstep. That is the idea. So therefore, when it is available to everybody, there is no question of somebody who is very meritorious, who is not less meritorious. All that I say, that students have different kinds of potentials. To match their potential, can we provide appropriate skills so that their competencies are enhanced and they become more employable? That's the idea.
The young student at the back, yeah. Please go ahead, make it short.
I have a question about why educational institutions have more authority in adopting NEP policies, and like, is there a chance to include students' preferences on it?
Okay, very good. You know, few months ago, we launched a program called NEP Sardhis. We have selected more than 700 NEP Sardhis across the country, and I'm very glad to see these NEP Sardhis working in collaboration with the institutional heads, creating awareness and bringing feedback to the institutional heads so that NEP reforms can be implemented at a rapid rate. It is important to involve the students. They are the important stakeholders in the implementation of NEP 2020.
We'll take one, that was a short question, so one more question from the student in particular. Any student who wants to ask the last question? Nobody? Oh, there's a student, yeah.
Good evening, I am Shabari from SASTRA University. Deviating slightly from the topic, I would like to ask you about entrance examinations in India. There have been many nations that have, if not already gotten rid of, at least have had debates or have tried to get rid of entrance examinations, while India has gone forth and introduced another entrance examination, which is the CUET, into an already decently long list of entrance examinations in the country. As a student, my perspective is that entrance examinations create a bit more pressure on students.
You've not deviated, it's very much within the topic, so question understood.
No, it's not deviation, and it's an important question. Thank you for asking this question. Apart from JEE and NEET for engineering and medical program, there were a large number of other entrance exams in our country. And the idea was to replace all those large number of entrance exams and have only one entrance exam, CUET, Common University Entrance Test. And will it create further stress? On the other hand, it will reduce the stress, because earlier students had to write so many entrance exams conducted by different universities. They had to travel to different cities, clash of entrance examinations, and so on. But CUET has removed all those kinds of challenges to the students. Number two, in CUET, we ensured that the syllabus is confined to the 12th standard. So the students are just fresh. We have written their board exams, and they can attempt the CUET. In fact, if you look at the reactions of the students coming out of the centers flashed on the TV screens, you will see very positive feedback from the students. And majority of the students, they do not take any coaching to write CUET. In my view, CUET has brought a lot of flexibility and more opportunities for them to choose and join in various kinds of universities across the country.
Yep. With this positive hope, thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure talking to you as always. Thank you very much for enlightening us with your valuable inputs. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya to present our speaker with a memento and extend our thanks. A matching of skill and potential. I think it's been an interesting, enlightening, and comprehensive discussion that we've had here this session. A loud round of applause for our session chair and speaker for sharing their valuable insights and inputs in taking forward the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024. We'd love to have a quick photo op of our guests on stage. The 13th edition of the ThinkEdu Conclave, ladies and gentlemen, we move into our next session. Now, this is on the promise of GYAN, Viksit Bharat. It is my pleasure to invite onto the stage our speaker this session, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs and Petroleum and Natural Gas. It is also my pleasure to invite our session chair, Mr. Shankar Iyer, analyst and author of various books, including The Gated Republic. This session, we unlock the potential of knowledge with an interesting take on Viksit Bharat. Of course, this is also a session that we are going to be delving deep into the commitment to education for a developed India. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause as our speaker and session chair take to the stage. We've had an exciting couple of sessions here, backed by transparent, enlightening approaches, and this session will serve as a continuation of them. Over to us.
से देखेंगे, and GYAN is the combination of Garib, Yuva, Annadata, and Nari. So what has the government done for these 4 sections? If we look at it, although the Niti Aayog says that the number of poor people, people under poverty line has come down, we are still feeding 81 crore people free ration and many other schemes. Yuva, the perception that the opposition is building is that there is unemployment and they're not getting their due. Then Annadata, agriculture is under stress, so we have PM Kisan and other schemes. And Nari, I mean, the simple factor of safety and social pressures. And of course, this year the labor participation rate has improved. But so how do you justify the idea of GYAN?
Where would you like me to start?
Start?
No, let me. You see, when you decide on a narrative, you must also do context setting. Let me start with one of the figures that you cited, or one of the figures you wanted to cite, but you didn't get there. The Niti Aayog's estimate that we have lifted 250 million people out of multi-dimensional poverty.
Correct.
Yeah. I have not come across any comment which questions that. And let me do a bit of international context setting for you. When the UN established what was called the Millennium Development Goals, because all your issues, all the factors you mentioned are covered either by the Millennium Development Goals or the Sustainable Development Goals. When the UN decided on the Millennium Development Goals, there were many people like me who said that the goals themselves were conceptualized in the think tank of the West, which is the OECD. Okay? And then they were thrust on governments who pick it. And the honest God's truth is, the MDGs succeeded because a so-called large developing country, China, you can argue whether it's developing, now it's $19 trillion economy. That economy succeeded in lifting hundreds of millions of people out of multidimensional poverty. You use the word sometimes abject poverty, extreme poverty. You can have a separate discussion, Shankar, on those. When the Sustainable Development Goals were formulated, I was then the ambassador to the UN, and I made it a point to say that the Sustainable Development Goals must be set by the participants themselves. These are not just governmental targets, but social, civil society, NGOs, everybody must participate. So what we ended up doing was to produce a certain number of goals, 17 sets of goals and other sub-goals. And interestingly, the Sustainable Development Goals, before they were formally implemented, something called a game-changing phenomena happened in Delhi. Mr. Modi assumed responsibility from May 2014. And the central schemes which were outlined and started being implemented from June 2015, in a way, all already anticipate the SDGs which came in slightly later. Now, I'm willing to go through each of those things that you said. I make the submission to you that the figure of 250 million people being lifted out of multidimensional poverty, in fact, is on the conservative side. Because the measurement of those indices and the identification of people follows a certain pattern. The fact that you give 800 million people or 80 crore people 3 meals of dry ration in a day does not in any way detract from or undermine the fact that you are lifting people out of poverty. Let me make a submission to you. I don't know, Prabhu is a student of economics, I'm not, maybe you are. But there is a basic sui generis character to the... 2 days ago, we also became the world's 4th largest stock market. 4 trillion by global standards is an impressive figure. But 4 trillion hides the fact that you are the world's most populous country and you still have very well-defined developmental challenges. And what are those developmental challenges? Your per capita income is still low. So, let me go to what we have done.
The per capita income is not only low, it is at variance, and if you connect north and south, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and all are double, half of what the national per capita.
Yeah, that's
so those are challenges.
I am not going into that challenge. I am going into the Viksit Bharat challenge. If you want India to be a developed economy by 2047, which is the avowed aim, and my submission to you is you'll be a Viksit Bharat or a developed nation well before that. And let me tell you what I think is happening. 4 trillion will go to 5 trillion by 2025. It'll go to 10 trillion by 2030. The per capita, which is close to about $2,800, will go upwards onto a trajectory when between 2030 and 2045, etc., that thing is there, and you're well on being. What are the definitions of a developed economy? IMF has one definition, World Bank has another definition, and so on. What is it that is being done for each of them? Since I happen to have the privilege of 2 ministries which are reasonably central to the discussion we are having, let's start with housing and urban affairs. When you build toilets, and you've built over 11 crore toilets, it helps the dignity of the girl child. When you do Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, or you give affordable homes to sections of the economically weaker sections of society, and the Malikana Haq, or the title is in the name of the lady of the house, it has a fundamental difference. When you introduce a scheme like Swanidhi, which is for street vendors, why do you introduce the scheme? You can say capital expenditures, 10 lakh crore budget, this, that, and the other. In a society which was in a total lockdown situation during the pandemic, there were some sections of society which were very vulnerable. I mean, if you have to buy your stuff to sell and go to the money lender for interest at 18%, and you can't even ply your wares, you have a problem. So it became a scheme which was rolled out in 2020, and today it's a roaring success. Who are the beneficiaries of that? If you look at it, 43% are the Mahila. Many of them are scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and so on. If you go into the other scheme, let me come to one fast forward this thing. 50% plus of our population is ladies. We have gone from from our sisters, we have gone from a system of women-centered development to women-led development. So I won't come to that 33% reservation, I'll come to that in a minute. But take a scheme like Ujjwala. I mean, you're still very young, required either to know your MP or you needed to know someone in influence. Getting a gas cylinder was pretty difficult. The total number of gas cylinders in the year 2014 was 14 crores. Today it's 32 crores. Today, under Ujjwala, which is a scheme handed out, cooktop free from one of the oil companies, to a gas cylinder free during the pandemic, all the Ujjwala, the gas cylinder which comes in Ujjwala has got a 300 rupees subsidy built into it. That scheme has already benefited 10 crore, 34 lakhs, absolutely. As we speak, it goes on. And there's near saturation. So my submission to you is, whether you're talking about farmers, whether you're talking about youth, whether you're talking about women, they are all the ones you're mentioning. So I could roll out that is the plan. Now, If you were to argue in an academic setting, well, you could do more, I'll be the first to support you. But if on the other hand, you want to compare it to what happened earlier and what is happening now, I want to give you some figures. On the urban side, Shankar, the entire spend on all the schemes of the urban sector in the 10 years between 2004 and 14 came to 1,57,000 crores. In the 9.5 years or nearly 10 years now of the Modi government, it is 11 times higher. It is about 19 lakh crores. Now, that money, you can come to my office on a portal, I'll tell you under each scheme, what is the central government this thing and what is the other. If you want to look at infrastructure, I mean, as I mentioned a figure of 10 lakh crore provisioning, every year is going up by 30%. And that's what has saved us in the last few years. Number of airports, metro system, we were going to have the world's second largest metro system. So GYAN, you can have a subjective discussion if you're heading towards being a knowledge-based society, and I think this forum is about education. It's meant to reach out to the administrators of education. It is meant to reach out to the students. I can tell you, and I could conclude my answer, which has been somewhat longer than I'd wanted to. When I was, I'm new to this sector. I spent 39 years dealing with foreign and security policy and trade policy. But if somebody asked me earlier, if you were to buy property, what would you look at? You would look at location, location, location. If you want to develop a country, I can tell you with total, without any ambiguity, education, education, education. And I think all this adds up to what you call GYAN or a knowledge-based society, or this is what the direction in which we are going.
Thank you. That was a comprehensive answer. I mean, there are arguments and counter-arguments, and as to whether I learned economics or not, I don't know whether you remember, I met you when I was in Cambridge University.
No, you met me. You and I also went in on a Sunday afternoon. We went to see a very senior corporate giant, and I remember, my memory is still functioning.
Okay. So, the one thing that now we are in Chennai and this part of India is like highly urbanized. There are other parts of India that are not urbanized. In 2014, one of the brightest ideas in the manifesto was building 100 new cities. Then it became 100 smart cities. Now, whatever was the issue with it, we have something like, I think, 3,900 census towns, and nobody's sort of...
4,900.
4,900 census towns. Isn't that developing, making those towns, I mean, urban, giving them the status, wouldn't that create employment? Wouldn't that create planned urbanization? Wouldn't that create smart cities? You had spoken about this when you took over, but I don't know where that idea is now.
When you speak about things only when people like you and Prabhu say, "Wo kahan gayi smart city?" But when it's done, let me give you a few statistics. First, what we said in the manifesto. The honest God's truth is, when the manifesto was being drafted, I don't think anybody drafting the manifesto had ever dealt with a smart city. There's nothing like that in the world, by the way. So when they drafted the manifesto in the run-up to the 2014 election, I'd even pointed this out then. Say, we will build 100 new smart cities. This 100 new smart cities presupposes that they will all be greenfield. That will be built from scratch. But the whole scheme was conceptualized in order to invite proposals from cities which would then be state governments, etc. It's a roaring success because now 90% of those projects have got completed and the rest will be completed in a few months. What are the nature of those projects? If you look at, let's say, Surat, for instance, issues relating to women's security have suddenly CCTV cameras all around, and you can see the difference when you empirically compare them. Again, your reference point is 4,900. The Smart Cities project was never designed to smartify all, but the experience has been so positive that now people are talking in terms of smart districts, smart this, smart that. A question that is asked now, since we have done completion of that 5-year circle, 10 years in some, what would happen next? Will you get a Smart Cities Rev 2? Like in Swachh Bharat mission, we got Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, we got Amrut 2.0, and the provisioning is very impressive because there you find that the provision for Swachh Bharat Mission and Amrut 2.0 is 4,71,000 crores. So what were you going to do next? I think on that a call needs to be taken, but what is happening is that the learning experience from that smart cities, basically you're using technology. In order to do proper urban planning, you are using technology to do a lot of, I'll give you one example. In 2014, out of all the waste that we produced, when the country produced, only about 14-15% was subjected to proper scientific waste processing. Today it's 76%. And another 2 years' time, we will have to do 100%.
But honestly, if you look around the cities of India, it doesn't seem so.
No, there are some cities like Delhi which have legacy dump sites. Legacy dump sites. The bioremediation for that is also on. But as I said, bioremediation, if you're in 2014 you were processing 14%, now you're doing 76%, it must be getting better. But I think even the bioremediation, there are two which worry me. One in Delhi, Ghazipur, and another one in Mumbai. Those we need to get done, and because they have become so huge. But now you have reasonably good technology for waste to energy, waste to etc. So that is work in progress.
Okay, so there is second large ministry that you handle. I mean, there are questions as to why India has not been able to sort of explore new fields. When this government came in, we were importing, I think, 67 or 68% of fuel needs. Now the numbers gone up. Our energy needs, we import more than 80%. So there is now some buzz that you have found fields in Kakinada, that you're looking at fields in Kaveri Basin. What's the story there? Let's have some headline.
No, there's no buzz. These are facts.
Huh.
See, I'll tell you, first of all, since you've got an educated audience here, let me just tell you. Oil exploration and production is not something that you decide one day that I'm going to do this and you get it. These are highly capital-intensive ventures. You don't even have that much of expertise. You didn't.
True. But my question is simple. How much oil or gas have you found in Kakinada?
I'm coming to that. If you take a decision today to explore a new field, the preparations you make in terms of how much money you will spend, it will take a few years. I make the submission to you, just as in the urban space, and I'm not making a political point, there was complete neglect. We didn't have an urban policy before 2014, okay? A lot of people who will come and give you bump about, oh, we did this, we did that. We did GNURM was the housing scheme of the Congress party, Jawaharlal Nehru Urban Rehabilitation Mission. You know, they total sanctioned 13 lakh homes and only got 8 lakhs. And we've done 4 crores. So this is the difference between 8 lakhs and 4 crores. Today in Kakinada, we have struck oil. And when the announcement made, as a minister in charge, I have to choose my words carefully. If I get too excited, I have members, very close friends now in the opposition, who distort every little thing you say. I'll say, oh, they'll say, usne bola, itna nahi hua. So I deliberately underplayed it. I said that by May or June, we'll have 45,000 barrels a day. It'll be more. KG Basin, all that is correct. We had years of not doing anything. As far as that figure of 62, 65, 87, Shankar, today our energy utilization is 3 times the global average. We consume 5 million barrels a day. And even with the exploration and production ENP
still
going,
be importing.
we will, because the economy is firing on all 6 cylinders. So what will happen? I think 3 things will happen. One, ENP is going up. But the green transition, ethanol blending has gone up from 1.4% to 12% now, and we had a target of 20% by 2030. We'll do it by 2025. We've saved about 70,000 crores as a result of the ethanol blending at local. Green hydrogen is going to do it. So what is the picture I see the coming time? On the ENP side, a fundamental mistake we made then was, we asked people to come and invest large amounts of money, and when they found oil or something, they'll say, hey, hamara to sovereign asset hai. They would run away. They had bad experience. All the big companies went away. Today, we changed that. We've gone from production sharing arrangements to revenue sharing arrangement. And out of the 3.5 million square kilometers of sedimentary basin, we have opened it up. We have made 1 million square kilometers, which was a no-go area. We've opened it up. We've taken all the data from here, and we put it in a data repository in the University of Texas in Houston. And there are 4 or 5 big companies in the world, you know them and I know them. One of them is devoting 25% of its supercomputing time to the data of the Andaman Basin. So things are now happening.
So the question that the young audience here who are all riding two-wheelers and want to own four-wheelers and all are saying that the Petroleum Ministry is collecting money and is okay, fair enough that the government has to spend on welfare, but when is the fuel price going to come down?
So the first thing I want to tell my young friends who haven't asked the question, and you're not so young, you're asking it on their behalf, is that India is the only country in the world, apart from Japan, where fuel prices actually have come down over the last 2 years. In fact, in India, petrol prices between 21 and 23 have come down, depending on which reference period you take, minimum of 5%, and diesel prices 1%. No other, in the countries around India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, mind-boggling.
But now we can't count the countries around
We are bigger than all of them.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. We can't count because...
Okay, I'm glad. No, but I can tell you 2 things, Shankar. One, if you are importing...
No, my question is simple.
When will they come down?
No, we are moving into biofuels. The Prime Minister has announced 1 crore solar, rooftop solar, and I really hope that you implement this in the urban space because that scope is much bigger. And so once we have the combination of different energy packets coming through, would you be able to reduce the level of taxation on petroleum products? Would the prices come down? Is there a scope for people to feel achhe din?
You know, one of the things I have not done for about 7 years that I've been a minister is to answer questions on behalf of my colleagues. So this question on taxes is something you should address to Nirmala ji. But what I can tell you as a line minister, throughout this period that we have talked about, period of turbulence, you know, COVID, Russia, Ukraine, the Middle East, in the first phase of it, we had massive under-recoveries by the companies. They were losing a lot of money per liter of petrol and diesel. We had to compensate them for their losses. The private sector companies went on basically...
Yeah, they shut the pumps and all. Yeah,
no, they didn't sell at their pumps. They would put up line, if you want cheaper petrol, go 3 kilometers down. You'll get it there cheaper. So public sector companies were good corporate citizens. They played ball. Now, after a long time, they're actually... I hope they're not having under-recoveries. A few days ago, I thought diesel, but somebody told me they're doing all right. I've seen the third quarter results also. Our imports of crude oil still are about 86% is what we are importing. If the prices remain like this, now there's a big if, and if Red Sea doesn't result in, the Houthi attacks don't result in this thing, I think there could be a case for them going forward. But that's not something we tell the oil companies. It's a deregulated sector. You know, they are smart businessmen also. They keep their prices low because if they had raised their prices when there would have been chaos in the market. So today we have a situation where going forward, all fingers on your hand, your toes, everything crossed. Going forward, a case might come up where, today I read reports also. Some of these are speculative reports. But I think you have a situation where a case could be made out.
So, Mahol acha hai, the Vatavaran is good. There is...
Good means what?
For the party, for the government.
It's not good. It's not good. If you have to have gradations, you have average, satisfactory, good, very good,
so how
brilliant.
Would you rate your party's chances in 2024?
You still want to ask that question?
Yeah, I want to ask because there's a follow-up.
I predicted 2014 because somebody told me that 37 years we hadn't had a government which had 272 on its own. Yeah. I predicted that. In 2019, I predicted a very clear crossing of 300. And before the events, recent events, I was always saying 15-20% above 300. So if you say 10%, it becomes 330. If you say 15.
Let's have a number for 2024.
No, number, it's still...
Range.
Range, I told you over 340, over 345, but as I said, the getting numbers game starts when you have a code of conduct, when you have electioneering going on. Just now the mood is very positive, but that you shouldn't put a number on it. I mean, I've been around in this game long enough to know. I mean, I'm not a psephologist, and psephologists and those other characters, those, वो क्या कहते हैं वो जो, वो क्या opinion में नहीं क्या वो जो वो the guys who do those surveys, those guys should close shop before the last election. I mean, we have friends in the opposition who don't want us to succeed. I mean, there's a gentleman out on a Bharat Nyaya Yatra. I mean, you know, I think he's just had his Nyaya plank removed from under his feet. What happened? I mean, in TMC will not join him in West Bengal. Punjab mein Aam will not join him. So I'm not basing my figures on that. Not at all. In fact, my case is that you need a credible opposition. I think 340, 350 is what I would be safe in putting my bet on, but we still have work to do.
So in this perfect weather, does Hardeep Puri plan to fly to Punjab and contest?
No, first of all, Hardeep Puri is not a flyer, number one. Number two, even last time, I mean, I was, you know, I'd come back into the party fold after a long gap, and I was given 17 days to contest. I got 41.4% of the vote, with everybody trying to sabotage my election. No, now I think I've got enough time left in the Rajya Sabha, and I'm not getting any younger, so I'm very happy where I am.
Okay, we'll take some questions before we end. Any questions, please put up your hand. The pink shirt there first. You've written down questions.
Good afternoon, sir. And it's a very honor.
Can you please identify yourself?
Identify yourself, yeah.
Okay. My name is Shiad, and I'm an UPSC aspirant. And it's a very pleasure to meet you, sir. So my question is, how Indian cities are getting ready to tackle urban floods, which might be intensified due to climate change, and also how we are getting ready to tackle the increasing urban air pollution with many cities in global list of priority cities.
Okay. So he is asking, how does the government plan to tackle the mess that will follow climate change? And the second is air pollution in Indian urban cities.
I must, first of all, thank you very much. I think they are brilliant questions. First on climate change. Climate change and global warming, these are not specific to India. The solution. When I was a young diplomat, not so young, I was secretary to government, I once asked my prime minister then, the then prime minister, you can guess who it is. I said, sir, I want to ask you a question. What exactly is our policy on this issue? Because he had two advisors. One who was a very vocal critic of our government, and another one who was an academic, an IAS officer, but very, very perceptive. So I said, you know, sometimes you listen to the advice of Mr. X and sometimes Mr. Y. Because when he wanted to give this, you know, it's not our problem, somebody else's problem, he would listen to Mr. X, the first person. And when he said, no, we are part of the solution, he would use the language of the Mr. Y. Look, make no mistake, we are all in it together. Whoever caused it, we have to solve it. So first point, insofar as the corrective action is concerned, we are all doing our bit, etc. And I'm sure we can have a separate session, or you can invite Mr. Bhupendra Yadav or anyone, they will give you. Insofar as atmospheric pollution is concerned, I'll give you a student's response. Atmospheric pollution is caused in Delhi partly in winter by parali burning, you know, burning of agricultural residue in Punjab and elsewhere. It's caused by vehicular traffic. It's caused by the toxicity that buildings produce. In order not to take more time, insofar as parali burning is concerned, the route to go down is you don't burn parali, you make ethanol from it. So we have a second generation ethanol plant in Panipat, in one of our companies, IOCL, where we are producing second generation ethanol from burning. There was a lot of problem in aggregation of the waste. I had to call my collaborator, the Chief Minister of Haryana, and I said, I need your help. He said, tell me what? And I said, you give 1,000 rupees per ton for people to aggregate. Because what happens is, once people realize that kachra can result in wealth, they'll say, ye to mera kachra main nahi le jane dunga. Same thing with aggregation. So we have a plant running beautifully there. In Northeast, we have a plant running from bamboo, okay? And this same facility in Panipat now has a third generation ethanol production from the waste gases which come out of a refinery. That's one. Insofar as vehicular traffic, 15 fuel cell buses, huge buses running on green hydrogen as demonstration. And I think we have to accelerate towards green hydrogen. Once we do that, all the fossil fuel use will come to an end. But be realistic, you are young. You are the actual guys who will benefit from 2047. This gentleman is still young, but I am not going to be around. So what I'm telling you is, today, the transition is taking place at a breakneck speed, all right? Now I come to buildings. The Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, decided that private sector was already beginning to use green technology. But we had a global housing technology challenge for a full year. We invited all the companies in the world. They come to India not out of philanthropy or altruism. They come to India because they will make money. They have project. So 53 technologies were shortlisted. They were incorporated into the CPWD's list. And finally, 6 of them were selected to produce lighthouse projects. 6 projects where 1,000 units are made using the most advanced green technologies, and 1,000 units in a year. And when the Prime Minister took one of those review meetings, I remember very vividly, we prepared all the statistics that these are the people working, this is the material. He said, no, he doesn't want that. He wanted to see it in real time, that is using satellite imagery and drones. So this technology, and on all fronts we are moving, but we still have to we keep sending, land is a state subject. Beyond a point, the central government cannot tell a state government as to how to done it. But we keep issuing advisories on urban flooding, on, checking pollution and all these things. But it's happening.
Any other question? One more question, I think we can. Wait. Let this. Who put up the hand first? This boy, yeah.
Hello, sir. Myself, Anay Komagan from DG Vaishnav School of Management. My question to you is, you were saying about ethanol, and I would like to know your opinion on ethanol-based cars, which Toyota is producing, and Mr. Respected Nitin Gadkari sir also seems to have advocated the same, that we need to use the hybrid cars, ethanol-based cars. So how it is going to be the future substantially, because the first preference is going to be gasoline as far as petroleum and diesel is concerned. So how do you see the future for ethanol and other products?
Thank you very much. I'm glad you asked the question. Between 2006 and 2008, from January, I bet you please, 2006 January to 2008, I had the privilege of being posted as India's ambassador to Brazil. And I got completely fascinated by the ethanol story. So I have a very senior friend sitting here. Whenever I used to come from Brazil, they used to make fun of me. They say, oh, ethanol has come, ethanol has come. Because whenever I came to Delhi, I used to talk about ethanol. Look, the beauty of ethanol is that you can make ethanol in any rural economy with minimal investment. The beauty of ethanol is that ethanol can be made from a diverse range of feedstock. In Brazil, because it's a very fortunate land, it has 3 times our land area, it has 1/6 our population, and it has 23% of the world's freshwater reserves. They largely make ethanol out of sugarcane. The United States makes ethanol largely out of maize or maca. We make ethanol from sugar, from maize, from agricultural waste, from bamboo, and diverse feed. Ethanol-run cars are commonplace. This 20% blending is actually a mindset problem in our case. Because when ethanol blending was tried in the previous government, we decided that we wanted 15 of our states and union territories to have 5% blending. Because we didn't have the ecosystem, we didn't succeed. By 2014, we had 1.4% blending. Then the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, set a target of 10% blending by November 2022. We did it 5 months in advance. Target of 20% blending by 2030, we brought the target to 2025. Why this 20% blending mindset? Because somebody told us, and I'll tell you who, the Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers, SIAM, said that if you blend 20%, you don't need to change any parts in the car. You know, there are corrosive parts which corrode easily and so on. You don't need to change anything. But I pointed out to them, and I had meanwhile become petroleum and natural gas minister, I said that in Brazil, you can go to a petrol bunk any day. And depending on the international price of petrol or ethanol, you can, in your car computer, decide whether you want 85% of petrol and 15% of ethanol, or the other way around, 85% of the other and 15% of this. So after that, and the other thing is that all the cars which are using ethanol in Brazil are also manufacturers. They are also the ones supplying cars here. So E85 cars have started coming. What I see as the future, I told you, as a result of ethanol blending so far, we have saved about 70,000 crores and we've given that money to our farmers. When we did 10% blending, we saved 41,000 crores. We were able to give 42,400. My sense is that ethanol will become the norm. Today, we already, thanks to the Indian presidency of the G20, we have an international global biofuels alliance. When I was in Davos till a few days ago, the whole intellectual focus and energy is that the European Commission now wants to mandate 5% SAF, that is sustainable aviation fuel, blending for flying aircraft. Now, where can you manufacture the ethanol? You can only manufacture it in Brazil or in India, or maybe China, but it will consume its own. So ethanol is a great future, and ethanol's time has come, and I think in the coming time, the manufacturers, just now if you buy one of the current models of cars, you'll probably buy something which will be petrol and electric. But the next generation of cars which is coming will be ethanol and electric. So there will be displacement of fossil fuels as we go along, but no matter which way you peel this onion, at the core of it lies the fact you need to scale up ethanol production. Now you can ask me, but you know, we don't have much sugar. I saw today the sugarcane crop is going to be higher than the forecast, the one I think I read in one of your papers. But we can also produce ethanol from seaweed. We haven't even got started. We can produce seaweed, ethanol from so many other feeds. And I think that is where our scientists and technologists will be providing answers for us.
Who's the second question here? And please give a mic to that last one first, okay? Yeah, let him ask, then we'll get to you.
Good evening, sir. I'm Santosh Krishna from SASTRA University. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. With the recent conflicts of Iran and Pakistan, we obviously know that there would be a hike in oil prices and all. But what degree of impact will it have, and how long will we be escaping the sanctions of the West? I mean, I understand that India has grown as a superpower and is growing as a superpower, but then still they too hold a greater power at present.
No, there are two aspects to your question, my friend. One is, you said something about Iran and Pakistan, and I think you met the Red Sea and oil prices impact. But the other one is that how far can we avoid sanctions? Now, my mind is certainly not wired to receive any pressure, and I don't see why there should be any pressure on India. If your question is buying Russian oil, I don't want to let out a secret, what is very well known. The West is very happy that we buy Russian oil, because if we don't buy Russian oil, you know what will happen? Oil price will go up to 250. So why should there be any upset? What they tell us is buy the Russian oil cheaper so that more money doesn't go into their coffer. But you know, price is not something you and I determine. We float tenders and we pay for the oil at the point of importation at our ports. So we'll float a tender saying X units of oil required. Whoever gives us the cheapest price, we'll buy from there. Insofar as the Red Sea and this thing is concerned, look, Iran and Pakistan, you know, I spent 39 years in another profession. What strikes me as very interesting about all this is, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully, that whenever there was a cross-border terrorist action against us, and we would talk to the concerned authorities, we were told, "Arey bhai, ye to non-state actors hai." Abhi to ab kya hua hai? वो भी तो non-state actors थे, पर non-state actors ने state actors को involve करवा दिया. So you know, this is exactly the point I've been making all these years, that these non-state actors have an umbilical relationship with the state. So that part is solved, but now I know that I read somewhere the foreign minister of Iran is going there and they'll sort it out. But we issued a statement, and a very good statement, and we said that Iran had a right to defend itself against these terrorist attacks, and the right to self-defense always comes in there.
So given your previous avatar and life outside, do you think the conflict, Hamas and Israel, and it being cornered in 3 places, do you think it could develop into a wider conflagration, or it will be contained because of interests?
No, it will be contained, and it should be contained for a simple reason. Shankar, I don't think any country in the world today wants the outbreak of large-scale hostilities. Now, there were fundamental changes taking place in that part of the world. You know, we never heard of Israel and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia coming to terms, Iran and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So some of the non-state actors, for whatever reason, you'll never be able to make a determination whether a non-state actor acted on his or her own, or whether they had the backing of somewhere else. But I think today, everyone who's part of this ecosystem and who has some stake in this would not want large-scale hostilities to take place. But on the price of oil, with our young friend asked, I'm not a soothsayer. I mean, tomorrow, if there is a major disruption in the supply lines, you know, then you'll never be able to say, you can reroute the thing, but insurance rates go up. What happens? So far, I think, and I'm choosing my words carefully, so far, I'm hopeful and reasonably confident that the conflict can be contained, and in the process, you know, we can keep oil prices from shooting up.
On that note, we'll end the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, drawing this session to a close, I'd like to invite our CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to present our speakers with mementos. This session has been data-rich, information-packed, and of course, here's hoping that the shared data becomes the cornerstone for realizing the promise of GYAN, Viksit, Bharat. A lot for us to carry forward, ladies and gentlemen. The insights, the inputs have been truly valuable. A loud round of applause. We'll also be joined by a very special thanks to our speaker and session chair for doing the honors and sharing your valuable thoughts. A very special session, ladies and gentlemen. A loud round of applause for our speaker and session chair. The next session, we continue with our session chair, Mr. Shankar Iyer. Of course, this is going to be reminiscent of the past couple of years, with it being a hybrid session. We have our speaker who's going to be joining us virtually, and our session chair, Mr. Shankar Iyer, joining us here on the physical stage. Of course, this is going to be with a keen focus on Indian economy, global context, onwards and upwards. We begin to decipher the ascent and influence of India on the global stage. Please join me as I welcome virtually our speaker, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Member, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, and our session chair, Mr. Shankar Iyer. Good evening, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Sanjeev Baba, kemon achen?
Hello, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So, this is a session where I want all the young students to line up the questions to ask Sanjeev. He's in the Prime Minister's Advisory Council. He's a young, I think probably, are you the youngest member in the Advisory Council, Sanjeev?
No, Shamika is now the youngest. I was the youngest till she joined.
So he was the youngest. He's still, okay, he's still young. Okay. So today's topic is India's place in the global world and what are the challenges. So first let's go global, Sanjeev. Give us a snapshot of where you see India. I mean, beyond the rhetoric, give us some granular details as to why India is the flavor of the season. Beyond the infra spend, the capex and stuff, we can come to that later. But why is India the flavor of the season for global investors? Why are we getting into the, we are into the JP Morgan index. We probably next month we'll get into the Bloomberg index. The foreign inflows, FDI, what is the story? Give the students a picture of how India is being looked at.
Okay, I'll give you a very quick flavor, but I do want to talk about education because yours is an education. I think there is something interesting to be said about the specific area of education.
Okay.
So I'll come to that, but I'll answer your question very quickly. See, the point is, India is now generating levels of growth which are significantly higher than those of virtually any other part of the world. So this year, despite the fact that the world's growth is tottering, we are generating about 7% GDP growth. And in 18 months' time, we'll go past Germany. And another 18 months' time, we'll go past Japan to become the world's third largest economy in dollar terms. We already are the third largest economy in PPP terms. So we are already a reasonable player and a serious player and growing reasonably fast. More importantly, we are doing this without macroeconomic stresses that very often come with these kinds of high growth rates, especially when you are outpacing the rest of the world. So we have done this without our banking system blowing up. In fact, our banking system is in rude health compared to where it was 5 years ago. Our inflation is not spiraling out. In fact, even during the spike of 21-22, our inflation was actually below that of many advanced countries. Our foreign exchange reserves is comfortable at about $620 billion. Our current account deficit did not blow up despite the recent spike in oil prices, although that has also come off. So our current account is in fact more than comfortable now. And there is FDI coming in. So all the pieces that you would expect are in place. High growth in relative and absolute terms without overheating of the economy. And all of this with no help from the rest of the world. Our services exports are still growing, but the merchandise exports over the last year have barely grown. So we are generating all of this domestically. If we had a world that was growing like it was in, say, the first decade of this century, then we would be easily and comfortably doing 8-9% GDP growth. In fact, if we do get another patch of good growth in the rest of the world, the economic machine we have created will easily do 8% plus growth.
Okay,
so that is why people are excited about it.
So that's whether the world grows at 3 or 4 or 5 is not really under our control. I mean, we can contribute what we can contribute. But let me just sort of go vocal on the local. So the guys in the companies listed on the stock exchange have been grumbling about consumption at the lower end of the segment, the entry segments. The youngsters here are being told that unemployment is an issue. When you look at the GDP figure, we are growing at 7.3%, but private consumption is only at 4.4, 4.2. The argument that it is a capex-led growth and consumption will follow. How do you explain this to people in an election year where all of these pocketbook issues will play out?
See, I'm not in the business of explaining things to or winning elections. For me, I will make this case irrespective of the year we are in. So the point is very simple. We are now tipped over into an investment-led growth cycle. This is exactly the kind of supply-side-led growth we have been trying to do for years, and this is the only kind of growth that sustains itself. Consumption-led growth never sustains itself. There is no example in history of any country rapidly industrializing itself over any length of time using consumption-led growth. The key dynamic of growth is always investment-led, and if you're lucky, also export-driven. We don't have the export part of it right now, but the investment part of it is triggering. Now, if you are driving growth using investment, then you need your savings to support it. So you need your savings rate to actually go up. So ironically, if you have this kind of a growth dynamic, do not expect consumption to keep up with it. This is what China did in the last 30 years. You want Chinese-style growth? Well, you will get it with investment, not consumption. Before that, Japan did it. Before that, Germany and the reconstruction of Europe happened in exactly the same way. The US of the first half of the 20th century did the same thing. And Britain of the 19th century did the same thing. So we are not doing anything unique. So if you try to have consumption and investment at the same time, all you will achieve is actually your current account deficit blowing up on you. So when we say Amrit Kal and the next 25 years of growth, the only way you will get it is with investment rates being driven, with supply rates going up, with this savings rate in the country also going up, which is what will happen, which is the reason why you need a clean banking system. And we took such a lot of trouble cleaning up the banking system because essentially this dynamic of growth is about savings getting sucked up by the financial system, reallocated out to infrastructure, industry, all other kinds of investment. This is the dynamic of growth. There is no other known way of generating long-term growth. And if we get lucky, we also get exports at some point. It is not a driver right now. So it's entirely consistent what you're seeing and what I am telling you. This is the model.
Okay, so I don't want to sort of push the argument on that we can have a balanced growth or there might be some consumption. The questions that are coming up on consumption are reasonably related to what is the level of income generation in the agri sector or in the local economy at the entry level of jobs and whether we are creating jobs. But let me reframe that question in a different way.
Let me come to jobs. Let me tell you about jobs. I am not a believer in this idea of jobless growth. There is no example in history where jobs have been created without there being prolonged period of growth. Okay? And there is also no example in history of a sustained period of growth without jobs being created.
So how do we define prolonged period of growth?
3, 4, 5 years of 3, 4 years of growth, maybe more of growth, but at least 2, 3 years. You've just come out of COVID for 2 years. You just have to keep going at this. The point is you have to sustain this. And if you sustain it for 25 years, that's what the whole Amrit Kal point is.
Okay.
So the point is you generate growth and keep at it. And there is a peculiar argument, Kerala model of growth, or some bizarre arguments will be made about trying to avoid growth as a generator of jobs. I've never understood it. The Kerala model of growth is about generating jobs in the Gulf.
Okay,
So
there's
there
a
is
large Kerala audience here who I will get to
job
respond here. But let's move on. When we say that we are well placed, Minister Hardeep Puri was here earlier and other speakers who have spoken about the level of growth we are achieving, where we will be at in 2030 and stuff. How do you sort of see we invest less than what we need to in education and we invest less than what we need to in health. Now, beyond and above that, there are 3 levels of disruption. Labor mobility is challenging in anti-immigration world. Technology acceleration, now IMF has come out with a report saying AI could sort of shift or retrench human interface in between 30 and 60% depending on the level of development in the economy. so that many jobs may be created or fewer could be created. And then there is climate change. Okay, I'm not even getting into the climate story because it's a bigger unknown. How do you think India is preparing? Now, you're part of the council. These questions must be coming up. How is India gearing up to be ready for the disruptions, or how is it sort of gearing up to move past the disruptions?
So first of all, be very clear. Artificial intelligence may need to be regulated for a variety of reasons, but we need to embrace this. Like any other disruption, technological disruption, it will also create lots of new jobs. What we need to do is to be fluid enough to be able to get upskilled in all of these things. And by the way, the jobs that will be created are likely to be for the relatively educated. So if the jobs that will be destroyed and being created will basically in the relatively educated group. It's not like the guy who is doing municipal services and sweeping the streets.
Yeah, fair enough. It's not going to retrench the physical jobs. That's fair enough.
So the people who are getting retrenched are also people who are in the best possible position to retrain themselves, particularly given the fact that our demographics is young. So we need to embrace artificial intelligence, and as it happens to be, a lot of this artificial intelligence is getting developed in India. Not necessarily by Indian companies. Google and Facebook are doing it, but it's getting done in India. So in that sense, we are creating a fairly big artificial intelligence sort of capability in India. Now, in this context, I want to get to the point about education, which I will get to.
Sure.
The fact of the matter is, the education field, particularly academics, love to talk about disruption everywhere else. But in fact, it is their sector that needs to be disrupted completely. Why is it that, and I'm talking specifically about higher education. School education is a different matter. And for the purpose of this discussion, let's talk about tertiary education only. The point is, why in the age of YouTube do we need repetitive class lectures? It's an already outdated idea. All you need is to give a lecture once by the best lecturer in that subject, put it on YouTube, and the whole world can listen to it. And then all the questions can be answered by ChatGPT. You actually no longer need classrooms, certainly not for lecturing and not even for answering questions. So this is a very important thing because it can mean that university education can be completely revolutionized. We need universities maybe for doing research. You need them maybe for doing testing and certification. You do not need them for teaching, at least not subjects you don't need practical things. I understand medicine may be something, or or you're trying to teach a pilot, you probably do need to get them to do live things. But there are large numbers of subjects where you do not need classrooms in the way you used to, or need very little of it, which means that we can actually do a massive expansion of our tertiary education system into a totally different scale. And in fact, I would argue you can actually make it completely free for a large number of subjects. Now, as I said, not true for a few areas like medicine, where you still need hands-on experience.
So, like, 1 second. So while you were saying your piece, I was trying to see whether the chairman of UGC, who was here a short while back, was here, so we could have brought him into the discussion. But expand on the first part that you said, which was interesting, is to have the best professors and teachers sort of teach. How would you do that?
Well, just put them on YouTube. Create a curriculum for every subject and find people who are good at doing this. In fact, that is already available.
So this is a sort of expansion. It's a sort of expansion of the Khan Academy idea. But,
No, it exists on YouTube if you know where to look for it. if you go to universities, they know where in the world, it doesn't even have to be Indian. If there is some professor in Harvard who teaches a subject well, his lectures are online and all the kids in the world are watching it.
No, I get that. Like the Sandal lectures on law and all, we know that. What I'm saying, how will you situate this in? Because what you're saying is an interesting thought. You get the best teachers to teach in schools. It could be available anytime. You could do away with a lot of the brick and mortar structures. You could sort of have a way of certifying those things. I mean, there will be limitations to it. I don't know how you learn lab stuff and natural sciences. I don't know. I mean, those things are doable.
Even labs, by the way, once you get rid of all these lectures, you can hire a lab. I know I can hire time on IIT lab on Friday morning from 8 to 10 o'clock to do my experiments and go home.
Okay.
I mean, why do you need to spend 4 years in the campus?
So you said that this could be a substitute and not a supplementary idea.
Yeah, it's a substitute. That's what I'm arguing. This idea that you need to go to university for 4 years and hang around for what you can do on YouTube is ridiculous, because all the students, by the way, the only reason they're attending class is because they have to do attendance. Ask any of them who want to attend, they don't.
And you said that this could be the end output of this could be a certification exam or just a certification?
No, you have an exam or testing system of some sort. If I pass, how I do it is my problem. After all, that is how it used to be till very recently. And you don't have to come to campus, you don't even have to visit anything. If I can pass the test online from anywhere on the planet, you give me a certificate. I just need to prove that I understand what is being done. That's all. What you are teaching me, right? If I can prove to you that I have understood it and I can pass the test that you are anyway going to use to test me, today also you do it, why do I have to attend classes? Now, once you get rid of this classes business out of the window, it radically makes education cheap. You don't need hostels. You don't need getting, large numbers of lecturers, lecture halls. All of this can be gotten rid of. And the same IIT campus, Delhi University campus, whatever it is, can pump through, multiples of the numbers of students, because essentially you can ask them for maybe once a year to come in for 3 months to create the sense of a class or whatever, and for those things that cannot be sort of done online. And you do them, they can come and do a few projects, get to know each other, network, whatever it is they want to do. But you can do it, each batch comes in for 3 months every year. That means suddenly instead of one batch, you have 4 batches using the same campus.
Okay, so this is interesting. I'm like interested in this because maybe 20 years back I had once, when the school teacher absence problems and the school teachers, missing teachers problem was there in all the primary schools in the districts, I had said that why not just record the damn classes with the best President's Award winning teachers and give the CDs and all. And then I discovered, of course, that a number of schools didn't have electricity and fewer of them had computers. But this is now, we have shifted 20 years forward. So I have 2 questions for you. Have you spoken about this? Is this like an active play? Have you written about this? And a more important question, since you're a history buff, is that was this how education was imparted? Can you sort of give a live wire sort of example that in this period, this is how this happened?
Yes, Ekalavya did it. No, he was watching it from a distance and he turned out to be as good as Arjun. So the point I'm making to you is that you can learn from a distance. There are many ways of doing it, and the fact that it wasn't done in the past is anyway neither here nor there. Even the Zoom call I'm doing was not done in the past. So technology enables various things and we should be able to use them. By the way, this idea that somehow you need to come to class and do well is a ridiculous idea.
No, it's a radical. Your idea is a radical idea. It's good.
It's nothing even radical. I'm myself the product of it. I survived through school by not paying attention to the teacher. I survived through Shriram College by by not attending any class. And I survived through Oxford by, yes, attending the tutorials. But again,
So I don't know if this is what we want to encourage the young students here to do by bunking class and all. But
No, but the point is I passed the exams. I topped many of them.
But no, fair
so
enough.
I'm telling
Fair
you, you ask any, if Bill Gates can become the greatest technologist of our generation and dropping out, Zuckerberg dropped out of college and became a billionaire. So the point I'm making to you is, we are unnecessarily forcing people to attend class in this technological age.
Okay.
Why?
Okay. So I'm going to sort of give 5 minutes for questions. Anybody with questions, please put up your hand. Yes, blue shirt there.
Hi, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Myself, Srihari from SASTRA University. Since we just talk about distance educations, even now we have many, it's not so much popular, but still it is prevailing for graduations and post-graduations where people take it from distance. But when it comes to employment or any job, sitting in a job interview, few recruiters prefer students going to the colleges than of distances. So if a person who wants to skip the college and learns everything from the place where he is through YouTubes or various online courses, yet even though he has all those capacity and capabilities of a normal student, he may not have an equal job opportunity just because he haven't attended college. So how would you answer this challenge?
So this is where I want to actually need the intervention. This old style idea has to go out of the window. We need a culture change, and that is what I'm arguing for. If I have got the certification, however I got it is my problem. Right? The employer should, in fact, only care about this. And in fact, worldwide, this is changing. We need to change this in India. Go and ask Google, go and ask, Elon Musk. All of these people are already talking about the fact that they actually prefer having people who have not even been to university but are bright. So they are creating their own testing systems, by the way.
Okay.
So one of the purposes of my coming to this conference is to try and get people to get out of this hang up about attending classes. In fact, class attendance wasn't even thought to be a particularly important thing till the 90s. I'm telling you, I'm myself the product of not attending classes. And I still taught my college. So you don't need to attend classes. Why are you forcing? If you are such a great lecturer, kids will come to your class. Okay. This is a form of license permit Raj that you force students to come to class.
Okay, Sanjay, we'll take two more. Sanjay, we'll take 2 more questions and then wrap on the session. I'm being asked to wrap. The lady in the black shalwar kameez and the lady, we'll ask a student, ma. Okay.
Good evening, sir. This is Santa Lakshmi, civil service aspirant as well as student of international studies. My question is, we are aiming for the 5 trillion economy and many more things. And what about the inequality, sir? To quote that, India's top 10% wealthy people have 60% wealth and bottom 50% population have 6% wealth. So is it the time that says survival of richest, and how can we address the inequality? What is the government's perspective? Thank you.
So I don't think those statistics are wrong. I don't think those statistics are correct. But there is, of course, an issue of inequality that we do need to take care of. And the way in which this government particularly looks at it is slightly different from how Western world looks at it. Our view, which is encapsulated in the concept of Antyodaya, basically states that, look, what we really care about is that the bottom of the pyramids, quality of life should improve. This is, in other words, we care about absolute poverty first and foremost. Not so much inequality in that sense, but absolute poverty. And if you see the way in which this government has gone out of its way to create ways in which transfers can be made to the bottom of the pyramid, you will see that we are very dedicated to this. So for example, look at DBT, JAM Trinity, the toilet building scheme, the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, the Ujala scheme. These are direct interventions to try and improve the quality of life at the bottom of the pyramid. Similarly, a huge amount of infrastructure is being built because it's not just about the pyramid as in social pyramid, there's also the geographical pyramid, that the eastern half of the country, for example, is much poorer than the western half of the country. Why is that the case? Well, one of the reasons is that the infrastructure there was not good enough. And so look at the huge rollout of physical infrastructure you're seeing that all over the country, but special emphasis, for example, in the Northeast. For the first time, the Northeast is getting serious infrastructure built. You just saw the building of a temple in Ayodhya, but it also came with an international airport, huge amounts of other infrastructure, hotels, all kinds of things. That's Eastern UP, one of the poorest parts of the country. You had a similar expansion in Varanasi, also in Eastern UP. So the point I'm making is both in terms of social hierarchy of poverty, as well as geographical distribution of poverty, we take this issue of Antyodaya very seriously and believe in direct interventions in trying to alleviate it.
Okay, last question, this lady here.
Yes, good evening, sir. So I have a follow-up. I'm sorry?
Introduce yourself.
My name is Lakshita. I'm from MOP Vaishnav College. So my question is more of a follow-up to your opinion. So you stated that, you know, it's not important to attend classes, I mean, from where you get and you just pass, but the cost that you're talking about in relation to education is an income for teachers. It's an income for those, you know, publishing books, printing books. Secondly, if you pump out 4 batches instead of 1 in a year, the unemployment rate will increase because the jobs are limited in relation to the graduates coming out. And thirdly, then everyone would like to retire at the age of 40 because they've worked for 20 or 30 years already. So what can be the counter to to these cons that have been mentioned in your idea given?
So this is the classic example of the fallacy of composition. There is no limits in the number of jobs in the world. It's just like saying that, you know, because of technological changes, jobs will go. You know, the purpose of the teacher's profession is to provide skills to the next generation, not to create jobs for the teachers. Similarly, those who are writing books, like myself, write books not you know, in order to educate people or get them to read better books or give them knowledge. We are not doing it necessarily to make money. It's good to make money, but nothing wrong with that. But the fact of the matter is, the real purpose of academia is to create skills. And once we have created skills, there will be an expansion in the skilled labor market. There is no limits to the number of jobs. The problem is the limits of skills. There is a shortage of skills. There is no shortage of jobs out there. As we create more skilled labor, we will be able to generate ever higher growth.
That's it. Thank you, Sanjeev. Lovely talking to you. Are you writing about this?
I can't hear what is being said.
I said, I'll wrap the session here, but are you going to write about this idea?
I have written about it. I've spoken about it in earlier thing.
Achha?
I'm happy to write about it in your newspaper as well.
Okay. I shall inform Santhwana, if she's here, that this is like a controversial, interesting subject to sort of bring in. Okay, thanks, Sanjay. It was a lovely session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for both our speaker and session chairman. Of course, like we heard, a culture change is underway, and we do have a lot to look forward to. On that note, it is my pleasure to invite onto the stage for the next session our speakers and session chairs. This session focuses on freeing education of baggage, the right fundamentals. We explore the essential principles for an unburdened and impactful learning journey. To take us through this session, I'd like to invite Mr. Jawahar Sarkar, Member of the Parliament and former Secretary, Union Ministry of Culture. Welcome, sir. Good evening. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Joining us on stage, we also have Ms. Nandita Krishna, who's an author. A loud round of applause for ma'am, as we set the stage and welcome them. Chairing this session, we have Mr. Ravi Shankar, once again, consulting editor, Sunday Standard. This is going to be a session of exploration, where we're going to be taking a deep look at the principles for an exciting and unburdened journey when it comes to learning. I'd like to hand the floor over to our session chair, Mr. Ravi Shankar, as he takes us through the next session. And of course, this session, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request your complete attention. Definitely.
Of every good conclave is burdens, burdens on society, burdens on women, burdens on, geopolitics. So this time it's burdens on education. So ma'am, let me pose the first question to you. What do you think are the burdens Indian education is bearing?
We have to look at our education. Why were these schools and colleges set up? The schools were set up to create clerks for the East India Company. Then the British Empire came about, and it became a little better, where they were also having people at the at the governance level. So they had set up colleges, and they did not set up the schools and colleges for education. So as a result today, we have this system where it's all learn by rote. We have people just learning the same thing. I mean, I mentioned earlier that I know one professor who, for 30 years of her career, and she was the head of her department, she had a book of notes where she would just read them out. And she comes from a very eminent college in Chennai. And she'd read them out. The children had to take down the notes. When she retired, she asked me, because I have colleges, and she said, would one of your teachers be able to use it? So this is the big problem. I mean, this is the kind of rubbish our young people are learning. What should education do? It has to make them think. It has to make their brains more creative. And so that it has to make them challenge what they learn. But at present, our system does not encourage that. And I think one of this is the kind of education that we are getting. That is a baggage. The second is the baggage of the caste system. And I think this is something that is a big problem, because when a child enters school, parents have to mention the child's caste. When a student goes to college, they have to mention their caste. And did you come in on the MBC quota, OBC quota? Which quota did you come in on? As a result, everybody knows your caste, origins, and this goes on. I mean, you're not breaking. The only way to break it is to stop discussing caste.
Your previous conversation we had in private, we had discussed how there was no caste before, a directive came from the government sometime in the 50s, something like that, and how this family came. It's a good story to illustrate, so people can understand from a human perspective.
Till about 10 to 15 years ago, we never took down in our schools or colleges, of course, they came with the caste, but schools, we never asked for the caste of the children. Then one day, we received a directive from the government that you have to collect all the castes, I'm fine, thank you, get all the castes of the children and write it down and give it to the government. It was shocking that 2 parents came. They were scheduled caste parents, and they said, why are you asking us for our caste? Because we sent out a letter saying, please inform us about the caste of your child. And they said, we put our child in your school because you never asked for the caste, and now you're asking. So, I mean, this is the way our governments are also functioning. They are going on, they're going back to this caste. I mean, now you and I don't know your caste, you don't know my caste, it's fine. When I went to school, we were never asked about our caste, and to this day, I do not know the caste of my classmates. We're all senior citizens, very senior now, but we don't know our caste. So this is what we have to get rid of, this constant what's your caste? Do you go into MBC, SC, whatever?
So caste is a burden of education. Yeah, lobbing the question to you, Mr. Kar.
Would you like me to talk on this?
No, the basic question is, what, in your view, is the burden on Indian education?
Yes, that would depend on what you mean by education. Sanjeev just spoke about making bunking college a sacred art. Everybody bunks college. Some do it more, some do it less, but a college is a place where you start settling post-adolescent relationships. You meet people who were not part of your family, and there's a lot of social interaction. It's actually rehearsal for you to tackle society. That part is completely forgotten. The transmission of certain educational content is not the all of education. Education is just not transmitting educational content. It is beyond that. When you meet in a college, or otherwise we have to say that Plato, Aristotle, and all others, and including Nalanda and Taxila, they were all wrong. You have to have a place where you congregate, fight it out, discuss, make new friends, and exchange ideas. Okay, so having said that, I would say that the package is also there. I mean, one can't deny, because our education system has some amount of continuum from Macaulay's Minute. And I also believe that substantive changes were not made in a form post-independence. There's been content change, there have been new discoveries that have been factored in, new knowledge that has been factored in, and there is a general feeling now, right now, and under the present, let us say, dispensation, that it is too westernized. So that it is too westernized and these baggages need to go. That is a matter of considerable value judgment. So I'm distinguishing between modifying and upgrading the educational syllabus and whether it needs to conform to a particular ideology. These are two different things.
Okay, so, if you look at it, Indian education is very strongly dominated by the left. Yeah. In fact, as you say, history is written by the victors. I mean, it's very true in this case, because history is the battlefield of education today. I'm taking the case of Savarkar. I mean, Savarkar now is the West's poster boy of hate, poster boy of colonial apology. I mean, the man spent, we never studied anything about him. The man spent 16 or 15 years in jail. So a man who spent 15 years in jail fighting the British cannot be just an approver or a lackey of the British. I mean, it's impossible. We know nothing about the man. When I grew up studying, I knew nothing about Savarkar. I mean, as I was discussing with Mrs. Krishnan here, Gandhi wrote letters to the British. So why is Gandhi such a great hero, and why is Savarkar a villain? So, whoever writes history is written by patronage. I mean, that has been the oldest trick in the book. I mean, whoever is, and history needs patronage. So you had a socialist system, started by a Fabian socialist called Nehru. The age was different. It was more cosmopolitan when, prime ministers smoked cigarettes, or, finance ministers smoked pipes, or, prime ministers spoke French. That is a different age altogether. All right. So after that, then Indira Gandhi completely changed the thing and made it into, let's say, a socialist salon. Education, she turned it into a socialist salon, right? So what we have inherited from those years is what was being taught till today. Now the left wants to reverse it. That's why the right wants to reverse it. Now, how the right is reversing is to be seen yet. But I don't think, what do we know about Shyam Prasad Mukherjee? I mean, nothing. I mean, he was an intellectual. He was a kind of, a person who kind of, was a social worker. All kinds of stuff. So you choose which icons to promote. That is the problem with, education, in my opinion, especially in India. As India, which is culturally so anguished, about its place in history. So what do you think, how should a fair and equitable information of history be disseminated? Disseminated, yeah.
Can I answer that? Because I'm a historian, and I think what is not done is challenge the students. you know, ask them to find out, give them names, left, right, center, whatever the political beliefs of the icon you are talking about. The problem is that everything is spoon-fed to them or not given at all. When we studied, as you said, we never studied about Savarkar, we never studied about Swami Vivekananda, we knew nothing about Aurobindo, nothing about Subramanya Bharati. I mean, we never learnt all this when we were in school. So I think the time has come that all these names from all over India, there are enough names. I may like one, I may not like another, but students must be challenged. And the only way to do this is to ask them to do the research and talk about them. No research is done till you register for a PhD degree. Frankly, that is too late because the whole ability to research has gone by then. So from the time they enter college, there's subjects they should study. I really think that we have to have a kind of a galaxy of names in Indian history. Take modern Indian history if you want, because that's more pertinent for us. And ask the students to come out with them, because there aren't enough books. There are books about, one book about Savarkar, is it right or left? The rightist will say he's good, leftist will find only faults. So let the students themselves find out. But I think this galaxy of names must be given to students, and they must be asked to find out more.
See, I have two comments that I think would help the discussion. Number one, we are discussing this in 2024, when there's a lot of technology and a lot of information available on the internet anyway. Every child of consequence uses a mobile and a smartphone or shares one. They are aware of a lot of things that we don't seem to know. The amount of information that comes on the net, good, bad, ugly, good and informative in the most cases. So that's number one.
Or like wiki knowledge, like wiki knowledge is a pejorative way of...
Wiki knowledge, WhatsApp, university, fake news, whatever you say. The point is we can't have any control on that stream of knowledge. That stream of knowledge, if you put that
Stream of information.
I would say that let the system find its own solution. Students or youngsters are not some creatures to be spoon-fed. When we talk of spoon-feeding also, to them it's a question of survival. To the better placed, it's a question of excelling. To most, it's a question of surviving. And it's a part of the survival skill as to how to use the information and get through this hurdle. So that's also one. That's
a pretty sad way of...
So what I'm saying is, in our time, it was just the syllabus and the classroom and nothing beyond that. But now they're exposed to a lot of information that they pick up anyway. That's my point. Beyond classes. And sometimes more important than classes, self-education. The second point is, you just touched upon history. I'll take only 1 minute for that. History is just one subject, and usually a very boring one. No. I'm from history.
Subject in the world.
I used to find it extremely boring in college. The question is, history is the foundation of a civilization, defines. And a civilization is one that collectively remembers some parts of the past and collectively forgets some parts of the past. Collective forgetting, amnesia, and collective remembering are stimulated by education. The education is one of the greatest stimulants to it. That's all.
What's happened now?
Yes, I would like to say one thing. You said history was very boring. Yes, history was very boring when we all studied. But that is because there was, again, a very sanitized form of history, leftist history, where, again, they chose to teach us what they wanted to teach. There was so much we could have learned. For example, I mentioned Aurobindo. No, nobody taught you about Aurobindo. I mean, because I live in Chennai and Pondicherry is next door, and I'm interested, I find out. Ask a student in Bombay whether they've ever heard of Aurobindo. I grew up in Bombay. Nobody knew about the Pallavas and Cholas. Nobody, even in Tamil Nadu, many students don't know that Rajendra Chola conquered the whole of Southeast Asia and things like that. I think it's fascinating if it is made interesting. It is boring because the books are dull.
I practice history and I've read your books. I'm not saying history is boring. I'm saying to a student, especially in the afternoon classes, when somebody goes on rattling
I don't
dates.
think you should get to you're kind of tripping yourself. No, let me ask you one thing. I mean, like, you represent I mean, is it correct to say you represent a party, I mean, which is very, very strong Bengali identity? I mean, especially with Mrs. Banerjee. Ms. Banerjee wanted to change the name to Bangla, etc., etc. And now to the left liberal, the educated left liberal and the educated left liberal intellectual. The word Hindu is a bad word. All right, it's a very bad word. If you say you're a Hindu, you're a bad guy. You know, you must say that, you know, I'm a secular liberal. I mean, I'm talking about that particular kind of people. Now, if you look at the way the Bengal Renaissance has been, you know, portrayed by us, the syllabus is something I don't know, so I'm just asking you. I mean, from outside Bengal, Aurobindo has, I just heard the name in a textbook in passing. Man with a long beard, that's it. Arya Samaj. Radharam Mohan Roy is only a guy who, I mean, very significantly, who ended Sati. Tagore himself. So I mean, the Gitanjali is a Hindu aesthetic of poetry. I mean, you know, you cannot deny it. So I'm not politicizing the whole thing. I'm talking about culturally, why does Bengal, from the Congress to the Communists to TMC, why is the Hindu Renaissance aspect of Bengal not projected as that, but with different facets? Okay, he's a freedom fighter, he's a Nobel Prize winning poet, we returned his, and we know more about Tagore about returning his Nobel Prize than what he's actually done, you know, for Bengal Indian culture or Hindu culture. Can I answer, is the TMC doing anything about it, or you kind of?
This part of history is very interesting in the sense that social reform and religious reform were required about 200 from the early part of the 19th century. And incidentally, the social reform movement for caste equality, for removal of religious superstition in Bengal was led from the early 20th century, and everyone you speak about, whether it be Ram Mohan or whether it be this thing of Tagore or Vidyasagar, everybody was a Brahmin. So that consciousness came to them at that point of time, number one. Number two, social reforms in the rest of India had to be led by the so-called backward groups. They had to seize their position. They had to go through a lot of intellectual fight, lot of social fight, and including physical conflicts to find their place under the sun. Tamil Nadu is one of the best examples of where you get this coming up from Periyar and others. But here it was what I would put it almost commissioned from the top. Not that these progressive Brahmins who led the Bengal Renaissance, the intellectual movement, debris clearing, junk clearing movement, burden clearing movement, not that they had full support. They did not have full support of society, but they were the winning group, the one that was ultimately established. People who were opposed in 1820 were accepted in 1860 as being before their time. So that part remains, that intellectual, the educational, this was one of the results was the clash with Western education. The system of our traditional Sanskrit education and Islamic education clashed with Western education because the fellows were there in full strength. From this clash, this class of intellectuals learned to pick up the best points of science and reason, rationale.
No, I would debate
fellows
you on that.
who went out to Bengalis or Indians who went out and crossed the 7 seas to England or Europe were immediately excommunicated.
That crossing the
Okay, and when they came back, there was a ghat near Calcutta called Prashchittam Ghat. They got down, paid the Brahmin priest, got themselves purified and brought back.
So all the barristers came back.
Barristers, lawyers, doctors, they all came back, did Prashchittam.
All right.
Some had to shave their heads or whatever. They came back and then they got back to society.
Hinduism is religion with solutions, no?
So they came up with solutions.
Dr. Krishnan, I want to ask you a question. You know, this is a very specific question which could be a part of your... you know, I am taking this whole kind of Hindu trope basically because today it is, especially after Ram Mandir, it is being kind of battered about. You're not supposed to kind of... Every Hindu, somebody says Hindu is a rara guy. So, you know, again, coming back to the left control of Indian education, very little is taught about Subramania Bharati in the north. Very little taught except he was a freedom fighter. I don't know what it means by freedom fighter, but the guy was a great devotional poet. You know, okay, he was a poet. I mean, how many people have read translations of Subramania Bharati in UP or Kashmir? I have no clue. Nothing is taught about the Razakar thing in Hyderabad. Nothing is taught about, no big chapters on the Moplo Rebellion. So when you talk about Hindutva hijacking today's educational agenda, an alternate agenda through ignoring or suppressing information was already going on by the left. So do you think this is a reaction to it, or this is a revelation of it, or this is a kind of slant? What do you think as an experienced professor?
You see, for 75 years, we have had a very Islamized view of history, not by the Muslims. It's by the left, so-called liberals. I think that left liberal is a wrong term. Left is right, but they were not liberals because they just removed whatever they didn't like. Like they didn't want the Razakars to be shown up in a bad way. I never studied in history that the Razakars did anything in Hyderabad. It was much later, you know, when I picked up books that I learnt about them. So I think we have been dominated too much by this leftist history. And this is a part of the baggage that our education system carries. Now we are coming to a right with more rightist ideas, perhaps, but then that is bound to happen. Somewhere along the way, I think left and right will find a median. But so far, we've gone so far left, we have to go right to learn about the other part of India, which was left out.
Okay, now time is short. She's already making faces at me. So any questions from this audience? Nobody is asking such interesting intellectuals any questions? All right. Everybody wants to be sunk in ignorance.
Check. Thank you so much to our session chair, of course, our speakers. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the coming years, we're going to be witnessing exciting changes, and of course, to mark the end of this session, I'd like to call upon to the stage Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present our speakers with mementos and extending our gratitude. Thank you so much for joining us here, for setting the tone for this particular session and sharing your valuable insights. It's been an exciting session, ladies and gentlemen. And we do have our session chair and our speakers to thank. So I'd like to invite all of you to please give them a nice round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And we do have a lot to think about moving along. Thank you so much. As we draw this session to a close, I'm happy to let you know that our next session is going to have a spotlight on EdTech and creative pedagogy. Is it the new Gurucool? It is time to find out. Please join me as I welcome onto the stage our speakers this session, Ms. Srimati Shivshankar, Corporate Vice President and Global Head, HCL EdTech Business. A nice round of applause as ma'am joins us on stage. It's also my pleasure to invite Dr. Anil Rana, Director, MIT, Manipal. Welcome, sir. Good evening. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Our next speaker joining this panel is Mr. Kalpathy S. Suresh, Executive Director and Chairman, Veranda Learning Solutions. It's a pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Thank you so much. And with that, as our speakers take to the stage, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite our session chair, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai. Welcome, ma'am. Good evening. Today, with this session, ladies and gentlemen, we take a deep dive into the dynamic synergy of technology and innovative teaching methods. Of course, we're going to be redefining the essence of modern education. And for that, I'd like to hand the floor over to our session chair. Good evening, Kaveri.
Thank you. So I'd like to start right away with Srimati. Srimati, you have been a big champion of Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and you say that that's really where a lot of innovation is happening, and EdTech can really help in creating a new workforce. Talk a little about that, and then we'll go on to our favorite subject, women.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. And I feel very nice here because if you had a chat GPT instead of me, it won't have any emotions seeing how audience is going in and out for a cup of coffee,
yeah,
right?
But I think
so many of them have been
asking
asking.
to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it was so nice in all these sessions. Nobody even questioned if the journalist will be replaced by AI. They brought about every other profession, including mine, but they never said so.
Journalists are so confident that, you know, nobody can replace what they do.
It's good. I love that confidence. That's exactly, I do believe that everyone in this room should feel confident. And that's one of the reasons as to why we took work to where the workers are and move the work to talent hubs. I think somehow we should just stop calling this as Tier 2, Tier 3.
Yeah,
and
I
it brings
agree.
a lot of divide.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I'm apologies.
Because we just realized that all the urban cities today are born and have been wealthy. It's because 65% of the workforce have migrated from the talent hubs. Right. What do we do in small towns other than getting educated, right? Yeah. We don't have anything. And that's maybe one of the reasons as to why much of the workforce also don't go to these talent hubs, because they say they're all great place to live, but without pubs we can't survive, right? So we are also trying to change that. So what is so important? Education on one front is very important because nothing can replace degrees. Whether it's online degree or whether it's not going to replace, because education is for life. But however, competency-based skilling is for jobs. These two run in two tracks on which any train has to move. This destination is the same. It's raising the quality of life. It's raising everyone else's aspiration to be participating in this 5 trillion economy of India or globally. So these two are parallel engines on which we have to run anyone's career going forward. It's also because, Kaveri, the UN has predicted, in fact, the World Economic Forum has predicted, that more than 1 billion jobs are going to be impacted by technology. So technology is going to be one of the, be it a journalist or be it a talent in the Tier 2 or Tier 3 or so, what we call is the talent hubs in India or worldwide. Look at how technology has transformed. It's not only cutting across jobs, but it also bringing contiguous workforce. There's a difference between continuum and contiguity. The whole workplaces are moving towards contiguity. Kaveri and myself can sit anywhere and work anywhere. The customers may be elsewhere. Your workforce can sit anywhere. It's not about virtual. The places are becoming more on the meeting of minds rather than meeting of workplaces. So when we moved and when we started to work from these places, it was not just about branding, but also saying, how do we make everyone empowered in those cities to take up global roles? This abundant women in these places, they have been studying BE, ME, MTech, suddenly they'll switch to MPhil, then they love MBA, then they have foreign degrees, they have not been working, right? Just take the work there and just help them to, competency here is what? Aspiration. They want to learn. They don't need, and some of these people who don't have background in engineering don't need to unlearn to learn. Those people who don't have anything to unlearn to learn are the best ones to radical moves that we did way back in 2015. So when the COVID struck and pandemic struck and everyone started to go back to their homes and be with their parents and the loved ones, we found that we are already there.
Right.
And we have the hubs, which was built through skilling and not just purely through the basic education and degree backgrounds.
Right.
I just need to add one more thing to this. It's also, the focus is on pedagogy.
Yeah.
So, I have to mention that there's a lot of speakers, and I see a lot of teachers also in this room. The line that you also talked about is Gurucool. I think the future is all about the gurus being cool. The gurus need to be
nice
cool.
one. Excellent.
Right? Whether it is an education guru or a spiritual guru.
Yeah.
Because even if I go to a spiritual guru, I will go with a lot of answers already through my ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Because when I came to this forum, my creative agency, who partners with us for events like this, and my executive assistant who runs the office, they have nothing to do with EdTech. They went to ChatGPT and generated a lot of material for me running to 75 pages. But then I come here and Kaveri throws a very different question.
Yeah. How does ChatGPT cannot help you?
Exactly. Which the gurus need to become cooler.
Yeah.
And they should be open to a lot more interesting, immersive, confident questions coming from Gen Z. So I think while the technology...
Or my generation, why only Gen Z, yeah?
Absolutely.
Gen EX.
Gen E, Y, X, everyone. So I think there's a lot more going on to that part. So when we talk about technology-based learning, taking to different parts of the world today for inclusive learning, every speaker before me was talking about inclusive development and inclusive learning. It's also about who is going to impart the inclusive learning. The gurus need to be there. The gurus will need to adopt technology to be cool, because the learners are also being cool. There are more facilitation and conversation and dialoguing than teaching.
That's right.
And how are we going to embrace technology for these conversations rather than teaching? How are we going to bring immersive learning?
Right.
How are we going to go back to the Gurukulam days
Yeah.
to be the cool guru? I think these are some of the things I'm sure we're going to discover in the next few years.
Wonderful. Talking about cool gurus, Professor Rana, you have to be a really cool guru to run an institution like MIT. So what are the things, what are the curveballs that students throw at you which force you to re-examine the way, your own attitudes and your own way of teaching?
Thank you for the question. So my background is actually, I was a commander.
Yeah, I
in the
believe you
Indian
were
Navy.
in the Navy, yes.
For a very long time, 30
The
years.
moustache gives you away.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. And I came into academics only later, 2012, so this is like my 11th year, 12th year. What she said was right. Srimati made a point about gurus being cool.
Yeah.
So EdTech, what it has done is, it is supporting the education now. But it is certainly not the answer to a good guru. We all remember, I mean, people of my age can always remember at least one good lecturer or guru who actually must have touched you or changed your life. I remember Naval College of Engineering, we were still officers, and there was at least one person I remember who used to encourage us to ask questions, to sit down with us in our tutorials to see whether we are able to solve. That kind of gurus are missing now. There are few always there, but those cannot be replaced by education or EdTech platforms. But what EdTech can do is, it is providing you a personalized learning. It is giving you the accessibility. It is engaging the students very deeply now. So those are the supporting factors. But you still need that some personal to give you a personal touch to make you understand. To that, a human being responds much better. That is why you cannot take that guru out of the classroom. But with this also comes the importance of training the lecturers, because that is something which was somehow missing, because after COVID, we saw this kind of platforms running everywhere. My institute, again, it was running there. But we had to train the lecturers so that they can adapt or embrace the technology to perform better. There are a lot of benefits to the teachers also, the lecturers also. Because now, when you talk about EdTech, you're not only talking about these platforms giving kind of the knowledge in a very different way, allowing the students to explore. But at the same time, it allows you also to evaluate how you have performed. There are a lot of analytics built in the learning management system these days, which allows you to see as to how the students are doing, comparing between different sections and different students, how they have fared in a particular kind of a problem or when answering a particular kind of a question. I think that has improved the education, and going further, it is only going to make things better.
I wanted to understand from you, the training that a lot of the teachers willy-nilly had to undergo or learn by trial or error during COVID, how much of that were they able to use when they returned to the classroom? Or did they revert to their old ways of teaching?
Got it. So I was fortunate in our institute, we started with this lecture capture system much before the COVID started. Of course, it was only a limited number of classrooms, but then we expanded and we went into more. Now almost every class has this. So this allows the students now to refer back to the lectures even after the class. And there are a lot of these bookmarks and other kind of facilities available to the students. So that allows the student to refer back to the lecture and then go back to the lecturer if they have a particular doubt which is not being clear. For the lecturers, it required some kind of a training because not everybody is so used to technology, using technology for the daily operations, whereas the students can grasp it so fast.
The students can also fall asleep while the teachers teaching.
That always happens,
yes. Suresh, I'd like to bring you in here because you were one of the earliest entrants into EdTech, and today we heard radical ideas like dispense with the classroom altogether. You don't need it. Technology is enough. You've been there earlier, you're back again in that space now. How have things changed, and do you think a radical idea like that can actually work?
Thank you for the question. I think if I had to place a question, this would have been the question I wanted placed in the audience.
Okay, great.
So I think the first is, I want to sort of remove this word of EduTech or
Right.
EdTech.
I know, I hate that too, I'm sorry.
Because I think it's
what
about...
What can we call it?
I think it is still called education. It is still called learning. Nothing has changed. I think and I like Gurucool.
Yeah.
In the early days, we used to sit under a tree. We used to have a guru to teach. People learned very well. We produced some of the best people from there. And then, of course, we migrated from there to having books that you could read from. And then, of course, we had television that came. And then the internet came. And I think all of it, from my view, is just technology advancement. Banks use technology. Insurance companies use technology. Today, I think every business uses technology. That they never are called business techs. Somehow, education has become EdTech. It has always been education. Nothing has changed. And I think from my own experience, from what I have seen, I liked when Srimati said, let's not call it tier 2, tier 3.
Yeah, I know. We've had a lot of renaming in this session.
I think
already we've dispensed with 2 terms.
I think lots of us here have origins coming from tier 2 and tier 3s. And all of us are today sitting in a tier 1 town and talking about it. India is always, from what I have seen with education, having worked with so many students, it's always been about outcomes. Many of us go through an education system not to learn about Fourier transforms and probabilities, but a view on the outcome. And I always keep saying that if somebody should tell that for somebody to get into an IIT, all you have to do is walk up Tirupati every day in the morning, walk back down in the evening, and do it for 2 years, and you will get into the top 100 ranks of JEE. A quota in Rajasthan will go empty, and Kir Tirupati will become full. I think that's one of the things that people look for in outcomes. And today you are finding a significant resurgence across all parts of India, because Indians have finally tasted the benefits coming from education and the outcomes. I think in any education system, wherever we use technology very optimally, the focus has to be a measurement of outcomes.
Yeah, as a nation, we're obsessed with marks, right? I mean, we want, I think that's in our DNA, right? That's why we like KBC, we like anything that gives us this percentage, that percentage, this mark, these marks, that marks.
I think there is a good and bad side to it. I think the recent guidelines that came out has clearly come out to be able to address some of those bad facets of what something like that can drive people to. But I think I like the system of education where there is a test because it brings in a flavor of objectivity. Otherwise, if it becomes subjective, then it calls to question many forums, many committees as to the selection process itself. Starting from the best exams in India, everything is about finally a test score.
Yeah.
How much weightage it gets is different, but that brings a lot of objectivity to it. I mean, for me, one of the best things that I saw with the NEET exams, for instance, it suddenly meant somebody who is at the lowest rung in the society can have a chance to get into an AIMS in Delhi, and all they had to do was just study. And that was not so much the case before. So I think tests and test scores are here to stay. How much weightage could change?
So sorry, we digressed a bit. So what are the changes that you've seen in, let's not call it EdTech, but in technology-based learning? What are the changes you've seen in the past few years?
I think technology has become a very important part in creating efficiency in our education systems. And my belief is that as one progresses from a preschool stage to a school to a college and further on in their careers, I think more and more technology can become very effective. Bringing in too much of technology into the schooling system somehow doesn't sit very well with me, because I always looked at schooling system as not just so much a place where you learn physics, chemistry, and math, but you actually learn life. That's
Social
where we
skills,
have our best friends from. That's where we had the fights. So I think technology has made changes in creating efficiency. Like you mentioned, the learning management systems, where today you have a way to measure the speed at which I'm able to assimilate a concept, which will allow me to customize my learning to each individual on a mass scale, which would have been very difficult earlier. And also a system of bringing an ability to create somebody who will teach and somebody who will mentor at the same time is today very much possible using technology on a mass scale, but customized to every individual's learning.
Right. Srimati, I want to bring you in here and ask you, you said the talent hubs have empowered a lot of people, the fact that you took work to the talent hubs. How have those empowered and informed your work?
Yeah, so I actually head a business of learning and assessments platforms, and we run it globally. What do we learn when we work with diverse talent? The jobs today are evolving.
Yeah.
It's evolving. As we sit here, it's evolving. That's why I said the teachers need to be cool, gurus need to be cool, because their jobs are also evolving. A lot of people in the world, at least 60% of us in this room, will need to fit ourselves for a new purpose. So technology plays a very important role on how you learn and assimilate the new skills so that you fit yourself for a new purpose. In order to make whatever I'm saying may sound hypothetical, but that's where, when we started to work with diverse talent and ensure how they can get the right competencies to start careers, global careers in a company like HCL Tech, we realized what should be the pedagogy. A combination of technology and immersive learning with the support from facilitators who could be a combination of academicians and practitioners, industry practitioners, can actually help people to further in their careers. My humble submission, Kaveri, is there's a lot of hypotheses that we seem to be sitting on in this country, whether we should be go through formal education?
Yeah.
Is the education really impacting people's lives? Can I skip attendance and be the first rank holder? Do marks really matter? But have you done any correlation studies? Have they been published anywhere? If organizations who are the ultimate consumers of the graduates and everyone, I'm sure every student here, every teacher here has that anxiety as to how will people further their careers.
Right.
What do we sit on? I mean, as an organization, am I taking decisions on a bunch of well-informed correlation studies on so many perceptions and hypotheses that we are talking? I think it's very important right now. Before we tell the world about data analytics, I think we do need a lot of analytics on education and skilling so that we start taking some well-informed decision on how do we integrate technology into the pedagogy of training, integrate technology to purpose to help people to start careers. How do we, all three of us or all four of us in this table, start collaborating, and see how we can learn from each other? Because collaborative learning is going to be the future.
Exactly.
It's
and
not
it
just the
doesn't have to
YouTube.
be, as you said,
Exactly.
you don't have to be in the same room.
Yeah, I think there's truly a need today to get such studies out and who will
But
champion
whatever
this.
data you have, what
Right.
is that data telling
The
you?
correlation is very interesting. We started to skill high school students, completed students, called the HCL Tech B program, where we skill them for an entry-level job with HCL Tech. And further, they take a work-integrated higher education program with SASTRA, BITS, Pilani. The education, higher education is of course an online education, and thanks to all the very progressive thoughts of the education system in the country, online education is a professional degree today. The content of the program, the higher education program, reflects the career pathways that the students will have, or I would say the employees will
Right.
have. What is a correlation study we did? You don't need to have a STEM education to start up careers in tech streams. For example, we are also having people who are into mechanical, the Creo, SolidWorks, and other designing and design thinking. So there are certain, I would say 60% of entry-level roles in most of the technical jobs today need not have a formative education to start with.
Right.
But they can be skilled. But what is important for an individual to sustain their jobs and have a career pathway, the education is important.
Right.
Math or business math is an outcome of their analytical skills and logical reasoning. That has a direct correlation with how they perform in their own training. So when Suresh mentioned that tests are important, the test is basically to test such correlations.
Right.
That's why we need the test, not to test their ignorance, by the way.
Yeah, well said. Professor, I should call you Commander.
Anything.
Commander. No, so what is the data telling you about the teachers? Whatever data you've captured, in these systems, what is it telling you, and have you been able to incorporate that?
Yes. So, the teachers, when they were trained about a particular system, how to use the platforms to work better, to perform better, to deliver better, we've seen there is a big amount of change that is happening. One is it is eased out the process also. I mean, we had quite a bit of discussion in the morning. I was just listening to that. This accreditation requirement of higher education institution, for instance, we have 21 UG programs running with us. It requires attainment calculation. I'm just giving an example. This was generally done mostly manually through some Excel sheet usage, etc. But now the technology is allowing them to do it in an automated way. So it directly comes from the platform, directly calculations of all the students, and then the overall program plus the course calculation. So it is eased out all the manual and hard work that they were doing. As a result, much of the load that they were sharing has come down, so they can now focus better on delivering better quality.
Right. But are they doing that?
Oh, yes. And there is also this one mention of the pedagogy. The creative pedagogy, I think that was one of the titles of today's discussion. This, along with the collaborative learning, we have this kind of group projects that are running very successfully now. So what happens is we have about 24 projects where you have students from various engineering disciplines, so mechanical, electrical, computer science, everything coming and working on products like Formula race car, thrust rocket systems, Mars rover,
Have you
Manipal.
been able to patent anything?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Yes. So this allows students to come out with publication,
Right.
patent, but more importantly, it allows the student to work in groups.
Right.
Important life skills get delivered inside the workshop. The real world problem they are facing, they learn how to manage the task, they learn leadership skills, they learn teamwork. These are important skills, apart from the degree that they will generally get, but these skills matter today.
Right.
Yeah.
Suresh, at the end of the day, what do we want to do? We want happier children. We want children who are fruitfully employed. And as they say now, we want a better work-life balance. We don't want to work as hard as you guys did. That's at least what I hear from my kids and a lot of kids of that age. So we want that. How, in your view, can technology help in creating a happier, more fruitful, and also more, shall we say, useful generation?
Since you mentioned children, I will just share something that we are doing for the preschool kids.
Yeah.
And I think it's a great blend of lot of technology, lot of efficiencies that technology could afford, and at the same time, ensuring we don't lose touch with what has always worked. So here is a way that we had tried to structure the program for the kids. So there is a kit for the kid to work with. We work with many preschools and we give them the kit. So it's sorted day-wise, and in every day, every hour is sorted. So if the kid has to paint so that they get certain skills of drawing, all of that comes in the kit. At the same time, for the teachers, we have an online recorded program which tells them what they need to do the next day, how do they use the kit, and how do they run with it. And there is an online forum for all the teachers who are in these preschools to get their doubts clarified from somebody. So we have brought in lots of online, which has made it very easy, but it's a touch and feel. That's when the kids develop a lot of haptic skills, grammar skills, and which is very critical. The kids just absolutely love it. The parents enjoy it. For us, it means we are able to guarantee a minimum quality of outcome because we control the pedagogy through online and giving them all these skills. On the other end of the spectrum, we are seeing a lot of exciting coming together of education institutions and professional bodies. So one of the programs I would like to mention is a program that we do where we integrate BCom with ACCA right at the college. So we had one of
Sorry, what is ACCA?
ACCA is a qualification that's accredited in UK, very similar to a chartered accountant that we have in India. And we had a significant demand coming from one of the big four, where they said they needed 5,000 people. They're setting up a facility in the gift city. And we don't produce all of India 5,000 people. So we started working with one of the colleges where today the BCom is integrated with an ACCA program. So the kids who finish that BCom through that program, 70% of the requirement of ACCA is waived. And so they just need to do another 1 year and they are ready to work with the industry. So we are seeing lots of combinations of companies and professional bodies coming into colleges and universities, trying to work with different types of combinations to ensure that finally when they come out, they are industry ready. And I think that time for India has come.
Right. Just the last question to all of you quickly. What is the one technology which you feel in the next 2 years, shall we say, maybe 2 years, maybe a year, is going to completely transform learning or even somewhat transform learning?
It may be cliched, but it's going to be AI.
Yeah. But it has
A responsible
to be,
AI, and how I think the teachers, when you asked about happy students, I want teachers to be happier teachers because they're going to be clamored with a lot of, when they give any exams, when they give any questions. I'm sure there will be enough AI randomizers which will pick up these questions, put them into public, and already the students will be ready for those answers, for those questions. So it's very important for the teachers to now start becoming cooler and say, how am I going to test the students?
So that they don't get answers in chat.
For example, the tests are going to become more adaptive tests. Even if you're going to have an assessment platform, you're going to have more adaptive tests. It may just check on the intelligence of the student and start getting more complex questions. So there are ways to use technology, adopt technology, AI especially, into learning. I think teachers will go crazy, and they're going to have the best of their times in the coming years. And I'm very confident that teachers across all age groups will want to stay young and say how they can really fiddle around the AI and adopt it responsibly for teaching. Because you can't, what you resist will persist, Kaveri. So you can't resist AI.
Yeah, you may as well.
You can simply train AI to become your friend.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm sure teachers will be the best because they've taught so many students. Yeah. I'm sure they can teach AI to perform better.
Wonderful.
I think we are going to be unanimous on this. It will be AI, generative AI, which is going to take the personalized learning to the next level.
Right.
This is what's going to happen. It's already happening. I think last year I met one young IIT Mumbai graduate in Bangalore who already has a startup, and we are trying his platform in our institute for English communication. And the kind of results that I'm getting, the feedback I'm getting is amazing.
Really, from the students?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
In what way?
This improves the communication skills by allowing each student to interact with the platform individually in his own time. And the platform will point out the weaknesses, ask him to be creative on a particular topic, give him a choice, whether verbally or written, and then correct his communication that is done.
Her or him.
It's amazing.
And Suresh?
Yeah. I think like what Anil said, it is AI. I think the only thing that I want to mention for a lot of the teachers, and it's just, I used to use a lot of log tables in IIT. When I was going through IIT, log tables were the only ones allowed. Calculators were not allowed in the classrooms. Right. It was forbidden. Right? Today we know calculators are used everywhere. But at that point it was forbidden because they thought people will not know how to use log tables. Right? It has made all our life very, very efficient. So I think with the coming of AI, it's a fantastic tool.
But I hope we don't forget to learn our tables.
No,
Those are very important things, no?
I think lots of people have gone beyond. I think today if you ask somebody...
I still remember tables in mess.
So I think with the coming of AI, I think it is just one more tool like a calculator. It is a fantastic add-on. I know there are some colleges and universities which don't allow the kids to use. And I have seen some universities which have embraced it so completely as an efficiency tool. I think just my word of advice is it is just like a calculator that replaces log tables, and the world is a much better place. We move much faster. AI is going to do the same thing, but that's going to be the one that's going to make big changes in the next 2 years.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It was a real pleasure to talk to all of you. And I've learned two things: talent hubs, not tier 2, tier 3 cities, and no more use of EdTech, and three things, and cool gurus rather than Gurucool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a lovely session. Drawing to a close, if I may call upon Ms. Lakshmi Menon to join us on stage and present our speakers with mementos. This session, I think we've kind of witnessed the transformative potential, and it has unveiled quite a bit. It's shared the evolving landscape of education itself. We also got to kind of witness the fusion of technology and education, innovating teaching methods. The cool teacher might be incoming, and I think we do have a lot to look forward to. Learning, as we move along, ladies and gentlemen, it's just not going to be accessible, but also a source of inspiration and creativity. Once again, a very special round of thanks to our speakers and session chair. If I may request everybody in the audience to give them a loud round of applause as we extend our thanks. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. With that, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled In Mahatma's Footsteps, The Living Legacy. Of course, in this particular session, we're going to be delving deep into the timeless relevance of Gandhian principles, inviting reflection on their enduring impact in shaping our present and our future. As we set the stage, let me also tell you that today we're celebrating the 13th edition of the ThinkEdu Conclave. It's been an exciting one here, and we do hope that a lot of our patrons, our attendees who are joining us virtually are having a fantastic time as well. Last couple of sessions for the day, we do like to request your complete attention as we set the stage and step into the next couple of sessions. With that, ladies and gentlemen, ThinkEdu Conclave 2024 is an absolute celebration, a celebration of the power of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. Today, we're here at the Convergence Edition, and of course, we're witnessing the grandeur of intellect and discourse. The new Indian Express ThinkEdu Conclave 2024 is the largest and, of course, the longest running education conclave in the country. We're truly happy to have your presence here with us, and today, as we are midway through our 13th edition, we have to say that your presence here has reflected your commitment to fostering excellence, creating a wonderful, a positive impact on the education landscape. Through the day, we've seen educators, we've seen policy makers, we've seen industry leaders from a variety of fields who've taken to our stage. And what we've witnessed is not just thought-provoking conversations, but also 100% dedication to the noble cause of education. A lot to look forward to during the next couple of sessions as well. Because today, as we talk about the education landscape constantly evolving, we also have to address the topic of convergence. Of course, the importance of convergence cannot be overstated, and that's precisely why it is the theme this year. We're celebrating convergence, I'm happy to say, because this session, or rather, the ThinkEdu Conclave of 2024, it is a call to recognize the interconnectedness of ideas and practices within the education landscape, the education industry. We're also emphasizing convergence across innovative pedagogies, emerging technologies, diverse perspectives, and collaborative learning. So as we step into our next session, I also want to remind you that the theme of Maha Kumbh, the Convergence Edition, has been running through our sessions through the day. We've had an enriching couple of sessions and, of course, a wonderful experience so far. The next couple of sessions will truly hold our stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking our proceedings further in a couple of minutes. And alongside all of that, let me also remind you that the ThinkEdu Conclave is a one-of-a-kind platform where knowledge converges and excellence prevails. Today, we're gathered here to explore the transformative power of education in shaping the future of our society. And on that note, if I may request you to put your hands together as we welcome onto the stage our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in Mahatma's footsteps, the living legacy, please join me as I invite Mr. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, former Governor, West Bengal, to join us on stage and take us through the session. Good evening, sir. We're truly happy to have you here with us.
Greetings to all of you. I must start by saying that the title for this session, In the Mahatma's Footsteps, is not my title. I am not walking in his footsteps. It would be very presumptuous on my part to suggest that or to even think that. I don't know in whose footsteps I am walking, but I am a very unlikely candidate for the description of in the Mahatma's footsteps. I see we have a very small gathering here today. I say small gathering because the number of empty seats is in excess of the number of filled seats. And that gives me a certain amount of satisfaction also, for the reason that those who have not come, though they were expected to come, are doing something very valuable with their time, are doing something other than listening to an old man wanting to share his perhaps very outdated thoughts with them. But I have a strict time limit. Though we are starting about 50 minutes late, I will stick to my time limit, which is 25 minutes, of which 3 are already done. All of us are subject to fear. I had imagined there will be about 200 students facing me, and I will ask them, how many of you are completely free of fear? But since I do not have that gathering in front of me, I will not ask that question. I will just say that since I know myself, I know that we are all prisoners of some form of fear or another. On the 1st of January of 1948, which was the last 1st of January in his life, in the month of January, which was to be the last January in his life, Gandhi writes, on 1 January, a Thai visitor from Thailand, complimented me on India's independence. Today, I said, not everyone can move about freely in the capital. Indian fears his brother Indian. Is this independence? He was 79. I want to go back to his childhood when he says about fear. I used to be in constant fear of thieves, gnomes, and creepy crawlies. The phobia had me in its complete grip. Going anywhere alone after nightfall was out of the question. I imagined ghosts emerging from one direction, thieves from another, snakes from a third. A lamp burned in my room through the night. He had a housekeeping nurse called Rambha, who was charged to look after him by his parents. Rambha saw my fear and suggested as a remedy for this fear the repetition of Rama Nama. This was when he was a child. So I had gone from his last January, when he said there is fear in the Indian capital, Indian fears Indian. I took all of us back to his childhood, when he was extremely afraid of creepy crawlies. And Rambha told him, as a remedy for this fear, you should repeat Ramanama. I want to now say in the remaining 15 minutes of my time that perhaps, unlike most of us, he encountered physical assaults. By assault, I mean assault, not threat, but actual assault. The first of which was when he was in South Africa fighting for the rights of Indians, and a group of white South African youth thought he was going to import large numbers of Indians. And he had come in a ship from a visit to India, and he was told, don't get from the ship. These youths seemed to be ready to assault you, but he ignored that advice. A mob followed us. With every step we took, it became larger and larger. A man of powerful build caught hold of Mr. Lawton, who was accompanying him, and tore him from me. Then they pelted me with stones, brickbats, and rotten eggs. Someone snatched away my turban, whilst others began to batter and kick me. A burly fellow came up to me, slapped me in the face, and then kicked me. I was about to fall down unconscious when I held on the railings of a house nearby. But I remember well that even then my heart did not arraign my assailants. In the same country, South Africa, when he was recommending that Indians should give their fingerprints voluntarily, after having told them that you should not give your fingerprints, when he said you should give your fingerprints voluntarily, there was a Pathan called Mir Alam who was very angry with him. So on the way to the registration office where Gandhi was going to give his fingerprints, Mir Alam followed him. I did feel there would be an attack on me. Not more than 3 minutes walk from the registration office, I became surer. Mir Alam accosted me and asked, "Where are you going?" I said I proposed to take out a certificate of registration giving the 10 fingerprints. If you will go with me, I will first get you a certificate with an impression of only 2 thumbs, and I will then take mine. I had scarcely finished the last sentence when a heavy cudgel blow descended on my head from behind. I do not remember the manner of the assault, but people say I fell down unconscious with the first blow, which was delivered with a stick, and they also kicked me. Thinking me dead, they stopped. I have an impression that as the blows started, I uttered the words, "Hey Rama." This was in South Africa, when he was a young man. So Hey Rama was there with him as Rambha had recommended to him in his second experience of a physical assault. I want to now come to the conclusion of what I am going to say, for I should be mindful of time, and say that towards the end of his life, in the last month when he had said, "Indian fears his brother Indian," on the 20th of January, today is what, 24? We are very near the anniversary of this episode. On the 20th of January, a non-lethal bomb exploded at the prayer meeting site in Delhi when he was holding a prayer. Now he is 79. I asked the congregation to maintain calm. All India Radio has recorded it. Recordings are very, very vital. All India Radio was recording all his prayer meetings, and it has recorded this. He is talking in Hindi, and then this bomb goes off. And he says, "कुछ नहीं हुआ है, कुछ नहीं हुआ है, सचमुच में कुछ हो जाए तो क्या करोगे? If something really happened, what will you do? Be calm." And then I asked Manu to start singing Ram Dhun. We have a great musician with us today, Anil Srinivasan. He will understand this. He said, कुछ नहीं हुआ है. The bomb has just gone off. Manu, tum gao. And she started singing. And it's all recorded. You can get it on YouTube. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram. Then the great line, Ishvara Allah Tere Naam. Then Gandhi writes, I heard that the man behind the explosion had been arrested. An illiterate woman had displayed courage in having the man arrested. I admired her courage. But then I said the next day, those who are behind him and whose tool he is should know that this sort of thing will not save Hinduism. He had been assaulted and almost killed by white Christians in South Africa. He had been assaulted and almost killed by a Pathan called Mir Alam in South Africa. This bomb had been exploded 20 days before. On the 20th of January, 10 days before. He met his assassin. I say he met his assassin, for there is no doubt that when he saw his assassin, he recognized him from an earlier encounter. The assassin had nudged Manu, whose rosary had fallen on the ground, and she had stooped to pick it up. When there was nothing between him and the assassin except the name of Rama. He met his end with the magic that Rambha had told him. Never be afraid, say Rama. Rama, Rama. And those are the two names that passed with his last breath. And All India Radio shortly thereafter, and I again say this with Anil Srinivasan in my mind, All India Radio played Hari Tumharo, Hari Tumharo, Jana ki bheer. Hari, rid the people of our country from fear. I need your hand again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the session to a close, if I may request Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present sir with a memento of the occasion. I'm also happy to let you know that Mr. Gopal Gandhi's books, Restless as Mercury, My Life as a Young Man, and I Am an Ordinary Man, India's Struggle for Freedom, are now available in stores. And of course, we do look forward to all of you getting your hands on your own copies and holding them on for a long, long time to come. If I may request our CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to do the honors and present sir with a memento of the occasion. A truly lovely, heartwarming session. And I think we did kind of get a beautiful glimpse into the works of art. As I said, the books are now in store. Please do get your hands on them. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Thank you so much, sir, for that lovely session. We would love a photo op, sir, ma'am. And with that, we have a much awaited session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that we draw our on-stage proceedings to a close. A very interesting couple of sessions coming our way tomorrow, day 2, here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Today has been an exciting day, a lot of explosive conversation, comprehensive discussions taking place right here on stage, and the trend continues tomorrow. From music to politics, we've got everything coming our way. We do hope that you will stay tuned and join us tomorrow at day 2 at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. Thank you once again for joining us. To our virtual attendees, a very special thanks. Please do join us tomorrow. We hope to see you soon. Our proceedings on stage tomorrow begin at 9:45. We look forward to your participation, your engagement, and most importantly, your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for joining us here, day 1 at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2024. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a great evening.